Yo. Yo, 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 yo. What up? Jesus. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. So, yesterday, we had an interview. Well, we didn't. There was an interview. Nice burp, thank you, thank you. It was made of a breakfast. Well, dude, for fuck's sake. How is it that this microphone has been behaving so well for like months and months on end, and now all of a sudden, the thing is, I know what it is. It's this here that does something when I move it. God damn it. Okay. Right. So, Cicerin had an interview. It was supposed to happen some days ago, but it was rescheduled. I guess because they had issues with the patch and they needed hands on deck. It's fucking 2 hours. I did not expect it to be that long. I was thinking we'd watch it. I was considering whether I should play while we do it, but I'm not quite sure if I want to do that. I'm a little bit bothered about how much I can pay attention. So I think we'll just watch it and we'll see. Maybe somewhere along the line I might get a little zoned out and we can start playing again. But I really want to see what they have to say. Usually there's some good questions in here, but we'll see. Oh, that's low.
Here with another podcast with Grenier Games, and I'm joined here with Mark and Jonathan. Thank you so much for taking time out. I know it's like crazy busy for you guys, so we have an hour, and this is a really exciting patch to be doing an interview. This is congratulations.
On what?
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly gone really, really well. Like I think I was saying to Mark before, we managed to somehow dodge all the bullets as far as like.
This is the most buggy patch I've ever played. I have had more crashes in the first week of this patch than I've had the entire time playing PoE 1 and PoE 2. What bullets did you manage to dodge?
Problems that
I've also found more bugs in this patch than ever before. Not just crashes, but bugs in general.
We were worried might occur. Obviously, there were like a bunch of like random progression blocking bugs and stuff like that. But overall,
why the fuck is this one here?
Like, we can sort those out and everything. But the main thing is just like, the players are much happier with the end game. And honestly, that was our major goal, right? Like we were like, let's get the end game better. And so we can sort of see immediately that like that has actually worked. And I'm really glad about that because, yeah, as I said, that was our major goal. That's what we wanted to achieve. And so, obviously tons more to do, but like that's a huge thing off as far as like improving PoE 2 is concerned. So yeah, we couldn't be happier about that for sure.
Yeah, it's a really good sign when day 3 has more players than the launch day. Like, I don't think I've seen like day 3 having more. That was like very impressive. So it's really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, normally the only time when the numbers go up on the second day or after is when we had such horrible server problems on the first day.
Yeah.
So because that didn't happen, we're like, okay, this is actually a good sign. We've actually got just natural growth. So yeah, I was really happy about that. And the other thing as well that we've noticed is that we don't have like completely good numbers on this yet, but we can see that the number of players who previously didn't like go into endgame after campaign, that number's increased quite a lot. So that's the other thing that like I think is a good sign as well. So I mean, obviously.
Can you see that already? I think there'll be loads of people who don't go into endgame won't even have finished the campaign yet. Like how many people? It took me just over 24 hours to finish the campaign. And if you assume you go they won't go much faster than me, I don't think. If they're really casual, right? Like how many people, regular people, actually have 24 hours of playtime in a week? I don't think that many. But maybe.
Once we get a couple more weeks of data there, we'll be able to see like, has that really worked? As people keep it going? But yeah, like that's been something that's been really good to see as well.
Cool. No, I mean it's really good. And EU servers, big thank you. Like EU servers have been a lot better.
Well, I mean, so like that last PoE1 launch was certainly rough in that way because we had like a few issues there, but I'm glad to hear that it's getting better. I know that there was like still a couple of provider issues that we've been dealing with. I mean, there's like a lot that goes on in the background that the players don't see of like, you know, we get packet loss here and that kind of thing. And like we're working on it constantly. But yeah, like the hope is that we should now be in a position where like all of the issues that we'd need to be worried about in regard to servers should be good for 1.0 launch, which, you know, I mean, I'm expecting like some big results from that. So, you know, like I really want to see like a lot more players. So yeah, that's another one of those things where we like had it on our big list of T1 issues and we wanted to try and resolve. So yeah, it's good to hear that that's also worked.
Awesome. One of the things I did want to ask about, like the end game is so reworked now, and a big thing, like a big change, like it felt like you were like kind of lost when starting the end game before it like felt very optional.
Right.
And yeah, that you kind of mentioned it. So you're seeing like a lot more people that continue now in maps. Like people aren't just like ending.
Yeah, so I do need to get some even better numbers than this, but even just from like an initial cursory look with the numbers, it looked like it was at least plus 50% on what we were previously doing as far as like players who keep going after campaign. Now, like I think there's going to be like quite a lot more because the really interesting thing is going to be the people who take like not everyone obviously can devote like, you know, every single evening to playing the game on launch, right? So there's going to be a lot of those more casual players who are going to take a little bit longer to get through campaign. So it'll be really interesting to see what the numbers for those players look like.
Okay, so I'm not completely
once they've kind of finished campaign and getting through, because you know, like we're only just like a little over a week in, so there's going to be a lot of players who haven't even finished campaign yet.
Even anecdotally though, like around the office, the amount of staff just playing now an in game where they probably weren't before is like actually kind of crazy. And just every day, everyone's just talking about all their adventures they're doing in game and what strategies and what content they've been playing and all of that. Like, just the talk in the office has been so, I guess, like just reinvigorating for like and refreshing for the in-game vibe, even just for us as well. And it's like, generally speaking, as much as it's obviously a very small sample size, if the staff are happy, and a lot of them are players, right? Like that's generally the case, and they're playing the end game, then it's often a very good reflection on the fact that probably it's succeeding out of the office as well. Not 100% of the time, but in this case, I think
that's good. My chat's been very happy as well. Like it's been very nice. The one thing I was curious about with the new end game, which I really liked myself, with I was like, do I do Delirium first? Do I do Ritual first? Is that something? Do you want it to be that open ended, or have you thought about telling, especially like new players, like do Ritual first, or do? Because I did see some newer players were very concerned. Am I missing out on something? Which experienced players don't necessarily have an issue with that. But that's like a concern I had to answer a lot.
So I think what we'll probably do is, I mean, one thing to be clear about to start with is it's not the expectation that you do every single league every single time you play.
Yeah.
So one of the changes that I think is a little bit less obvious there that relates to that is that when you're using tablets now, it prevents content that like league content that isn't part of the tablets from spawning. And the reason why we do that is to explicitly make it so that if you're choosing like like 1 to 3 leagues to do with tablets, then we're explicitly saying like you don't have to worry about doing the other leagues because nothing that would happen with those is going to affect the play experience if you only want to engage with one. And this is kind of back to something that we had with PoE1 a little bit more, just looking at how people play the end game there. It was pretty common for a lot of players to just like, oh, I'm going to play like this league and that league, and then I'm not going to bother with anything else for this particular season. So we wanted to just make sure that there was no players didn't feel like they have to do all of them. And so like what I expect a lot of just regular players to do is just play 1 or 2 of them, probably finish the primary Atlas tree, but then just do whatever ones that you like. And then the other thing as well that we can do is that obviously we're going to be adding like more leagues over time, and what we'll probably do is make it so the ones around, like obviously there's limited space around where the center of the of the ziggurat is. We'll probably have the newer ones, or just like ones that are kind of like haven't been played for a while, like around that center, and then the ones that are like less common, or they've been like they're getting a bit older. We can like push those out. So that's the kind of stuff we can do to sort of like rearrange things a little bit. Like I wouldn't want to drastically do it every league or anything, but like we effectively have the ability to rearrange that in order to make it so that there's ones that are more like.
I guess this would be a way to spice it up every time a little bit if things were in a different order, things were different places. They were kind of like a little bit pushed into new things, but so basically if you like a niche one, then you're gonna have to go further to get it, But it makes sense that like there's too much shit around. But yo, Midas, good morning, good morning. Dude, this guy looks really cool.
For new players to do because they just happen to be around the starting location. Because over time there's going to be quite a lot of these, and so there's just literally limited physical space there to put stuff.
So just to double check, like currently, if I use 3 breach tablets, other mechanics aren't supposed to be spawning, right?
Correct.
Other tablet content.
Other tablet content. So secondary content like strong boxes and exiles and stuff, these do.
Wait,
but
what did he
you're
ask?
not supposed to get like a ritual or something like that. If literally limited physical space there to put stuff.
So just to double check, like currently, if I use 3 breach tablets, other mechanics aren't supposed to be spawning, right?
Correct.
Other tablet content.
Other tablet content. So secondary content like strong boxes and exiles and stuff, these do. But you're not supposed to get like a ritual or something like that if you put 3 breaches in there.
Pretty sure you still do at the moment.
Not
okay.
I mean, I've been paying attention to it, and
do I like Scissorin? I don't dislike Scissorin. I don't watch him at all, as in never. But I don't dislike him. The only Scissorin I ever see is when he has interviews. I've watched a build guide here and there, more for research to see what they include and how they structure it and stuff. But yeah, I've never followed a build guide, so I haven't consumed it the way it's intended. But just, yeah, I mean, I have little to no problem with the guy. There's some takes I think are dumb, and I think sometimes I think he suffers from the classic can't really see, well, not always, but the classic where you have an idea and you think it's going to be good for the game and you forget to think about what that means for everybody who isn't you, right? Where some of his ideas are completely insane and would only work if you play fucking 16 hours a day as he does, right? Like, whereas like, bro, nobody else can do that, dude. Like the time, the discrepancy between how much discrepancy, is that the word? It is, right? It is a word, but is that the word? Now I'm confused. Now I have to look it up. I think it is discrepancy, right? That means unexpected or unacceptable difference. Yeah, it is. Yeah, so the discrepancy between how much he plays and how much a regular dad plays, he doesn't seem to understand that what he plays in a day will take most people like 2 weeks, right? Like just not just that he's more efficient, right? Because he's played so many hours, not just that he's better. If we just take pure playtime, I think I saw, because I went to bed just as this started, so I watched like the intro of it, and he looks really tired, and he said that, do you like my eyes? That's what grinding 16 hours a day will do to you, or something. It's the product of grinding 16 hours a day or whatever. If we just take that for, yeah, it's true, right? Like he played 16 hours, right? What he plays in one day, just pure 16 hours. You take the regular person at Scissorin's age that likes to play video games, has a family like Scissorin does, right? But isn't a streamer. How many hours can he play a week? I don't think it's 16 a week. And Scissorin does it a day. And it's like it just doesn't occur to him that it's that big of a discrepancy. And not only that, but likely his 16 hours is going to look more like some casual players' 32 hours, right? Like, so yeah, there's some of those takes, and that bothers me. But other than that, I mean, I have no issue. He seems nice. He seems fine. Like, he's clearly a popular content creator, so he's clearly good at it, right? I have no issues, but I don't watch him myself.
Definitely not with the
strategy. Okay, but something to understand is that if you're using like a radiated or something, then a radiated still gives you the full random set. So like it's like the things that give specific leagues. If you go all in on that league, then you shouldn't get other leagues. That's kind of the intended way. So the actual way that
maybe it is for the radiated. Just that makes sense.
Yeah, it could have been. So each tablet that doesn't give a league mechanic, each slot that is not giving you a league mechanic effectively gives you a percentage chance for a piece of random content, which leads to the situation where when you add all the ones that do, then yeah, you no longer get those anymore.
Okay.
And yeah, that's the kind of thing to just make.
You remember point one? You play for like 800 hours, then you watch Karn, another super hardcore RPG man. He literally leveled past my 800-hour character within 24 hours. Whoa. That's wild. So there's two things to that, right? Clearly he plays super efficiently, and Karn is the first to level 100, right? But you must also have played really inefficiently, yeah? You must have died. And he usually plays hardcore, right? You must have died a decent chunk to not just naturally go past him, or you must have had a worse build and stuff, right? Like, I think Karn usually plays hardcore, right? But yeah, they are insane, right? I think I'm probably faster than most. If I want to be, I definitely can. I usually don't. But even I don't even get close, right? Like, and I play a lot more, but I haven't played as much. If you played 800 hours, you're better than I am. You played more than I have, a lot more. But like, even with what I'm trying to say is the casual player, which is not you nor me, is behind even us, right? And there are people like Khan who are that much ahead of. Like, it's kind of hard, right? Because I remember in a game like World of Warcraft, right? Like, that's the one I've had the most. Like, it's hard to like really think about rank and percentages and stuff in a game like PoE because there's no real measurement. But in World of Warcraft, right? I considered myself to be a decent player, pretty casual, but obviously not giga casual, right? But I did mythic rating. I did get cutting edges. I had every cutting edge since last tier in Legion. Got every single cutting edge every season, right? Got it like around rank like what 500-ish, something like that. World 500, which that puts you where you're like, okay, we're only 500. There's so many people so much better than you, and you'd routinely play with people who are better. You'd routinely find them, right? Like, you'd routinely talk to them and all that, right? Like, I've been in a rank. I was in a rank 200 guild at one point, and I've seen what they can do, and they are now Hall of Fame, right? And you just see the difference in skill level. And then you know that the difference between them and the top is even larger than the difference between you and the top. And yet you're sat there like, well, being just getting cutting edge puts you in like the top 1% of WoW players. So how bad is like a 50% player? Right? Or I think it's top 1%. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's like 1,000 guilds or so that gets cutting edge every season. And so that's like 20,000 people, right? That gets cutting edge or something like that. And I think just getting that achievement is like 1%, something like that. It's up there at least. And now if you think about, there's probably the same thing in PoE, right? You'll have the guys that are like Karn, who levels the first to level 100. I think that's the guy, right? You got the guy like Ben, who's the fastest fucking boss clearer. Like from 0 to kill all bosses, he's the fastest, right? And then you take, and if you then apply the same thing where with the amount of time I play with what I reach, I've killed all Ubers. How many people have killed all Ubers? I don't know, but probably most, because if you follow a build guide, it's really easy, actually. I don't know. I don't know where I'd sit. It doesn't matter either, but I know that there are people who would sit significantly below that, right? Because if I do a map that takes 10 minutes, I feel like I have been so slow, and the average is up to 15 minutes. Like how the Jesus, right? Like, but yeah, one gotta remember that most people don't even fucking watch Twitch, right? Like, that's the level of casual. Most players don't go to Twitch or YouTube. Most players just play, which is insane. Yo, Squaresk, welcome.
It's one of the...
So far, it's good. We're watching an interview. Happened yesterday. I'm interested to see what they're gonna say. Other than that, I got blood work done again. So it's been a morning, and I didn't drink before I went, so my veins were not that popped, and it hurt like shit for once. Dude, I've never... It doesn't usually hurt, so now I've learned, fucking, if you're gonna have blood work done, drink some fucking... Yeah, hydration tech. Just a tip that I didn't think of. If you're gonna have blood work done, make sure you drink something before. Because apparently, it fucking hurts if you don't. Usually... Obviously, it hurts when she sticks it in, right? Like, obviously, she hurts when she sticks in the needle, right? But it doesn't usually keep hurting as she's fucking draining the blood. It usually is just a little unpleasant. Like, eh. This time it fucking hurt. It was like, eh. Met a few people in PoE, and some of them actually don't watch YouTube or Twitch. And one in particular, he was just grinding like tier 5 maps for whatever reason last league. Yeah, I mean, because that's probably where he got to, right? Like, I saw... So I have this story in Diablo, right? Where it was late night and somebody asked... So basically, it used to be you kill a boss, there's a good chance you get a mythic unique, right? And you need materials to summon the boss, but only one person needed the material to summon the boss. So the guys were like, anybody for Doriel or what? I think it was Doriel, right? Anybody for Doriel? And I was like, sure, I can go. And yo, 60 stream streak, let's fucking go, man. Holy shit. And I was like, yeah, sure, I can go. And I went, and they were like finessing me to boost them, right? They was what they're trying to do. So they summoned the boss, right? And they summoned it like 2 times or so. It's like, oh, now we don't have any more. Do you want to do blah, blah, blah? Right? And I was like, okay, we can go do that boss. Then they summoned that like once. And it's like, oh, do you want to go do this boss? And the thing is with the season journey, right? Like, you have to kill certain bosses on certain world tier. And it's like so clear that was what they were doing. So I started inspecting them. And bro, their gear, like, so usually, in ARPGs, you usually pick a road and that's the way you go. You usually pick one thing and that's what you're focusing in on. They had like 3-4 different builds in one build. It was like, they had a couple of items for companions. They had a couple of items for one skill, a couple of items for another skill. And it's like, bro, you have no idea what an ARPG is, have you? Like, and it was so clear that they had fucking no clue what they were doing, right? So I was like, I tried to give them the tip, right? Like, so usually you pick one skill, right? And you make all the other skills work towards that skill, and you tailor all your gear for that skill. So that's why you do no damage, because you're doing a bit of companions, you're doing a bit of this. All in all, you think you're having multiple options, right? But in fact, you're just having 0. And I was like, okay, so I'm guessing you need the fucking Echo of Lilith as well, because we're clearly doing the seasonal journey. And they're like, yeah. It's just like, I could probably kill it for you if you want. And I went and gave them the Lilith kill, and then I went to bed. But that was fucking crazy. I should have dropped my YouTube channel, but I didn't. I don't want to be a dick. You always remember you going, "Oh wow, thorns! That surely increases your unearthed damage."
These subtle things where like it doesn't seem that important, but like over time it actually does like contribute to the feeling of I'm expected to do all of these. So yeah, it's just one of those things we wanted to avoid right at the gate.
Okay. There are a lot of people in chat even saying like, I'm using 3 breach tablets and I'm still getting ritual.
Okay.
I definitely don't. So I wonder what.
We might have to look
I've
into
been
that
running
one.
breach.
Yeah, I run irradiated a lot myself. So.
Well, Mark a couple of days ago messaged me with like, I reckon that I've found the like best strategy for finding items in the game right now. So you know, like that's so he's paying attention, I guess.
But I specifically was thinking about it as I've been really enjoying the fact that if you all in on breach, you don't get the other stuff. Like you don't just randomly have a random thing that's interrupting. So I'm surprised maybe there is some case
we should probably just have a check because you never know.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to check that, but it is meant to be the case if you use 3 league tablets of one league, you don't get any other of the leagues.
Right.
You'll still get your wisps, your summoning circles, all of that stuff. Yeah.
I have to say anecdotally though that for some reason ritual just does seem to be more common than other leagues, and I don't know why that is, but yet somehow it seems to be to me. Like there's no mathematical reason as far as I know that should be the case, but it's just something that I've noticed.
True. I've been getting more rituals than anything else.
I really like the ritual rework as well. It's been really nice. It's like I'm running that a lot. Got a headhunter from it. Very, very pleased. Also, when are we getting the marked currency guide?
On how to ground what your farming strategy is? You're gonna publish a build guide here?
No. I'm the support character right now that's joining someone else's maps, and they'll be very angry if all of a sudden costed his investment to triple in cost.
I love that you're playing. That's awesome. A lot of things got really big glow ups this league, just super cool. Are there more mechanics that you want to expand on? And I wondered if you could talk a little bit about like how do you decide like what should be a minor mechanic, what should be a major mechanic?
You know, that's actually been a kind of interesting one because what I'm wondering is because I was actually having a conversation with Mark of like when are we gonna how are we gonna add more secondary mechanics specifically, because they're not necessarily it's very unlikely that a full league that we would make today would turn into a secondary mechanic.
Yeah.
So what that kind of means is that we probably have to decide specifically to add them.
Yeah.
One thing I was wondering about, and I don't know whether we'd do this or not, is I would consider potentially having it so that the remnant encounters that aren't part of expeditions, we could potentially have those be a secondary mechanic, maybe. That's the sort of option that we would have. We say okay, we're going to split this off, and this is one of the core things that could happen. I'm not sure whether we want to do that or not, because maybe the reward systems are not quite right then, because we kind of want that to be associated with all of the with the expedition league.
I mean, I think that would be decent, and then instead of adding all the runes and all that, you just keep all the currency rewards. Keep all of the the unique rewards. Keep that stuff. Maybe add in some regular skill gem stuff. They're already there, right? I think you skipped remnants and strongworks because it's just too annoying with the demon to stop and go. Oh yeah, I think the remnants, if they have 5. You probably should do them. The reward from it is pretty crazy. And I think they go up to... I think I saw somebody got a fucking talent point from them. I actually think somebody got a passive point from them. So... And I think 5 and above, you start getting greater exalts and shit. I have a level 20 Kalgoran skill now. I have level 20 refutation. I can't use it because it requires level 90, but I have it. You get one of the skill point books from the campaign. Yeah. I think if they keep those rewards that aren't tied to expedition, I think that would be cool. I think that would be really cool.
But what we could consider doing, as I said, is just taking like specific parts of like content that we publish in the future and saying this is a secondary mechanic that's core. But in terms of like extra stuff that we want to improve, Strongbox is
having. I think, and this might be dumb, right? But I think maybe having secondary mechanics from each of the leagues, like take something out of there, like a mini thing, right? Like a small thing, like the Val Temple. I think is a good example of it, where it's just a little thing where there are a bunch of mobs. You kill the mobs, you get a chest, right? The same with the remnants. Like you get that thing, you pick the reward, you do the little thing, get rewards, right? If they come from the leagues, they gotta find something for Abyss. Maybe it's just one Abyss hole or whatever, but it's like a way to give you a little bit of that league's rewards without you having to spec into it and without them being as big of a deal. Ritual's gonna be a little bit difficult, right? Because Ritual, it just requires a lot of it, right? But for the remnants and for the Val Temple, there's a really easy way to make that secondary content. And if they do that for all the leagues, I think it would be kind of neat, where it's just like, oh shit, I just happened to get a Val unique from my random secondary thing. I think that could be cool and be a little bit of a way to still give you items from the league, even if you're not doing it, and then maybe entice you to go grind that league, right? But it would need to be something where you kind of just show up, kill the things, go forward, right? Like, Strongbox is probably the most involved you'd want it, right? But I think it's cool. I think that would be cool. You're pretty sure this is the case, but you don't want to write a bug report. But when you look at the remnant, it pauses, right? But it doesn't pause your recoup. So if I open the remnant and check what it does, your recoup falls off. Strangely enough, really like Val Temple tablets, just because you waltz over and that's it. Yeah, I mean, I understand that that those open up the temple, right? And if you don't want to do the temple, but you can store 60 of them. And I think honestly, it's just the Val Temple is the mechanic, right? You do the Val Temple, but the little circles where you just kill them all, boom, a chest comes up, right? That is secondary mechanic territory, right? And I think that would just be a good thing. Also the Abyss cracks, right? Like maybe you could have an Abyss Spire from PoE 1 that just shoots out mobs and then you kill it and you get some rewards, right? Like that could be the thing for Abyss. Randomly just an Abyss Spire in your map. Obviously the remnants, right, for expedition. Obviously the what's it called, the Val thingies with just mobs, right? And then they gotta find something for Breach and Ritual. Ritual is the hardest one. Breach, you could just have a Breach hand, but maybe that's too involved. That's probably too involved. I'm not sure. I don't have a good idea. I'll leave it to those. But I think using the leagues in the secondary content would be okay but it has to be, you just kind of and then it's over. There's a note in the temple tree, so the Val beacons in the map can drop currency from the temple. Very nice. Oh, that's really cool. I got a boss spawn out of my Val beacon yesterday, like a big monkey with like a crystal thing. He nearly fucking one-shot me. He put me to like 5% HP because he just kind of came out and slammed. I was like, what the fuck happened here? Monkey spawned, and then in the dust of spawning or whatever, he just bam. I was like, what the fuck? There's a monkey here.
One that is definitely not in the right place. That's something that could definitely use that could use an upgrade. I mean,
wait, what's not in the right
place? How many mods are there that are like the secondary mechanic that's core? But in terms of like extra stuff that we want to improve, Strongbox is the one that is definitely not in the right place.
Oh, Strongbox
that's something that could definitely use that could use an upgrade. I mean, I think like how many mods are there that are like the mods that actually
Sergeant?
Might be like 4 or something. It's like a ridiculously tiny number.
I don't think you can include freeze because it's
that one does literally nothing.
Its duration is shorter before the first monster spawns.
Yeah.
There's not many. There's not enough for sure.
So Strongbox is definitely weak. Like I would say that one needs to improve for sure. And then there's stuff that's like technically not in the end game as such that we like really want to improve, which we've talked about before, which is the what do you call it?
Ultimatum.
Ultimatum.
research for strong boxes are nice. Still do them and make full mod. I don't think they're so much talking about the rewards of them as they're talking about the ability to scale them, maybe, but also at least I think what they're saying is that the mechanic itself is not good enough. I'm not sure they're talking about rewards, but rewards usually go up with difficulty, right?
Trial of Chaos and Trial of Sycamus.
Never remember the
names. They're both suboptimal.
Yeah.
Especially for I mean, look, they have their exclusive drops to some degree, but I can't say it's something I'd ever be excited about farming Trial of Chaos for a sustained amount of time. Wouldn't say it's the most.
Well, Sanctum's probably a bit more tricky in that way, and I think the issue with Sanctum in particular is there's just too many rooms that require you to do things that aren't just basically killing stuff and getting through. Now, the thing that people commonly talk about in Sanctum, of course, is the honor system. And like, that's a thing that would obviously be something that, you know, we'd have to really think. Because the thing is, I don't know that I want to get rid of that because it is kind of what makes Sanctum special. And, but I know that I definitely appreciate the fact that a lot of people have problems with it. Like,
Yeah.
You have problem with the honor system? I think the honor system is kind of cool. I have a problem with how many fucking rooms I have to do. And like how little you seem to get for it. Like it's like running to get one reward, you have to run like 10 maps. Right? Like, and if you do like Sekime 4, right? Like the Sarok one, right? You have to do like 10 maps to do one boss that then drops some stuff. And you have to do that 4 times to get the reward out of there. It's like, brother. It's so much time. They need to like fucking 100x the rewards almost. I guess all they need to be really valuable, which they probably are because not all people will do it. But I don't have any issue with the honor system. If anything, I have an issue with not being able to deal with afflictions. Like, I'm all good with the afflictions being super impactful and all that, but I would like there to be a way for me to influence it a little bit. You had one case, you spec'd into strong boxes at the start, you had like 3 strong boxes right next to each other, and then a wisp came and possessed one of them. You did that one, and it duplicated and released its wisp was open again and kept its wisps. Then all of a sudden, it was just 1,000 monster strong. I mean, I think the strong boxes, I think what they're talking about is that the mods are not in the right place. I don't think the strongbow mechanics itself is not okay.
So like I've seen a lot of people do the wisps. Mostly talking about that, but honestly, the thing that bothers me playing it is I think I just want more rooms that are simple, like just ones where it's just like, you know, kill some monsters, get to the other side. Like I feel like if a lower percentage of them were like more, you know, like do the specific other stuff, I would actually appreciate Sanctum more, I think. So that's like an obvious change we could make. But there's definitely more that just needs to go on with it.
But then like Trial of Chaos has just...
I like them. The way I understood it was that they're not dangerous enough. That's what I got from it. Like the mods you get on them are, none of them affect the player, basically. There's like 3 of them, he said, that affects the player, and that's not enough. So yeah, I think it's a case of they're not dangerous enough, and because they're not dangerous enough, the mobs are probably not getting enough scaling reward, right? But then obviously if you add in fucking 1,000, I've seen images of strong boxes with a list of wisps that fills the screen, right? Like just brrr. So I assume that those will be difficult enough.
Yeah, you can't leave. Like that needs to be solved. You should be able to leave.
You definitely need to be able to. You should be able to leave Trial of Chaos.
You if you're playing with a friend, 2 of you can barely fit on those elevators that go up. It's like real annoying. There's all kinds of just bad, but also because now we've done this whole in-game pass, they don't really scale into the in-game in the same way that all the other content does as well. Right. So, yeah, they need some attention for sure. We've got plans. It's just a matter of timing when to execute, but at least some of that, like, I would love to be able to fix the whole you can't leave and come back to Trial of Chaos at the very least sooner before we, you know, because it's very easy to bundle all of this in some grand epic rework that's going to take forever. But there's like honestly 5 to 10 wins that are just going to make a massive difference.
And there were some reward things with Trial of Chaos as well that I believe we'd discussed.
Well, that is one thing I want to talk about.
Yeah. I mean, so the rewards from those, like the item rewards, are kind of. I think we talked about what they needed to be in the past. I can't remember what we decided on now.
We've gone through a few iterations, but yes,
right. They need some stuff.
I don't want to spoil that.
Yeah, I'm not going to say what it is. I'm just saying, these problems we definitely recognize. And those two, originally those trials were sort of supposed to be considered in-game mechanics in themselves, as like something that you would do over and over. But right now, I would say they have not reached the level of actually being that.
Other glow ups? I mean, there's small things. Okay, like wisps. Now that the wisps have a lot of possess and then escape, their target selection is now. You can tell it's pretty bad where it goes all the way to one corner of the map, then all the way back to the corner you came from, but just next to it. That stuff needs improving 100% now.
I actually thought, by the way, that the wisp was supposed to just go to the closest rare. Like, is that not how it works? It was supposed to be, currently. I thought. Right, okay, so
I think it's like a weighting system or something like that, probably. Right, but I need to look into it again. But either way, it's pretty easy to change. It's just that before they didn't escape as often, and now it happens quite often, and so you're like, where the heck is this thing taking me back through this whole thing I've cleared?
You kind of want to reroll? Do you make you want to boss rush and skip everything?
Improving on.
I mean, then reroll, right? Like, you have currency, right? Just go. The time through the campaign is going to be much quicker now. If you're not having too much fun, then I'd say reroll, right? It's also fun to have different characters that excel at different things, right? Like, the thing, if I were to ever manage to just go full PoE streamer and I got good enough to make a crap load of builds and stuff, right? Like, if I ever got to that point, one of the things I definitely would do is have a build that specialized in X mechanic and farm that, and then make a build when I wanted to farm a new mechanic. I'd make a new build that would specialize in that, and then I could swap between the characters, because I find that so cool. It's like, okay, let me have my boss character, right? Like, I'm gonna clear pinnacles and I'm gonna have this thing that is specifically good at this, or maybe even this guy is super good at whatever boss and this guy is super good at the other boss. That shit is so, because I really like building the character. I'm not so much into the just farming the character, right? I like building it.
Some of these things, like the summoning circles, can do a little bit of optimization for that.
I mean, in terms of like major systems, I feel like we've gone over the ones that that we see as like, to a larger extent.
I wouldn't say it's fundamental with shrines, but like for the shrines passing to boss and you give it replenishing shrine, and then it's like you need 1 billion DPS to kill the boss is probably suboptimal. Especially when it's like 200% delirious levels going on. And then also, and I don't know what's going on with this, but how come I'll find out afterwards. I don't know why I'm asking. You kill the rare boss and it drops like 50 rares with 2 mods, and I don't understand why. And they're all rares and all only have 2 modifiers. And it's something to do with the shrine being on the monster. I don't know what's going on. I just have like 1,000 rare items with 2 mods on the ground, and I'm like, I don't know, what are all these doing?
Okay, interesting.
I don't know. Anyway, there's some like that's probably more like in the bug territory.
Summoning circles have one new event that's kind of nuts, like Communion of Souls is the summoning circle, where they all share the HP. That sounds insane. I like the things where you get to like spawn the bosses multiple times, but it feels a little stupid, I'm gonna be honest. Like, if it cheapens the bosses a little bit when you just get to fight them back to back to back. So I like it, but I don't.
But like I can see how a player wouldn't understand if that's a bug or intentional.
And so monster killed in the map. Oh wow.
Yes, there's a lot of things to improve here and there. I it's hard to say if that's a league glow up, but it certainly will make them feel a lot better, especially when you're playing them for many hours worth of content as opposed to just once or twice.
And then the other one I would say that actually hasn't quite hit the mark that we just did is the logbooks, right? Like, I mean, the logbooks just have it. I mean, look, you were the one talking about this to me, but effectively, like at the top end, they can be pretty good, but like the average experience of a logbook is just not good enough right now.
Right.
Like that's something that we can improve, and that's something we can improve pretty quickly, I think, in the very near future. Because like that, since that's the current league, we really want to make sure that's right. So like, I imagine that's going to get some attention very quickly.
Oh, they're going to buff logbooks.
The minimum there is definitely not good enough. It's in fact very sad.
Expedition's the thing I've done the least. There's just so much stuff to do this patch. So I lived 30 hours at the start in Trial of the Sakuma, just doing Sakuma carries, and I actually really like that mechanic. And then after that, I went straight for Ritual and Delirium and stuff. So I haven't actually done like a lot of Expedition yet. Yeah.
I have a feeling that Expedition logbook stuff will probably, if we weren't looking into it already, I suspect this would have come up pretty soon in the general community vibe, just because it is something that like more people are going to start doing. Like because it's further away from the starting location than the others, I suspect that overall it's going to be like less popular, ironically, even though it's kind of the current league. But yeah, like it is something that needs improving for sure.
I think a part of it is also once you do the 4 quest ones, like actual logbook drops are so rare.
Right.
Like most people probably then are like, oh, okay, I've done the quest line, moving on to something else. And they are, I've seen not that many. And so you don't get exposed to it that often. Whereas if you, and I honestly think that in itself is a bit of a problem as well. And so if you were exposed to it more often, you'd probably be like, some of these logbooks are just the worst. It's just boring and bland, and it doesn't hold up to the level of, when you're doing all this other combat, you're fully invested in, you've got your full trees for and all of that, and then you go to this, you're just like, what is this? And then sometimes there's...
Oh, sorry.
Logbook contains like 5 to 7 maps.
Oh, I was just saying. And then,
you haven't done a single one?
The ceiling is high. Like, for sure, the maximum is high. The Elder's Rune is, worth a ton, and a bunch of these other things are worth a whole bunch of stuff. And there's things with, like, the Bond Rune, which is honestly in an unacceptable spot IMO, where it was just spawning like 120 rares during a single remnant encounter and all kinds of stuff like that. And you get this like insane spike moment, and it's like holy, and there's literal 10 stacks of divines on the ground, and you feel all excited about it. Sure, but the average minimum, not good enough. Especially things like the sub dungeons. You like open a sub dungeon and you're like, okay, there's like 6 packs of monsters down here, and then that's kind of it. And you're like, what was the point in that? Like, that dynamite would have been better spent being placed on something else. And so, but all of this is like pretty easy to improve. It's kind of one of my goals of this week, personally. I'm just going to go and see what numbers we can just mess with. And hopefully, I don't know if it'll get deployed this week, but at least some of it hopefully will. But
the only thing that I know about Expedition that I read a comment about was, again, I haven't interacted with it myself, but it was something like...
By the sounds of it, don't do a single logbook. Wait, right? Like, just wait for a week, and then Mark will fix it.
When you put down a logbook that you can influence what it is, and it was like an Elder's logbook or something, somebody put one of those down and didn't get a single expedition. That's the only thing that I saw.
Well, that's sad.
Yeah.
So, I guess
I just wanted to mention that.
There's nothing that would prevent that, right?
There is nothing that would prevent that.
It's just incredibly unlikely. So we probably just need to add some kind of minimum guarantee. To a block to prevent that from happening.
That does need to happen.
Okay, sure.
Hopefully, someone listening on our side can write that one down real quick.
Yeah. That's the only thing I saw with Expedition. I love Ritual right now.
Right.
Do you like your infinite shopping window? Is that the strat? I use that as an expensive strat.
It is. So it was like 80 divines or something on a hardcore trade, and then 6 tablets in, I got 1 headhunter, so it did pay for itself, and then some. So nice. Very much,
by the way, it's just you're infinitely shopping for mage bloods and headhunters. That's just what you're trying to do.
Not infinite. It's 30 rerolls. Not infinite.
We have if it's more than 8, it's infinite, kind of.
Okay.
If it's more than 8,
so
it's
the limit. Cool. But yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. One of the things that I've been asked about the most, especially by other streamers, to bring up was sprint. A lot of people are a little bit unhappy with like how quickly we get knocked, and I've been especially asking like something like that we can maybe improve like the stun threshold for sprint. That like a single arrow maybe doesn't knock you.
We're having to think about this one. It's tricky because like the intention obviously of sprint is that you're not using it in combat per se. I mean, you can use it to sort of run away from combat, but the intention is that like once you're entering combat, you're not sprinting.
Yeah.
And so I guess the argument here is like, well, yeah, why should a single arrow knock you down? Like it might as well be more than 1 hit. But I worry that it would be so easy for it to get to the point where you can just kind of sprint through stuff.
Yeah.
Like I
agree.
Just projectiles don't. They just add more stun, whatever, right? Build up. But projectiles don't knock you down. But if you ever get hit by a melee, you get fucking instant knocked, right? Like, wouldn't that be easy? So you can't just sprint through shit. The problem is whenever you're sprinting, right, and then you see the pack and you stop, and then they fire the projectile at you, so you roll into the pack. That's the problem. But I think the problem is the projectiles. If they just took the projectiles away from knocking you down, I think that would be fine. And I also don't think it's that big of a deal if you can sprint away from combat.
I definitely understand where people are coming from with this, because I do get that like it can sometimes feel just like bullshit when it's like, okay, I was running away, I wasn't even really in combat, but like some random stray arrow just happened to hit me. Like that certainly sucks. But I mean, yeah, like I guess the worry is that it would be so easy to just tweak this in such a way that it then results in you just kind of using it all the time in combat, and that's what we want to try and avoid.
I actually quite enjoy it. Like I quite enjoy assessing the situations, and then you escape out of the sprint into a roll and then kind of start again, and you're kind of doing this as you're playing through, and you start to identify certain monsters that have higher probability of knocking you down and whatnot. Definitely some minions add a spanner to this, and definitely party play. Like, holy, if you're following a party member through, if there's just spamming Twister in front of you and whirling slash, and you're sprinting behind them, you're just on the floor like a bunch of the times. But like, sure.
What's causing that to happen in that case?
Because they're shooting him and it's going through and hitting me. So I'm catching stray projectiles at the back.
Oh.
It happens in party play all the time, especially party play in the campaign as well, though. You often, if you're just the
Jonathan was not happy with that.
Pretty regularly, but like, we don't think it's wrong. We're just like, yeah, it is what it is. But I actually quite enjoy it. I quite enjoy the starting and stopping and assessing when I start and when I should be sprinting and when not. And there are times where I definitely push it and I get knocked down and I die and I'm like, yeah, I deserve that. I knew what I was doing. So I don't know. I guess, are you looking at it more from a hardcore approach as well?
No, so for me on hardcore, this is like the only thing that I like kind of promised. Nearly every streamer messaged me about this. I was like, I guess I'll bring it up, but I'm hardcore, so I don't really sprint. I use it for the intended purpose, which is when there's a big zone and a lot of backtracking. So I actually, this is not the thing I feel the most strongly about already.
There are still a few cases to me where sprint gets stuck on an edge, which I wouldn't expect you to get stuck on, and I do bring those up when those happen. And that's something that I would want to improve, but I would say it's largely okay, but there are just certain places where it can be bad. And so I want to try and fix that. But what I don't want to do, because like a thing some people will say with response to that is, oh, just make it so you can just turn as fast as you want. But it's like, I do feel like that takes away from like the game of it, of like, making that as a movement feel different than other movement. And so
Can you just make it so it takes like 5 projectiles to knock you down? Right? Like, just projectiles. Melee, if you get meleeed while you're sprinting, you are ass on the ground, right? But projectiles, like or 2 or 3, right? But just one.
Yeah.
I think it's just more about like fixing just like little edge cases to me more. And then as for the stray projectile thing, I feel like it's going to be hard to come up with a balance for that. That'll be good.
I personally think it's fine. Like, I actually personally, I agree with getting stuck on things sometimes. But I personally like quite enjoy using it, deciding when to use it, when not. When I asked about the hardcore thing, I was just envisioning myself, okay, what would I do if I was playing on hardcore with that? And
you would never sprint.
I would probably not sprint very often. I would probably not be doing that. So I could see.
Isn't that bad then?
Hold F4, I guess, is what you'd be doing as soon as you've got knocked down.
Yeah.
Did we do the stun thing? Do you log back in with?
You log back in stunned, but you could sacrifice the map, which is pretty punishing. I just don't sprint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I can see why some people would assume that. Assumption would see that as too punishing. But yeah, I don't know. As you said, it can be very easy to make some changes there, and then it's just. That's it. You're just sprinting forever now, and there's no cost to it. There's no risk to it. It's just, and it would be the real fine line to cross where all of a sudden now it's, especially if it actually respected your stun threshold, like it would be very easy to just be like, oh, you take this, and now you're just like.
Just maybe projectiles,
maybe a keystone that just like makes it that the first hit doesn't knock you, but the second one would. So that one stray arrow won't knock you, but everything else would.
I wonder if that would just remove like 95% of all knockdowns. Like, how many knockdowns aren't that? Is a good question.
That's fair.
I'd have to look into it, I guess.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah,
no,
that's
it's
kind of our feelings on it overall.
like I said,
I think if anybody has a problem with sprinting into a pack and getting knocked down, they're fucking idiots. But if it's just an arrow that hits you, that's the thing, right? Like I'm like it knocking you down and you dying, it's fine. All the times I've died to sprinting, bar one, has been because I've been an idiot. There has been a few where I'm sprinting up to the pack, and then I'm like, okay, let me stop sprinting. And as I am then, like, because I didn't roll, I guess, or just as I thought it, I get hit by a little arrow, and it's like, you roll into the pack. That when that happens, it's like, ugh, really? But like, if I try and sprint past a mob or something and it hits me, or if I'm not paying attention, I sprint into a pack, right? Like, but yeah.
Oh, and the other
it's the
thing
projectiles
was,
that are
so
annoying.
you guys did give us a dodge only hotkey, but a lot of people want a sprint only hotkey.
Well, I'm not quite sure what that would be, because the roll being part of it is part of the cost. So if you could just start sprinting without rolling first, it would mean that the cost that you're supposed to be paying to start sprinting wouldn't be there, and that would kind of compromise the what the system's supposed to do. So yeah, I think that probably can't really happen. The dodge only thing was because there were people who were saying that effectively they were intending to just dodge roll and not sprint, but then they got knocked down because they held it slightly too long. That was like a certain thing. So there was just a few players saying that, and I figured we could add a hotkey for that, just to resolve that issue if that was what you were experiencing. But yeah, the thing of not having to pay the cost, that I don't think we can change.
Okay.
I've also done the dodge roll into sprint, getting knocked down.
One thing you guys added this league was Runic Ward. And I'm really curious to see, did that like pan out how you're hoping? Are you seeing people use it how you were envisioning when adding it?
I mean, people are definitely using it with certain skills. Like, I mean, there are a couple that are like pretty spicy in terms of balance, like especially that block one, which then shipped with a bug that meant the cooldown didn't start at the so not repulsion, refutation. The cooldown didn't start at the right time. So I mean, like, you know, people are definitely using it. I mean, I think this is a system we want to expand on more, though. Like, the way that I see Kalguran skills is it's supposed to be I wouldn't necessarily imagine that it's like you're building an entirely Kalguran build, although that would ideally be something that people can do if they really want. But it's more just that, like, there's skills that can find a place across many different builds to kind of like effectively serve a little bit to add to the, I guess, the thing that you had in PoE 1 more, where a lot more skills were not weapon specific. So you would have a thing where like there was sort of more just like cross contamination of different skills between builds, and Kalguran skills are supposed to sort of serve that way where they can be kind of like used on many different builds and allow you to access to mechanics that you don't necessarily.
Please just fucking open up the weapons where it makes sense. I've been cross contamination between weapon sets, please, bro. It's every time I hear talk about PoE 2, I have to mention it. Just give me a few overlaps between maces and axes and quarterstaffs, a few overlaps between axes and swords and stuff, right? Like, just a few overlaps between quarterstaffs and spears, right? Like, where it makes sense, with skills that make sense. There's no reason the quarterstaff shouldn't be able to do the whirling slash and the twisters. The quarterstaff can already do whirling assault, right? Like, why shouldn't it be able to use whirling slash? Now, it can't use the whirlwind spear because you throw it and chuck it into the ground, right? But it could absolutely do the whoosh around you and the tornadoes. Damn.
We normally get on a particular weapon set. So that's kind of like how I imagine them being used. And yeah, we'll add more to that. The initial set, I think, is like is pretty cool. Like, I think that they're, you know, that there's some interesting stuff there. But I do think that we can add more things like that. But now that we've got this as a kind of concept, it means that we can just add whenever we want to add something more. We just easily can. So overall, I like what it does in terms of, you know, how it works. But at the same time, I don't want it to be completely mandatory. Like, I don't want it to be that like every single character must have Kalguran skills, which is what you'd get if, like, you know, Ward you know, was completely trivial. Like, you do have to make the decision, like, am I playing a build that's going to include it or not?
I think that probably, like, looking at it purely numerically at endgame, I think that I do like the. I know probably the thing that people mostly are going to want to ask is, why is there a defensive trade-off for it?
Yeah.
Which I do like, but I do think it went a little bit. It's like a little bit too punitive on the loss of defenses to what you get.
Yeah.
Not obviously not in every case. But
well, it was also a very like abrupt. Cases. It was a very abrupt change. Like I believe during the campaign, it's either non-existent or barely any, and then when you get like more in-game pieces, like a big energy shield piece, suddenly it's like 40% of the energy shield is gone, and there's no way to revert it. That was a little bit harsh.
One thing that happened there, so it was a trade-off the entire time in development, and then at some point we were like, it's not. We wanted the trade-off early game to be less than in-game, but still there's a trade-off. And then over time, the more and more we played it, the more we were like, we don't like the trade-off in campaign.
Well, in campaign, it's like, you just want it to be. I mean, during the actual league itself, because bear in mind, there's going to be a difference after the league ends, right? And so once the league ends, it's going to be something you're going to encounter in in-game anyway. Like effectively, like that, you got to look at that as like being the final system in the end. Is like now, like it's always a trade-off.
Mm-hmm.
But as Mark was saying, we might have just made the trade-off slightly too much, and it's just a matter of like bringing that the amount that the defenses go down might just like be not quite as much.
It was quite hard to understand. Like it's obviously. You can understand what it means to have just runic. Like, let's say you were just converting your defenses to runic ward on in-game items. You have some pool of runic ward. It's pretty easy to look at that and go, okay, I understand what I lost and what I gained. And yes, the runic ward probably is less useful. Well, not probably. It is less useful than the defenses you traded it for sure. However, it was like, oh, well, the reason you're doing this as well should be because of all these skills and supports, and that can boost your build. But it was very hard to understand exactly how to quantify that benefit, because obviously there's all kinds of different arrays of builds and rune combos and everything. And so this is where I'm like, I think now looking at it, now that the players have had their hands on it, I'm just like, the gain of what you get, and I'm not saying in all cases, obviously there are some niche cases and whatnot and where it is worth it, but the general gain in what you get from the trade-off isn't worth it. And I don't think it's far off.
So exactly this, right? I was wondering, because I was using Refutation, and I stopped being able to because I simply didn't have enough runic ward. So whenever I used it, I just get insta-stunned despite having quality and all of that on it. But did I have quality? I think I have quality on it. Despite having like lower cost and all of that in it, it was just, I used it, I get stunned immediately, knocked down. And especially using Hollow Palm, but also just generally, I just didn't think the trade-off was worth it. So I honestly just couldn't concede it that I was not going to use Runic Ward at all, because it just doesn't seem worth it, which means I can't use any of the Curluran skills, which sucks. I really, 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 really don't like that you have to trade off defenses for it. But yeah, I mean, I get why you maybe have to, because otherwise it'd just be otherwise, if you don't have to trade off anything, right, then it's just extra defensives, which they don't want, and that makes sense, but it still just feels a little You also don't use ward over here because you have a unique chest with low ES and I need to stack ES. If you have a unique chest with low ES, you might be able to get ward on the chest piece, right? Maybe? I don't know. It's just, yeah, to me it's just not worth it, right? Because I lose evasion rating, and evasion rating is already, in a sense, evasion is a terrible defense, right? Because it's either you don't take any damage or you take all the damage in the universe, right? So you want to make sure you take fucking no damage all the time. Like, evasion rating is 100 to 0, right? Like, it's not armor, where me sacrificing a bit of armor means I maybe take like X% more damage. No, it's like literally 0 to 100, right? And then on top of that, my only DR is deflection, which is based on my evasion rating. So not only am I gonna hit way more, be hit way more often if I lose evasion rating, the times I get hit, I'm also way more often not reducing it with deflection. And on top of that, there's the energy shield cost, right? Like, so it's just not at all viable to me. I think, honestly, I think the only armor type that can arguably use it is armor, right? Because when you sacrifice some armor for Runic Ward, you're lowering the effectiveness of the armor, but you're increasing your hit pool, right? Which it doesn't really do anything for evasion, because you're either going to evade or not. And obviously, if you don't evade and you have a larger hit pool, you survive, right? But you'd rather evade. And for energy shield, well, if you're sacrificing 40% of your energy shield to get less Runic Ward, you just lowered your hit pool, right? Because the energy shield is just a hit pool increase. So energy shield and ward does the same thing, just opposite ends of the time you're taking damage. Triple armor prefix and Runic Ward is kind of nice. Yeah, but there's the thing about that as well. If you run triple armor prefix, right, then the sacrifice of the armor is much larger than if you are running only 2 of them, right? Maybe full evasion could work. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the thing is, evasion is also capped, right? So if you get to 90 and you keep being at 90 when you get the ward, you're just upgrading. For sure. Absolutely. So yeah, maybe pure evasion, but you'd have to get to 90. Because until you get to 90, it's not worth sacrificing evasion, I don't think. Or is it 95 in PoE 2? It's 90, right? I think it's... Maybe it's suppression that's... No, suppression to 100. Imagine pure evasion with a 6k hit pool. Yeah, I mean, if you get to 90, then Runic Ward is just better, right? Then it's just... Yeah, then it's the same as armor. But you have to get... We're assuming you get to 90, right? We're assuming that you cap evasion rating, and then you stay capped after.
But it's not like... It definitely isn't right. So, again...
And not running list, deflection.
Hopefully. Again, I was looking at logbooks and general Runes of Eldur stuff this week, so...
or deflection
then,
at 90.
A lot of the guy who did a lot of the numbers with that, he's in theory back today. So I can also bring it up with him and we can figure out, you know, what went right and what went wrong with some of that. But either way, definitely a discussion point. I could see a world in where all of a sudden we... I don't like saying this because people will take it as a certainty. We maybe, depending on our conversation, give some of the defenses back. It shouldn't affect, like it shouldn't, the existing items should get updated from that. So it shouldn't, but we'll see.
Please do. I think, honestly, I think for this league, they should just remove the trade-off, right? For this league. I understand that moving forward, you gotta have a trade-off. But for this league, the league where they introduce it, the league where it's like, oh look, this is the league. I think everything get Runic Ward for free, so you can really play around with the Kalguran skills. We can really fuck around with all of the combinations. You wanna add a Kalguran skill to all of your builds if you can, right? Like really incentivize it and let us fucking fuck around with it. That's a lot of fucks, and I should stop saying that. But really let us mess around with it. And then next league, the cost comes back. I think they should. I absolutely think that would be better. Even though it's unbalanced.
Regardless if you do or not, do you think you'd ever give the people the option to, like, revert the Forge? If they weren't maybe not aware of how punishing it was going to be?
Well, I guess the argument I would make there is that you can see before you do it exactly what the result's going to be.
No, you can't, because the runes fuck with it. So you have to make the runes active in the thing. If you put runes in your thing, you can't see what it's turning into, because the rune, it will show you the item without the runes in it. So they have to fix that.
So like that's the reason why this UI for this is specifically the way that it is, like, you know, where you can like get the result there. So like my inclination would not to be like it kind of like it's kind of interesting because like I wonder why this mechanic in particular feels like you should be able to do that when it's one of the only ones that actually does literally tell you exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny in that way.
Part of the problem is that it was a pure benefit all the way until it all of a sudden
until it wasn't. So I can definitely agree with that.
You didn't think to even need to look at the resultant item until then.
Correct.
You're like,
and then
hold on,
in an in-game only context, once it's like a league at the end, that won't be the thing anymore because like from the very beginning, once you're doing it, it'll be subtracting as well.
Yeah.
So that I guess will change that element. But yeah, like I mean, generally speaking, crafts just aren't undoable, right? Like it's, you know, like there's an item for that. So you know,
makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I actually got pretty lucky. Like the first thing I found, like in the literal the Rust King zone, was the concussive grenades or concussive runes, and I put it with flash grenade, and that was like a fun thing to explore early because like first I only had like 10 runic ward, and I was like, I mean I don't have a support gem, so I guess it's okay. Then I got like 50 runic ward, and it just like started like helping me a lot with clear, and I was like, oh, this is really cool. So nice. Enjoyed that early.
I have that.
So
I've been using it.
I had a question that about permanent character choices during the campaign. Obviously in PoE 1 with the bandits we can respec them. Currently in PoE 2, there's not much respecking. Is that something you'd ever consider changing?
Please.
Especially the shark fin and stuff like that?
Please.
It is intended to add support for that, yes.
Okay.
Cool.
I mean, we've got it in a few places where we've got specific UIs and so on, but it's like not consistent throughout the game. So we just need to go through and effectively make sure that we can improve that, I would say.
Yes,
yeah,
please.
Like generally speaking, we do want you to not have anything that is like, well, okay, other than, well, no, I guess there's nothing that's actually truly permanent about a character at this point, right?
Oh, the character, the class.
Except for those. I think it might just be that. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, it's obviously a hole that we need to plug. We just never got around to it yet.
Let's go.
Oh, speaking of permanent character choices, would you add an ability to either respec or disable Atlas nodes? This is particularly for hardcore.
So this is one that's come up a lot, and it's something that we can't really do, and that's because if you could respec Atlas nodes, it would mean that you would effectively be incentivized to do the ones that affect stuff that you can see on the Atlas. So what I mean by that is, like, for example, biome-specific stuff where it's like, okay, I'm entering a forest now, I'm going to respec from one thing to the other. And we just kind of don't really want that to be the case. Like, part of the design of the new Atlas tree where you get all of it and you can't respec it means that we can start having bonuses that affect things that you can see on the Atlas. So if we were to change that, it would mean we'd have to do something with that as well. But even then, the counter argument that we've heard is like, well, what if you could just disable nodes then? Like, if they're still spec, they're just disabled, right? But then the problem with that is that we feel that the level of complexity that would effectively introduce to how players feel about the Atlas would be quite high. And we're kind of a little bit like worried about that. Like, part of the thinking here with the Atlas as well is that we're kind of lowering the number of places where you need to make those choices to be quite a lot smaller because it's only the multi-choice nodes or the masters. And so that meant that, like, the intention there was like, can we get the feeling of like having in-game builds and having different strategies, but without having it to be that you have to like do these grand respecs that involve like all sorts of like different nodes and everything. And the worry is that even if we just get to the point of disabling nodes, there's going to be like this sort of feeling of like, oh, someone's going to tell you, oh yeah, you should turn these ones off and those ones off, and like you should do this. And like, it just sort of adds like a complexity to the Atlas tree that we're like hoping to avoid if we can. And so we really want to try and achieve whatever we can do without doing that. Now, the part where I feel sympathy for people is that there are some nodes that currently are adding difficulty where that wasn't really the intention. Like, the intention was that anytime we're adding, it's supposed to be that it's adding content, like there's more content for you. And so if you feel like something's adding difficulty, then we're kind of like, that isn't really what the Atlas is supposed to be doing unless it's a choice. Now, I'd say the nodes in particular that are the bad for this are the ones that are the mandatory ones to get you from the white map nodes to the yellow map nodes, if you know what I'm getting at. One, there's like the ones that are limited to like level 70 and above. And there's like ones that add mods to rares there, and those ones definitely do increase difficulty. And I would say that that's probably something that we need to adjust or do something about, because like that's effectively mandatory difficulty. Now, the funny thing about that is that the reason why we thought that was okay is because previously we had things like that happened naturally just as you went up map tiers. And so the theory was, well, if you, like, previously it's like, you know, you'd go up into yellow maps and it would increase the number of map mods that a rare can get. This is effectively just being explicit about that. Like, rather than it being something you don't even know about, like a hidden mechanic, it's now effectively
Dude, every time they talk about the Atlas, it just reinforces that it's just the baseline. They've taken things that just happened before and now put it into your Atlas tree. It is literally just a fucking baseline. The more I hear about this Atlas tree, the more I fucking hate it. But it's still better than what we had.
An explicit mechanic because you allocate it yourself, and everyone has to allocate that because they have to go through those nodes. And so that's kind of what we were thinking. But the perception of it is completely different than that. It's like, you're forcing me to add difficulty. And so it's then unclear like what exactly we should do there.
Like the scare. Oh, go on.
Sorry, I was going to say those nodes in particular are bad though as well, because there is nothing to indicate that adding more monster modifiers increases the rewards of the monster as well. Yes. Like, unless you know, and if you don't know, and then you go and look at the keyword, it just says +1 modifier.
Well, so the funny thing is when we looked, like, even the keyword doesn't technically tell you that.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually say, oh, by the way, you're getting more rewards, guys. It's like one of those things. That could be one of those things that's kind of.
Here's a wit. What if that said, what if the adding of the modifiers was hidden and it said X% increased rarity from rare monsters? And like, what if you invert?
Really what it is, it is the modifiers. You do need to know that.
Now everyone wants to know.
Yeah, you do need to know that. Yeah, it is a good point that, like, effectively it's presented as just difficulty with no rewards. In reality, it's like difficulty and rewards.
Yeah.
So there is something that we need to do there. But look, basically what the overall answer to the respec of the Atlas tree thing is that ideally we'd be in a situation that we can get to where nobody feels like they need to do it. Right, like if we can get to that point, then that means we're doing well. So we'd rather make changes to prevent the need for it, rather than actually having to add the respec.
More multi-choice,
which means more multi-choice potentially, but not so much that it feels like back to the level of complexity.
Oh, my headset.
That's fair. The scariest one for me in hardcore is like all of the Wisp empowerment is very scary. The Exile.
All of the Wisp empowerment is very scary. I mean, dude, it's kind of wild, right? Because he's 100% correct, and they're saying that there's not supposed to be difficult in there, but the fuck? I can't get my battery out. The hell? How is that so difficult? The fuck? Am I stupid? Don't answer that. Is it not supposed to go like this? What the hell? Okay. Did I put it in wrong? I've never had issues with that. But my fingers are failing me slowly but surely, so maybe that's it. Maybe that's just a... Oh man, that would suck. If I have to have Nina fucking take the battery out of my headset every time because my fingers refuse. God damn.
Essences, boss essences.
Fuck.
Boss in ritual.
Changes to prevent the need for it, rather than actually having to add the respec.
More multi-choice.
Which means more potentially, but not so much that it feels like back to the level of complexity.
That's fair. The scariest one for me in hardcore is like all of the Wisp empowerment is very scary. The Exile essences, boss essences, boss in ritual. Those are like, I haven't taken those now because I feel like that'll be very scary for new characters.
Right. Well, put it this way. If someone's recommending don't take this node, then that's a screw up that we need to improve. Okay. Right? Like, it shouldn't be that anyone ever feels that way. And that's what multi-choice nodes are for. So like, that's where we want to get to. So it's just a matter of us like going and improving the balance and like fixing things and like just making things multi-choice where necessary and that kind of stuff to make it so that you get to that point.
I've already got a handful on the radar, so we'll just keep doing it until it isn't a problem anymore.
Right.
Awesome. That's really good to hear. I'm happy to hear that. Player defense, which actually I think has improved a lot this league. But I'm particularly curious. I think the main point is Arbiter. That I would like to talk about there. There's two things. It's like Arbiter is a little bit odd when it comes to defense, where he's sort of, as a hardcore player, I feel I should just drop all my defenses for the most part and try as hard as I can to one-shot the boss, because it's very different than a lot of the other bosses where a lot of the moves are tankable. Like I'm running boss service on Arbiter right now, and I sort of just like respec into the more damage I can get. So I do like one hit on Arbiter basically, and he's gone. Because I've tried really hard to tank it, and even right now I have like the companion absorb damage thing, and I don't think I can tank a meteor still. And I think a lot of the meteors make sense enough to tank, right? They're quite telegraphed, but he does have that one in stage 2, the move where he does like the fake out beam and he goes the in out. That also is like a one shot that is, you know, if you've practiced it a lot, I can do it now, but it is like, it just feels a little bit off to me that it doesn't feel like there's much I can do to survive one shot in the fight. Just curious how you guys feel about that. Or actually, I'm curious, how do you feel about the fact that I, as a hardcore player, feel incentivized to drop my defenses for more damage?
Well, I'm all for having boss skills, especially on pinnacle bosses in particular, that are skill checks ahead of, you know, that like how you play is an important element. And I like that. I don't think that everything should just be...
So there's there's a couple of things. There's like quite a few things going on here to discuss. So like I guess we just need to handle each one individually, because one of them is like with the Arbiter in particular. Are there just some skills that aren't right now? Because it's possible that they just are in some cases.
Okay. Like let's that combo for example. Here's a problem with it. And I don't know if we've addressed this now. We were looking into it the other day, like very recently. He has his, so it's like some series of attacks where while there's a dropping, what we call like the I guess the meteor is what you were calling it. And then it has a thing where you have to actually run out of the safe zone to dodge the beam, and then you have to quickly roll back in or jump back in before it blows up. There was a problem recently, for example, where if the boss was chilled or temp changed, there wasn't a time window. So his action speed is then reduced, and his beam is based on his action speed. However, the falling meteor is based on raw time, which would mean if he's chilled or temp.
This is really interesting, and I just want to hear again, because this is one of those things where I think Cicerone is completely off.
Curious, how do you feel about the fact that the boss? Because
anymore,
right? Awesome. That's really good to hear. I'm happy to hear that. Player defense.
Again, like this is so hardcore, and also the thing I dislike the most about a bunch of the PoE PoE hardcore players is they play hardcore, right? And it doesn't seem like they want to play hardcore. It seems like they just do it for content, which is fine. But everything they do and everything they they try to do is to make it so that their characters are fucking unkillable. Which at that point, why the fuck do you play hardcore, right? And it's one of those things where it's like, is it really like you're striving towards completely removing the risk, right? Like they do things that are way under their character's level, so that they just cream the shit out of it. They rarely take any risk, especially like Quinn. He runs like white maps instead of putting any mods on them, right? Like completely risk averse in hardcore, where it's like, bro, aren't you supposed to, like, I understand not taking the same risks as I do, but still, it's like they don't go for maps unless they're completely 100% sure that they can cream the fuck out of it, right? Like, and they just uber tank everything, and it's like, okay, so you can't die, right? Like, that's the goal. Make an immortal character. And yeah, and that's, I think he has said that many times before, that he much prefer that you can make immortal characters rather than make like damaging gods. But yeah, let me hear what he said again, because I had a thought about it. And
which actually I think has improved a lot this league. But I'm particularly curious. I think the main point is Arbiter, that I would like to talk about there. There's two things. It's like Arbiter is a little bit odd when it comes to defense, where he's sort of, as a hardcore player, I feel I should just drop all my defenses for the most part and try as hard as I can to one-shot the boss, because it's very different than a lot of the other bosses where a lot.
So if you need to drop all your defenses and one-shot him, right, then there's two things. One, either you're not good enough at the fight yet, right? Or two, he has too many things that you can't tank, right? I don't think there should ever be too much of a reason, if you're good at a fight, to drop all your defenses, right? But it's 100% because there is something in that fight that he's just not good enough to do, right? That's it, right? And I've had it many times, that we do it in World of Warcraft as well, where there is this one overlap that you're supposed to be able to do, right? But it's just difficult. So instead, we just fucking throw damage at it, right? So we skip it. Yeah? That's exactly what this is. You look at a mechanic, you evaluate, am I good enough to deal with it? No, I'm not. So I'm gonna throw the fucking sink at it, right? Like, there are and it happens a lot in World of Warcraft with raiding, right? Where it's like, okay, we need to skip this overlap by facing the boss, by killing the boss, whatever. So we're gonna take a healer out, right? Make everything else harder in order to just not do this, right? And that's just a part of fights, I think. That's good, but if it's literally I need to one-shot him, the first ability he pops out is too difficult for me to deal with, then obviously there's a problem, or you're just really bad.
The moves are tankable. Like I'm running bus service on Arbiter right now, and I sort of just like respec into the more damage I can get. So I do like one hit on Arbiter basically, and he's gone. Because I've tried really hard to tank it, and even right now I have like the companion absorb damage thing, and I don't think I can tank a meteor still. And I think a lot of the meteors make sense enough to tank, right? They're quite telegraphed, but he does have that one in stage 2, the move where he does like the fake.
But like, it's like, isn't the meteor a thing that you just absolutely should not tank, right? Like, I don't remember the Arbiter so well because I creamed him so quickly. The meteors are the things that like, what the meteors are, they're not meteors, are they? Isn't it like the circle you run into and then everything else explodes? Is that what he calls a meteor? It is, right? And then he does the beam and you have to... I've never done this because I kill him too quick, but you have the safe spot, then he does the beam. So you have to move out of the safe spot and into the... like, dodge the beam and then into the safe spot. I assume you could also just wait with moving into the safe spot until the last second, right? And bait the beam outside. This is a classic fucking World of Warcraft mechanic where the thing comes in, bait thing, then move to safe spot, right? This is such a classic thing, and it should not be an issue. That is a skill issue. It's like, oh, you're telling me I can't tank this thing and completely trivialize it? That is literally what he wants, right? Like, this is so out of touch to me. It's so like, I just want to trivialize everything because I play 16 hours a day, right? Like, this is a skill fucking check. It needs to be there, right? Like, this is the thing you have. This is the fight. This is the thing, right? Am I cooked? I can understand if the timing's not okay. And afterwards, Mark does say something about lowering the fucking lowering the action speed makes it impossible, right? But they've addressed that, right? But am I cooked when I think that this is supposed to just be the fight? Right? Like, it's... Dude, I've done enough mythic raiding to know boss has 4 or 5 abilities, whatever, deal with abilities, and then as the fight progresses, there are certain overlaps that happen, and you have to deal with the abilities while the overlap happens. And one of the classic thing is dodge a bait beam, or bait big circle, or bait whatever damage, right? And then quickly hide from other damage, right? It's such a clear mechanic every time, where it's like, oh, big bad thing is coming, but if you go too soon, you're gonna die because another big bad thing is coming, and that, even though we show you this one first, this big bad comes first, right? Like, it's just trying to bait them to make a mistake, and it's part of the fucking fight. But no, I want to be able to just fucking tank the meteor. No. If anything, he should be able to tank the beam. No, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the beam is the bigger bad. But like, I don't feel like you should be able to... If I know what he means when he says meteor, that shit is so telegraphed, you should not be able to tank it.
Out beam, and he goes the in, out. That also is like a one-shot that is, you know, if you've practiced it a lot, I can do it now, but it is like... It just feels a little bit off to me. That
is Cicerin just not a very good gamer? He's practiced this a lot. Is it really hard, or is he not a very good video gamer? Because ARPGs, generally speaking, isn't that much about raw skill. They aren't. They're not raw skill, right? It's a spreadsheet, and if your spreadsheet says you win, right? That's ARPGs in a nutshell. There's very little, generally speaking, skill expression in ARPGs. Like, obviously there's a bit, right? Obviously there is a bit where you have to position yourself correctly. But PoE 2 has added a lot more because you dodge roll certain things, and you're supposed to dodge roll the same at the right time, right? They added you, they gave you a few Elden Ring mechanics to like deal with, right? Where it's like, yeah, this is gonna kill you if you don't dodge roll, right? And also all of the like mechanical difficulty of a, let's say, PoE 1, right? Where you have to click a certain spot, it's way easier with WASD, right? Like way easier. Like, is he just not very good at games? Is that the case? It might be. That's okay. But that, what he's describing, now I haven't gotten there because I killed him too quick, I think. But what he's describing, if I know it's coming, if it's telegraphed well enough that it's coming, that sounds super easy to do. Just in out, right? Like, absolutely bog standard thing to do in World of Warcraft. You're never going to get a cutting edge if you can't do this. Now, the timing might be really difficult. Again, I haven't seen it because I killed it too quickly. If the timing is super tight, then I agree it's probably too difficult. But if it's literally you walk out, he does the beam, and you roll back in and then it explodes, if you have like a second or two, that should be plenty.
It doesn't feel like there's much I can do to survive one shot in the fight. Just curious how you guys feel about that. Or actually, I'm curious, how do you feel about the fact that I, as a hardcore player, feel incentivized to drop my defenses for more damage?
Dude, there's a difference between incentivized to drop defense to get more damage and incentivized to drop all my defense to get damage, right? Now, you should, in a good game, you should never be able to drop all your defenses for damage and survive, right? But an incentive to drop some defenses to get more damage, that sounds great to me. Like, I don't think you should be able to survive if you drop all your defenses. And obviously, if Arbiter is just, yeah, your defenses don't matter. If you get hit by anything, you're dead. That's probably a problem. But, yeah. You have one here. A link.
Why is the camera stupid? Let me like have a good like angle.
Is this Arbiter Flame, right? It's not Arbiter Vash, yeah. It's not the new guy. So that's the beam, right?
What is this? Is this safe? I don't know where I'm supposed to stand. Lol.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest. This mechanic here.
Lol.
Where was it?
Lol. What is this?
I died to this the first time because whenever I see a circle, I move out of it. PoE 2 has a lot of circles move in.
Is this safe? I don't know where I'm supposed to stand. Lol.
This looks so fucking easy, bro. And he's so slow. Is that his? Oh, that's his. Now look, if these little shitters one-shot you, it's a problem. Surely that beam is not gonna one-shot you either. Dude, there's no way that beam one-shots you, right? So if you're tanky enough, that's the beam, right? So if you move in last second, you catch a bit of the beam, you should be fine. Right? This beam here, it's a long channel, right? Look, bam, right? And so you have to be out of the beam, and then what he's saying is, right, there's a meteor thing, and he beams inside the meteor, and you can't be in there. Let's see if the overlap shows up. The fake out is mean, but he's gonna do it.
What is that?
I would call that the meteor, but He survived getting hit by that shit. What is this? Dude, I've never seen this. What is that? He fucking just tanked it. The timing is the timing is rough. Let me see, how long does he have? So he has about a second. Now the question is rough, you gotta roll in last second? Clearly you don't, because he just fucking stood in it, right? Boom. And also, it's ticking damage, right? So he took the entire thing. But if you roll in now, right, for the last tick, you'll still be fine. Right? So not only did he tank the entire fucking beam, right? Look. Full HP in there. Right? I know he's spamming his potion, but he tanked it. So you can. Right? He tanked the entire thing. Now the question is, when he does this, does he aim it at the player or does he aim it at the place, right? Because if you don't run in here instantly, right? He probably has Giga Armor versus Fire and the beam did... Did you have Armor versus Fire when this was active? I don't think you did, right? Is it this season? But he aims at the ball. Okay, so you can't bait it. Okay. But you can clearly tank it. And again, you see, it's not a one big blast. It's a degen, right? So if you roll in early, you'll just take a few ticks and you're probably still fine. But sure, that was mean. I think that one's probably a little bit meaner, actually. What is that?
Wait, that's it?
Okay, I mean, I think if that's the issue, then you're being a little bitch. If you have an issue with that thing, you're being a little bitch. Like, it's not a one shot. It's a degen. So if you roll in last second and use your potion, you should be fine, right? That's the issues he's talking about. Yeah, I think that looks okay. It might be a little tight, right? But I think that's okay for a pinnacle boss. It's one of those things where you should know what's happening, right? You should see what he's doing. When he does this with the sword, you should know what's coming. So you fucking walk out. And then you should know I need to get in really quickly afterwards, right? To be fair, the beam kills most characters. You're kind of shocked you tanked it there. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I guarantee you it will kill most characters. But again, Sis is saying that he should drop all his defenses, right? Because he can't tank this overlap. And he clearly can, right? Clearly you can tank the overlap. We just saw it, right? Clearly you can. So dropping all your defenses because you cannot tank the things is just not right. The donut circle things you can't tank? Yeah. So he wants to tank the untankable shit, right? Which is like, asking to be able to tank the fucking donut is insane to me. Now, asking to be able to tank the beam is fine. Although, I think you should just play the mechanic, right? And if you just build your character so that you can tank half the beam, right? Not all of it, but half of it. All of a sudden, that mechanic is free, right? because the tankier you are, the larger your window for dodging back into the circle is, right? Because you can live the beam. Now, Alkaiser just tanked the entire beam, so we know it's possible. But if you're as tanky, imagine you're as tanky as Alkaiser, you know it's coming, and you roll in like 3 ticks before it ends, because you want to be sure you're in there. Like, free fucking W, yeah? So yeah, I think the argument he's making here is fucking stupid. And this is one of the things that I think he does that I don't like, right? Where it's like, I want to be an unkillable god, right? And that's fine. But it's not good for the game if you get that.
Well, I'm all for having
okay, I gotta get
boss skills, especially on pinnacle bosses in particular, that are skill checks ahead of, they're like how you play is an important element. And I like that. I don't think that everything should just be
So there's a couple of things. There's like quite a few things going on here to discuss. So like I guess we just need to handle each one individually, because one of them is
100% agree with
the
Mark.
Arbiter in particular. Are there just some skills that aren't right now? Because it's possible that they just are in some cases.
Okay. Like let's that combo, for example. Here's a problem with it. And I don't know if we've addressed this now. We were looking into it the other day, like very recently. He has his. So it's like some series of attacks where while there's a dropping, what we call like the I guess the meteor is what you were calling it. And then it has a thing where you have to actually run out of the safe zone to dodge the beam, and then you have to quickly roll back in or jump back in before it blows up. There was a problem recently, for example, where if the boss was chilled or temp changed, there wasn't a time window. So his action speed is then reduced, and his beam is based on his action speed. However, the falling meteor is based on raw time, which would mean if he's chilled or temp changed, then your safety window is gone. You just either have to die to the beam or die to the meteor. You pick your death. Now, surviving the beam is probably higher probability, so that's very bad.
So I think point number one is that there are just bugs and skills. But also, so one thing we did actually, by the way, is we had a look at the time that you died, and the thing that you died to, which wasn't that boss, of course. And you were fighting this random crab, in.
Oh, my death this thing
from a remnant encounter, and like we looked into that particular crab. And that crab, when it dies, there's this like the normal version of that crab, which is like a fire one from Act 2. It's got this thing where if you kill it while it's charging up, it like fires these like little mortar things that like hit the ground around it. But like that particular thing was bugged in the version that was happening from the remnant encounters. So it was just doing like 20 projectiles immediately. Like they all just hit the ground like pretty much instantly.
If you're standing on that monster when it dies while it's using that skill,
you just die.
You die.
And
instantly.
that monster is the highest kill count of any non-boss in the game right now.
Okay.
No. It's like third.
A third? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
The point is that there are just so like the point I'm trying to make with that is like there's going to be bugs sometimes in in both like boss skills that are new and like boss and like just monster abilities that we have. Or like hell, there was that thing with that frickin' spider. Where he was accidentally doing 100 projectiles over 100 milliseconds for a total of 200,000 damage. That like that was not like that on Life for very long. Like we found that pretty quickly, but it's like a 200,000 damage hit was not really something that was intended.
Wow.
You think watching HD Arbiter is actually cinema? And I think it needs to be, right? Like, watching Arbiter should be this thing, and you should not be able to one-shot it. I think when Alkaiser fought it, it looked fucking free. Bro, he's so slow moving around there. His character, right? And it looks so free. It looked like he's barely doing any damage ever, and like he's barely being challenged with anything, and he just kills it. Right, like,
and like
not from that.
yeah. So like, sometimes there's just bugs like that. So like, that's thing number one, right? Like, we just need to fix those. And the trouble is, of course, in hardcore, that it's like like just a single bug like that can just ruin a huge amount of time, right? And that sucks. And so that's something that we do. And like, no amount of defensive changes would have made you able to deal with the 200,000 damage coming your way.
Yeah.
You know, like that's just like something.
I did watch the clip and I was like, should I have done something different here? So that
no, you did get screwed there for sure.
Yeah.
And like, but the thing is that even some of the other things, like when we watched that clip, there was like a couple of other things about those specific monsters. So we like looked into the specific monsters. So the thing we specifically did is we're like, okay, what are the monsters that are killing people the most? Let's go through and see why their abilities are screwed. And then like you found like several things there, if I recall. That, yeah. And like that's just gonna happen because like and in the case of some of these, they're literal typos. Like you can see someone just typed a number in the wrong column and stuff like that. Sometimes they're just like what can you do? Like, and it's really hard because something like no one happened to ever notice that they were on top of one of those crabs when it died, and it did that before. During QA. So
obviously we're quite far away from Arbiter of Ash. We'll circle back to that, but let's go through some of those monsters, for example. So the highest non-unique kill count, and it is I think third overall of all kills in the game, is one of the breach monsters. I don't know their actual name. We call it Breach Lunaris monster, but it has like a bunch of spikes and it overextends the spikes and hits the ground, and it does like a barrage of spike attacks, and each of those spikes hits the ground and releases like chaotic sparks. I think while you're in the breach, the chaotic sparks blend in with the ground with the breach purple to the point you pretty much can't see them. And so I was looking at it yesterday and I'm like, I reckon you just can't see those projectiles at all when you're doing an actual breach, let alone if there's just ruckus happening. And yeah, pretty much there's a bunch of just chaotic spells coming out doing chaos damage. I mean, chaos damage is a killer for sure, but I saw that and I was like, well, there's just zero visibility here. As far as players are concerned, you're probably just dying to just something. It gives that, it creates that whole like, I just died. I don't know what happened. And yep, that monster's bad. It currently checked yesterday, it had 987,000 kills. That one monster, kind of a lot. What was next? I mean I'm trying to think what was second. There's a few bosses that are bad. So
is the ultimatum bird high up?
Say again?
Is the ultimatum bird high up?
No, actually, and probably just because it's probably high relative to number of fights, but it's not like raw number of kills.
Yeah, okay.
We did nerf the tracking on that guy's kick attack while you were.
It's not. I wouldn't say you nerfed it. You made it aim the wrong way. He just comes down and just starts kick. I'm like on this side of him, and he just starts kicking over there.
Okay, well, anyway that thing used to track way too hard and was like.
Well, now it doesn't.
Okay, now it's broken.
Now it doesn't track.
Cool.
It just kicks the opposite direction. Anyway, the other boss, I guess what you'd know as Varana, the Reaper boss. And there's a non-Varana version, the one that's from Stones of Searle that also spawns an endgame. Two abilities on that. It has like a red flash where it red flashes and then deals damage like 300 milliseconds later, and it's like these 5, could be 6. No, it's like 5 lines on the ground in a kind of like semicircle. They shotgun. So if you're right next to the boss and you run, you can get hit by all 5. You will die 100%. It also just has no telegraphing time. So in that case, it's like, okay, we're going to make it not shotgun. We're going to add an extra second to the telegraph. And also, it doesn't need to be a red flash. It can just be blocked, etc. Okay. So we're doing that. And then you got like...
The thing that's unique to hardcore is that it only takes one mistake on our part to screw you.
Yeah. And
so it's like, unfortunately, we just have to keep just going through these and finding them. And that's just an inherent danger of hardcore, unfortunately, is like, now the funny thing is that like, in a PoE 1 context,
Can I just say, on hardcore, it only takes one mistake on their part to screw you. Sure. But it also only takes one mistake on your part to screw my map, and I get pissed off about that as well.
Less monsters getting added in a given league, so you're less likely to just randomly run into like some new monster that just didn't get tested right yet. There's just less monsters getting added and so on, so it's like less of an issue. But in PoE 2, because we're frantically adding so much content, like constantly, it's really easy for us to just miss things. Like the number of things like monsters and bosses and stuff that get added is like so insane that it's like you miss. Now, I suspect that that'll settle down a little bit, as like, not that we're going to be adding less content exactly, but like it'll probably just be a bit less frantic in terms of like adding stuff that's not getting as much testing as what it needs to get in that kind of context. And as I said, it's so easy to miss these. So that's like giant global point number 1 on like defenses in hardcore as a topic.
Well, yeah, but I also like. I mean, just to quickly fire through it, you got the Wolvenhold boss that appears in maps. He does like a slam, and then it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. If you're in that, you die. You get hit like 8 times. If you're right next to him, you're fine. You get hit once. I don't know why. If you're like a little bit away, you'll just get hit many.
Oh, that's what killed me as well.
He's like number 4 boss. As Marty, end of part 2 interlude, his dash. I thought it was just an effect. Well, we also looked into it yesterday. If you're close to him, it hits you twice, which is guaranteed death.
I don't even know that. No wonder that thing's.
Varana back to that
That's
same
also
boss.
the thing that just randomly killed me. Not this year, this season.
0 telegraphing. It just all of a sudden it's doing it, and if you get caught in that stun push as it's pushing you, you will die. None of these are intended, by the way, is what I'm getting with this. So there's like heaps of this, and then there's just a bunch of other monsters as well that they just delete you.
Are you aware of the expedition boss shotgun?
That's the one he was talking about at the very start. If you're talking about the pinnacle boss with the literal shotgun.
Yeah.
I already drastically reduced that, but did we patch note that? I feel like we patch noted that. Maybe it isn't. So I, by the way, turned the damage of that, divided the damage by 10, and then divided the projectiles by 2. So it's 20 times less damage than what it was on release day.
Okay.
And people were getting one-shot by it then, just by existing. To be fair, it is 50 really small hits, so it's very, very armor mitigatable at least.
Yeah.
Armor strong.
You get hit by all 50, of course. You'd have to be in a very. I don't know if that's actually possible. You might just still get hit by a chunk, but yes, that was dealing. That was the one that was doing 200,000 damage.
Okay.
Give or take.
Right.
Now you could understand. Now if it's divide by 20 and you get hit by all of them. Well, that's still 10,000 damage, but that was that was 200,000 damage, 0 defenses, by the way, just to be clear. So any evasion, any armor will obviously help. And if you get hit by all of them and you have only 10k ES, I guess you still die.
Yeah.
Anyway, some of these need a little bit of look at, but like
now it just doesn't kill you anymore, I guess. Okay.
Insta killing people on day 1, it's just like holy crap, go change some numbers quick. I don't want like the reputation of the boss to just be it's one-shotting everyone. So that one's more urgent. But yes. Anyway, all these monsters and bosses that I was just talking about, we have like a pretty big list.
Okay.
There's a point in where, let's say I talked about that 980,000 kills, which was obviously a cool stat, but like I would say the top 15 of all monsters in the game, well, let's say that rank 16 on that list has about 300,000 kills. So it goes from 300,000 to 900,000 kills, or more like 1 million kills in that list.
Yeah.
Over 15 monsters. And it really is just, unfortunately, 3 of them are in Runes of Elder encounters. And they're all crabs, I think. Why all these crabs just happen to be OP. But the point is, it's like, and especially because you're doing that area to area, you will encounter it enough where you're just like, what's going on here? I'm just like getting killed, and it feels like there's nothing I can do about it all the time. So we're going to address a lot of those, and I have asked for the stats to be automated now, such that like every day after League, I'm effectively getting a center report of all the monsters that have killed all the players, just to help mitigate it. But obviously the best thing to do would be to prevent the mistakes from happening at all. It can just be quite hard.
There's a lot of numbers that go into a monster, and only one of them being wrong can be the result. So and then especially because of the fact that like it's incredibly build sensitive too, there's just a lot of things you'll just never run into unless you're playing the right build. Like, if you're not standing on top of the crab, then you don't die. So
my hope with all that, to tie into defenses, is to get rid of all the anomalies that effectively invalidate defenses because they wouldn't have worked because the balance is so out of whack that there's kind of nothing you could do. That's stuff that's just mistakes on our end, and I feel like getting rid of the majority of those will help a ton with making it actually feel like if you invest in defenses, they're actually, you feel tanky.
Yeah.
However, circling back to Arbiter of Ash, which I know is your initial question, again, I am of the personal opinion that I believe that skill-based one-hits are fine. I like
they're
them.
well telegraphed.
I agree with that.
There needs to be a specific thing. But just to be clear about this as well, like it is the expectation that if you're playing hardcore, you probably can't just walk into a pinnacle that having never seen anything about it before and expect that you're going to be able to dodge everything flawlessly, because like there are things you will have to know about. So what I'm saying, I guess, there is that like it is the expectation. Like, so if you're playing software, obviously like then the expectation is you don't have to research the boss. You can just walk in, you're going to die a few times, and then it's going to be okay, right? Obviously in hardcore you can't deal with that, right? So you're going to have to research the boss to be able to deal with it, because there are like, you know, long telegraphs of things that you need to be able to dodge properly.
If they don't make it so that hardcore characters, generally speaking, fail on their first, second, third try, right? Then the boss is going to be too easy. If you go in blind... God damn it, I have to close this door. If you go in blind on hardcore and you fail, right? And you don't fail, and it's your first time, you're completely blind, right? Then the boss is just not difficult enough. Or you go over gear, I guess, but that's my take.
And so yes, you do need some of that stuff.
Yeah, I agree with that. And yeah, I mean, that is the boss I'm farming right now. It was more the question of the fact that I feel like I should be dropping all my defenses. Because
I mean that definitely doesn't seem good for sure. Like turning yourself into a glass cannon like that doesn't seem right. But the question is, what can we do about it?
Yeah, it's a tough one, because like Maven in PoE1 has a lot of one shots, right? She has like the brain blast and failing the memory game, which feel very telegraphed. And actually, that's one of my favorite bosses. I really like Maven. Whereas like the Arbiter, it feels like almost everything is a one shot. It doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like it's pinnacle move that's one shotting me. It feels like almost everything one shots me. And
what? We just watched Al Kaiser. He tanked the entire beam. What the fuck are you on about? What? He got hit by the guy's big fucking blast from the sky. Like, not the meteor, right? But he flies up and he goes down and slams the entire ground. He does it like 3 times. The 2 small ones and a big one. He got hit by the big one. And he was fine. The fuck do you mean? Was he just overgeared as fuck, or definitely tankable? The hell?
A lot of it is quite telegraphed. But just because of that, I'm like full invested into damage when I'm doing Ash. So I'm literally one-shotting him. I guess that's the main point I wanted to discuss.
If you can one-shot, he can one-shot, right? Fair trade.
That's fair. I was just
How are you looking at it?
No. I mean, so okay, removing the meteor and the like lane wave ability from him, do you think his other skills are not in the right spot? Is that what you're saying?
So,
when you say everything in one shot,
what you're saying there is that those are the 2 skills that are intended to one-shot people, right?
Yes.
So that's the one-shots we want. The rest we don't.
I think the corridors used to be a problem. I think we've done a really good job with those now, because they used to be able to sort of spawn where you couldn't get in range sometimes, and the fact that they were one-shotting then was a bit of a problem. I think the meteors that are going down, most of the time they can sometimes still be a little bit like bad spawn points.
Dude, again, the whole corridor thing, like, I understand the argument that if you can't get there, you can't get there, right? But can I just say, if you can't get there, it's because you're not playing again or correctly, right? Like, I know that they got nerfed, right? But we look at it here. Let me just find the corridor. Here. Right? Like, because they alternate sides. Right? There, right? So what you want to do is be in the middle, right? And like, he is in the right spot, so standing still is fine. But right now, when it then turns, because he was in the middle, even if it was out here, he'd be able to get there, right? He's standing in the correct spot. He's standing in the middle of it. And then again, his character's so fucking slow. I guess maybe he couldn't have reached there then. Does he not have any movement speed on his boots? What's happening? But right now, he's in the middle again. Even if it's out here, because he's in the middle, it should be okay. Now, he's probably wrong, right? He should probably be moving down here. Because now he's very close to the edge and very far away from here, right? So if it spawns down here, yeah, you've made a mistake and you've had plenty of time to redo it, right? Like, because he was standing there watching, right? He's in the safe zone for this long, just waiting instead of moving down here, right? So if it's now it spawned here, so he's lucky, right? But if it spawned down here, well, I guess they fixed it as well. But if it spawned down here, he wouldn't have been able to make it. And look, now he's staying up here rather than moving down. He does see it, so he moves down a little bit, right? Like, you should be in the middle. Right now, he has a bunch of things that he can reach that can never spawn because it's off, or should never be able to spawn because it's off the platform, right? So this thing is a positional thing, right? Now, I understand that if it spawns where you can't see it, because I think that was one of the issues, right? It would spawn off the, like, out of view, right? Off the screen. And then you have no chance, right? But if it spawns on the screen, as long as you make sure to center yourself and not move up here, right? That's the skill check of something like this. And I feel like it's not being done. Like, Kaiser is definitely not doing it, albeit he's fine, right? But it might be because he knows that it was changed and so he can do whatever the fuck he wants because now it's kind of free, right? But when he's standing up here, you see he rolls that way, right? He is here. Instead of moving down, he risks it spawning down here and he has no chance, right? Whereas it can't spawn here, which would be a really good spot for him. Wait, no, it's this way, right? Well, no, this one's the one that just spawned. It can't spawn here because that's off the platform. So I guess on one hand, he's limiting that he never needs to go this way, so he knows he can just go this way. But on the other hand, he kind of risks it going here, maybe. With the new way it works, he's probably just up here and limiting the amount, so it's easier, right? Because that's another thing you can do. But when it would spawn off screen, right? This would be the issue, I think. Because I think I did it when it had those issues, and I just stood in the middle of it. Like, make sure you're in the middle. Make sure you're in the middle. Now, if you move up here and that eliminates this entire path, right? All of these, because it can't spawn outside the platform, and you know you have to go down there, that could also be a way to deal with it. But it looks like they just spawn next to you. So I don't know. I think sometimes when people criticize encounters and stuff, it's because they don't do it correctly.
I personally, I'm a big fan of like some sort of debuff. So like if you've invested a lot, like say 90 fire rest and you have 5k life, maybe you should be able to tank 1 meteor, but not 2. Like it comes with a big debuff.
Bro.
Something like that.
I mean, possibly. I was more thinking outside of those two skills, do you think he's balanced?
Yeah, it's mostly, yes.
Okay, so if you weren't capable, I guess that's the risk of going full glass cannon anyway there, is if you weren't capable to kill him before those things happen, then you would have to deal with his other abilities, which would obviously be rough, but okay. I mean, I don't want to say these things are perfect, and we've obviously iterated on them, but however, I do really enjoy doing the fight.
Dude, this is so... He says everything one-shots, and then it's actually only the 2 things that should one-shot, and he's like, no, I want to be able to tank the one-shots. Like, bro, stop. I'm a big fan of debuffs where you can tank 1 meteor. Bro! No, you're a big fan of winning, so you want to make it easier. That's the thing. No. Like, if they're unfair, increase the timing, right? If the corridors are too hard, yeah, they make them spawn closer, right? If they're still, so that's a fix. If they're still too hard, just give us like a quarter of a second longer on them, right? The same with this like beam mechanic. If it's too hard to dodge in after the beam hits before the meteor hits, just give us like a quarter of a second longer to do it, right? Rather than be like, nah, just ignore mechanic if I'm tanky enough.
Which is why I'm like, I don't know, like, I understand these things are always divisive, but it can be that it's different. Like, okay, now that it's, you know, a mid-boss in the quest line, for example, of the end game, I could see a need for some changes for that specific version. But if someone wants to build their character a specific way to optimize killing a specific boss of which they are specifically target farming, I am 100% okay with that as well. Okay. That being said, I understand it's distasteful that it's just get as much damage as possible, sacrificing everything else at all costs. But technically every fight is that to some degree. Like, you just insta-phase everything and everything's completely fine. So like, it is a tricky question, and I don't think in that case it's even necessarily specific to Arbiter of Ash. I think I agree on most.
Dude, this is just such a player. I ruined the game for myself. Now fix it. Right? Like, that is literally what it is. I ruined the game for me. Fix the thing so I don't ruin it for myself. Bro, you could just not go one-shot it and actually fight it, right? You could just not be like, I need to be super fucking efficient and blah, 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 right? You could just not do that and go fight it, right? I feel like I'm incentivized to spec all damage and then, but you could just not and then be good at the game and kill it instead of being like, yeah, I just need to cheese it because I can. Like, goddamn.
Others, speccing tanky is an option, but generally speaking, if you can insta-kill a boss, that is the safest defense of all time.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I don't know.
There's another topic on defenses that I want to mention, basically understanding what killed you, which is, you know, something that I think as well that we need to work on. So, like, it's a very common request we've had is like for a death recap.
Yeah.
And that is something that I traditionally have kind of been a bit, I don't really know if I want this. But I do actually now would say that I have passed the point of believing that this is something that we probably should have.
Yes, please.
And in particular, the thing that I want to be able to do is communicate, like, here is what your defenses actually did. Right? Like, and thus you can see, like, what was the part of this, like, that, I think that's the part that, to me, that matters, that I want to actually communicate to someone, is like, the reason that, like, to try and get across to you, the reason that you died is because you didn't have enough fire resist or something like that, or the reason that you died is because you were shocked. Like, these are things that I kind of want to try and get someone to, like, to understand. But the other part as well, I think, is the idea.
So you give me my death recap, right? You showed me all the damage I took within X 20 seconds or whatever. You show me what my defenses did. You show me what hit came through that I evaded. You show me what DR, what I deflected. You show me what took my energy shield. You show me, and you take a snapshot of my character's status whenever I got hit by that thing, right? And then if it's multiple small hits from the same monster, you kind of bundle them in together to one hit over X, like one damage over X hits, right? Like, and then you show me what my defenses did, and you show me what debuffs I had and what buffs I had, so I can see what wasn't up, what was I afflicted by, and all of that shit, right? Like, that it shouldn't be that hard.
Of like, ideally there would be some way to understand, like, okay, the reason why this felt like a one-shot to you was actually because you started before that point where that hit you, you actually had like, 30% life or something like that, and you just didn't notice, which is like another thing that can be an issue. Yeah. So that's the sort of thing that I would hope that something like a death recap would be able to address. Oh. So that's something that I am sort of on board with doing, but it's going to take quite a lot of finesse and like UI and all that sort of stuff to actually get to the point of being able to communicate that really well. Because like those are the specific things I want people to understand when they're doing things. Is like, yeah, what was actually the cause of this? Now, obviously in a hardcore context, that's less relevant. But the other thing that it could do is like actually surface when things are broken to us, but more specifically, because it might be possible for us to therefore see like, oh, this thing that killed you did like a clearly unreasonable amount of damage. Like now it's something that people can actually report as opposed to like having absolutely no idea. So that's something that could also potentially.
Dude, I've been saying death recap since I started playing PoE 1. It was the first thing I started saying we need. Like I started PoE 1 in Affliction League, right? I've been asking for a death recap ever since. Because when I die and I have no idea what killed me, there is 1,000 things happening on the screen and I can't see any of it for my own spell effects, right? So I want to know what fucking killed me. Was it Detonate Dead? Was it like a debuff? Was I shocked, right? Because in PoE 1, it's like you're 100%, you're 100%, you're 100%, gone. And it's like, huh? And don't get me wrong, sometimes you see it, right? But a lot of the times it's just like out of nowhere, out of left field, something just comes flying in and you're dead. Like, huh? I've been asking for it for, years at this point. Hopefully they're finally going to do it.
Help with in the other situation as well.
To be clear, this is more than theoretical.
Oh, Blitz, I saw that you're entering Act 4, actually. That's been a while since you said it. I just forgot to address it. You're still lost? Act 4 is good. And if you're killing things, you're not that lost. You're fine. Everything's going well. But maybe Waystone 15 is a bit off.
We do have a not good enough version of it on our local realm already. But it is very much not good enough.
Yeah. I was worried about saying that because it means people are expecting it like next week, which it certainly won't be. But look, I put it this way: I appreciate the need for something like this as a form of like being people be able to understand, like, especially like what were my defenses even doing.
It's educating.
Was it even helping me at all? Oh. So yeah, that is something that is on the cards for us to try and think about.
Very good. I know we're almost at.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, figuring your way around Act 4 is not exactly difficult. I get that it's your build that you're completely lost on. Are you just bear blasting around slamming?
At a time here. But there's a few points in the game right now, and I would say, especially when I phrase this, when going from like the interlude or like early maps, I end up on hardcore having like, let's say 1.7k life and thereabouts, and I try to have like a lot of defense investment where I can on hardcore, but I feel like there's some awkward points in the game right now where I just like can't, like I don't have enough agency over my defense and I sort of can't invest in it enough.
Yes.
And I end up, even at tier 15 maps, if I have 1.7k life in tier 1 maps, I might have 2.5k in tier 15 maps. I just feel like I'm not really able to put enough investment into it, where previously in PoE 1, there's the life on the tree, there's resist on the tree. Right.
Yes.
We don't have anything to like patch it up, so to speak. We don't have that like intermittent defense, which usually for the endgame, very often I would say go Energy Shield. Energy Shield's still very strong.
Dude, this is I've been saying this since the start of PoE 2 as well. And it's finally happening. They're finally saying it. I've been saying this since the first season. I don't have enough avenues to fix holes in my character. I don't have enough shit on the passive tree. I don't have enough things I don't have enough little gears I can fiddle with. I don't have enough dials I can screw on to fix the issues in my game. I can't add more defense. I can't add resistances outside of the sockets, and when they're full, they're full. Can't spec into it on the tree. Can't craft anything onto it. There's essences, but you don't get that many of them in the campaign, right? During the campaign, I can't fix my issues. I can't get more life because it's not on the tree, and if I put it in on runes 1, they're really, really low amounts. They buffed them this season, right? And then I lose resistances that I then can't get anywhere else. I need stuff on the talent tree that is really good early and then maybe falls off scaling later, right? Where you'd rather want the points for something else. We need it. I need ways to fix my issues.
But there's like that awkward stage where I don't have enough control over my defense.
And you reckon that that's kind of like mid maps? That's the kind of like
I'd say like
what you're saying just then?
Early maps. I think Energy Shield defense is in a really good spot. I have a lot of...
No, it's throughout the entirety of campaign, bro. It's the entire early game. You don't have the agency until you hit like later stages of the game. I'm in tier 12 maps right now. Right? I got to Waystone 12. I swapped my chest from like an Act 3 chest. No, my head. I swapped my head from an Act 3 head yesterday in tier 10. I swapped my chest from like an Act 3 or Act 4 chest in like maybe Waystone 1 or 2, and I didn't swap it until yesterday. Like... Calm, please, for the love of God. Cocaine Bear feels more like drunk sad beer that doesn't know his own strength. Okay. What are you doing on it? Blitz, I can actually pull your character up if you tell me your if your profile is what's it called, public. If you tell me your account. I think. Can I? Let me see. Oh. That didn't fix shit. Okay, got it. Okay. Where the fuck did it go? Let me just be sure that this is not... It's not. Blitz Bear. Okay, I'll see if I can... They might have... Okay. Oh, bro. Didn't they make it so that you can just search for things? Or did they change it? Wasn't there a... But you could have like in PoE... in POB. Oh, you can't do that, huh? So POB for Path of Exile 1, instead of logging in, you have like a... You can just search for the account, and you can just find whichever account you want. But in POB for PoE 2, I can't do that. I'd have to find the character, I guess. If I can. I don't know if I can. It won't be on PoE Ninja, will it? I don't think so, right? No way. Yeah, no way. Okay. Well, I can't. You used to be able to... Okay, I can use that at least. Just gotta open the game up. just gotta open the game up. Because I used to be in POB 1, I could take exactly what you just gave me, Blitz, and I could then load your character into POB. But I can't do that for POB 2 for some fucking reason. I don't know why they changed it, but they did. Let's see. Is there a way? No, I don't think I can. Okay. Well, we can, if you tell me what you're doing, what skills you're using, I might be able to help you a little bit. But I don't know if you're working right now, so it might be a little bit much.
Whether I want to go evasion ES, block ES, or just stack really, really high ES. Like energy shield is obviously very strong. But for life, there are builds, by the way, that are really good as life stackers and stuff. But I just feel like there's quite a few builds that I've just been unsure what to do. Even on my minion summoner, until I found refutation, I was in a little bit of an awkward stage, and I was like, what do I do now?
I actually think that it kicks in earlier as well, by the way. I think that the late campaign suffers from this problem as well,
probably right.
Where the average value of your item obviously goes up to the point you get more rares, you get more mods, you end up with like a decent amount of resistances, and now you get that thing where I have to trade off my resistances. Like I've seen 70 rare body armors or something by some point. That number is not accurate. And I found the best one, and now every single one has to compete with the best sample size of all of those. And so I do think even late campaign, you can craft to solve your defenses, but then you're costing life and resistances, and you get this thing where you can't. It's really becomes really, really difficult to make the trade-off. And I think that, I mean, even you said as well that the value of rare items in the latter half of the campaign starts to diminish, and there's some problem here where really early it feels really impactful, and then it kind of just slowly goes kind of downhill as to trying to solve these problems. So I agree with them.
On some level, it's hard to address the specific thing you're talking about there, though, because like you're just seeing a lot of rares, and at some point, like you have to filter through more of them to be able to get something that's an upgrade.
Where things like essences are meant to come into play, right? It's where some of these crafting mechanisms are meant to help. But
also runes and things like that.
Runes are like, you know, I don't know if you noticed, we did kind of buff some of the like defensive.
You have your current build mapped on Builder. I don't know if a link will work though. So you have it in like POB, or what do you have it? Are you using Path of Building? In Path of Building, there's a export thing you can do. If you're doing it on the website, POB. So if you go to POB, let me see. There's import export, right? And if you read there, build sharing, right? You can generate a code share this build with other Path of Building users, and you just generate, right? And you should get like a, and you should pick the POB, right? Thing or whatever. And just copy it and you can send it. Exactly, POB, yeah. You can import your character, right? You don't have to map it out. If you go to the import place, you can log in to your character and you can just pick it. Like if I take here and I just generate, I have, well, you can't see it obviously. Let me fucking, god damn it, I have to change things. Okay, Okay, we're just gonna do the small window so I don't have to look. I don't know if you can see. No, you can't. You can't fucking see. Whatever. Do the big window. Here. Right, like here, if you log into your character, you load these, import, right? And then you generate, and you just copy this thing, right? And you get the code. Now you can't send it in Twitch chat, it seems. It's too long of a fucking message. But yeah, like that's the way to do it. But yeah, okay. Then I might be able to help you with some things. If you want.
Runes and 050, because they were not really, I mean, the intent was to help with this. Maybe it didn't go quite far enough. Maybe we need more avenues. Again, as I said, some of the essences, I mean, overall, essences can be quite useful, but I would say some of them don't hit the mark, especially as their usefulness when they should. They're just
also the availability of them.
Tools missing for sure, especially how rare they are. Like, if I'm talking late campaign, you're not necessarily, you can't just be like, okay, I'm going to go get this essence. Like, that's not a thing you can say. So there are some issues here, 100%. But yeah, it's
put it on the
tricky
tree
to solve for sure.
I mean, a lot of people in response to this will say to us, and this is a really common thing, you should just put life back on the tree. And the reason why we don't want to do that is just because we're really critically afraid of getting to a situation that we had in PoE 1, where if you don't know to allocate life on the tree, you are just screwed. Like, there is no possibility that you can survive. And like that's always been our concern. We just don't want to get back to that situation again of like, you just have to know to do that. And I do.
But resistance is on the tree, bro. Put resistances on the tree. Put flat defenses on the tree, right? It's fine if they don't want life there. I get it. That's okay. But put other things at the tree, right? You're at work at the moment, but hopefully you can get a moment of downtime to both a blessing and a curse. Oh yeah, that's completely fine. You can also... Do you have my Discord, Blitz? You can also just message there if you need a little bit of a help. What is it? I don't know. But yeah, one thing, if you're struggling with damage, right? There are obviously things you can do on the passive tree, right? If you've made decently offensive choices on the passive tree, then that's not where you need it, right? The biggest way is weapon, right? Get yourself a better weapon. I don't know when you last swapped it. Get a high number, right? High number of damage on weapon, right? But another thing you can do is look into what skill are you actually using and how do I beef up that skill with either support gems or things that I can use with different abilities, right? Like, one of the things I do is, if you're doing physical damage, find something that can break armor, right? That's massive. There's curses that can, if you're doing, let's say you're doing fire damage, right? There's an elemental weakness curse that makes them take more elemental damage, right? There are effects like blind and stuff that you can interact with damage. There's days that can interact with damage. It doesn't unless you do other things as well, right? But there are things where if you freeze an enemy, you get extra damage. If you kill a shocked enemy, you get extra damage. If you cull an enemy, you get extra damage, right? If you crit an enemy, you get extra damage. And those things you can put those support gems into a different skill, use that skill, get the buff. That's what I'm doing, right? Like, one of the things you can do is find a way to get power charges. Now, how do you get power charge? You're playing a druid. There's a skill called Devour. If you devour a corpse, you then get a power charge. Then you can spend that power charge on Rend, which is the basic attack of the Wyvern form. So you'd probably need 2 talismans, right? You're currently using Area Slam as your main damage tool, but you just unlock Rampage. Rampage is really cool, right? So if slams, they have a bunch of things where they interact with the ground stuff, right? You can put down... you could do... for slams, you can look at... what's it called? Seismic Cry or Infernal Cry. There's washouts, right? You can use those as a bear. There's at least a thing you can put them in, like a bear cry as well. So they're mace skills. There are cries in there that interact with slams. If you'd use them, they'll buff your slam. That's a thing. Very heavy into stun. Seismic Cry. I think it's Seismic Cry. If you hit a stunned enemy or stun an enemy with it, you'll get big damn. Now, if you have things on your slam that makes it stun more, just be aware that that is a support gem you're not using for damage, right? Stunning enemies doesn't actually do damage. It just makes them do nothing. So you might have to take stuff out of stun and put into damage then, right? If you have a bunch of stun nodes allocated on the tree and you have stun support gems, they're not actually giving you damage. They're just stunning them, right? Especially for bosses, when you stun them the first time, then it takes longer to stun the next time. But if you're stunning them, I think it's Seismic Cry, but I'm not sure. Read them, right? That will empower your slams afterwards, like a couple of them. So that's an option, and it's a really good one. Rampage is a long duration thing. So something like a Rend there, right? Like turn into the Wyvern, eat the freaking eat the corpse, get power charge, use Rend, then you get a buff for, I think it's baseline 10 seconds that gives you 50% extra damage. And it's literally just you do your damage and then 50% of more damage afterwards, right? And it's lightning damage. So if you're not you scale your regular damage, your physical damage, or whatever you're doing, fire damage, slam damage, whichever way you've decided to scale it, and then you just get 50% extra, right? And it lasts for 10 seconds or so. And all it needs is you to devour a corpse to get a power charge, and then do a Rend, and you get the buff. So that's a way to do it. But yeah, we can... Understanding all the different terminologies really help you understand damage. Exactly. And that's what I've been saying from the start as well. Read the keynotes or the keywords, right? Read the gems. See what applies. And that'll then tell you what helps scale it and stuff.
I think that in that regard, like PoE2 does like have the situation where you can take the tree a little bit more face value. Like
yeah, all increases get added together, right? You're losing service. You don't want you to go on a tangent for someone who can't even hear you. That's fine. That's fine. I can probably help you. I can probably help you when you get home or something. Like you can throw me a message. I think you have my Discord, right? You just throw me a message and we can look at it if you want. Or if you want to figure it out yourself, that's cool.
You don't have to specifically know exactly what to do. And still be successful. Now, obviously, there's you need stuff where you've got builds that are good and people do have their build files and to tell each other how to do things. And that's obviously still important. There's still a lot going on there. Like I wouldn't say that we've gone to the point where that's not required. We're far from that.
Yeah.
But I do think that just like the ability to just like get through the campaign without by taking the tree at face value is something important. And the worry is that if life is on the tree, we have to balance for life being on the tree. Now you must allocate life on the tree. And now you've just got this noob trap that you can fall into. So the hope is that we can solve it without having to resort to that.
Well, I do have a counter question there. Like obviously,
yeah. So, oh my God, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. He's fucking gonna do it. He's gonna say energy shields on the tree. Bro, the fucking armor and evasion is also on the tree. That's the fucking answer. God damn. Oh, he's gonna say it. What I was gonna say is just put flat things on the tree. Give me resistances. Those are not flat, but give me resistances and give me flat armor, flat evasion, flat energy shield, right? Put those things on the tree. So I have avenues of fixing some of the bad gear, right? It's fine if I can't have life on the tree. I'm okay with it, honestly. You don't need life on the tree. Life on the tree is not something that is necessary in order for PoE2 to be good. The thing is, obviously, if you can get 30,000 energy shield, right, then armor needs to be able to mitigate. If you can get 30,000 energy shield, right, so you have 33,000 health pool, right, with energy shield, because you have 3,000 life and 30,000 energy shield, right? If that's what you got, right, which you probably won't, but let's just, for the sake of fucking argument, then armor needs to be able to take those 30,000 life and turn them into a 33,000 hit pool, right? Evasion the same, right? That is the issue. You don't need life on the tree. You don't need more life in order to balance it with energy shield. It could be an answer, right? But the increasing life is also basically increasing energy shield, unless you go CI, which you do most of the time. I get it. But more life applies to every character, except for CI. Okay, let's start over because I tilted. Let's see.
At face value is something important, and the worry is that if life is on the tree, we have to balance for life being on the tree. Now you must allocate life on the tree, and now like you've just got this noob trap that you can fall into. So the hope is that we can solve it without having to resort to that.
Well, I do have a counter question there. Like, obviously, energy shield is on the tree, which is what makes a lot of us pivot into energy shield. But even if it's not meant that you're take life on the tree, you are meant to take defense on the tree, right? Like, you're always supposed to make a balanced character.
I guess the assumption there is that taking defenses in general is more obvious to a player than what taking the right ratio of life and other defensive stuff was, I suppose. Like, so yeah, I mean, I guess that's the theory of this.
Right.
It's honestly slightly hard for me to explain the difference, because it is quite similar. I agree. And ES being most comparable to life, it's like seems like, well, yeah, you know, you just take ES nodes, right? I mean, it's sort of similar, but somehow like there is some kind of difference there. I feel like we've talked about this one before.
I mean, it comes up a bunch, but like I still believe that the fundamental problem that's causing this is on the itemization level.
Right.
And so I want to fix that first before adding in alternate ways to potentially mitigate. I mean, yes, having a bunch of life on the tree will have to change the balance of the game. It will, and it won't. That will then punish people one way or the other. I really think it has to be solved in the items. And I think part of the case, so let's say you invest in a bunch of your defenses let's say you're just playing evasion, and you invest in a bunch of evasion, and you get a, decent body armor at level 30. That body armor is probably not good at level 50, and you want to increase your base. And you're like, okay, I can now probably, as I was saying before, you have to pick, do I want evasion or do I want resistances? Because getting both is very, very hard. And obviously losing like say 30% resistance X is like pretty brutal. And it, to trade that for some amount of evasion, now that evasion is probably more worthwhile. But it's also just quite hard to quantify that in the moment and understand which is better. And so, yeah, there's like, whereas early game, the base type, very, very early game, you don't need defensive affixes on your items. The base type can have quite a lot of impact. And as the base type's importance falls away and the modifiers increase in importance, it just becomes very, very hard to get an item that covers all of those defensive bases. And I think that when I look at that, I'm like, there aren't enough tools to solve this problem. And I honestly think like Act 3 onwards is where this starts to really kick into gear, become a problem more and more and more and more.
Yes.
And then from there, it's ultimately, I would say, unless you're getting kind of lucky, mostly downhill with respect to trying to identify how to solve survivability problems. But I do think it is solvable. It's a bit tricky because it's like which of these axes do you target? But like, it isn't impossible by any means. Like it requires a conversation or two, but I do believe we can do it. But yeah, I mean, that's the way I see it, and I don't want to resort to the Band-Aid or what I would perceive as a Band-Aid without first addressing what I believe is the problem. And maybe in that discussion, I we're like, you know what, it is fine. Let's make the Band-Aid a proper fix or something like that. Not to say Life on the Tree is the Band-Aid, by the way, just one of many Band-Aids. But it seems very solvable to me. But I get why people are asking for passive tree, like effectively just passive tree survivability, right? I get it. That isn't just the core defenses. I just believe that I want to rule out or prove right or wrong, one way or the other, that the problem is actually in the gear, and well, more so the crafting of the gear.
Even some like temporary res on the tree would be nice.
Yes.
You like, because then you're like incentivized to get rid of that later to get better, to like get it through gear to get those skill points back. But right now you're so hard. It feels like you're solving too many issues very early on.
So that's the runes, right? The runes is meant to be you resistance your gear, and then later on you replace them with things that aren't resistances.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is early you need the runes to increase your base defenses. You need them to increase your hit pool, and you need them to increase your resistances, right? And you can't do fucking all of them with the value that they have, right? Like you have early on as well, you have a limited amount of runes, but I guess by the time you're in Act 3, you can rune up your entire item set, right? But then, can you rune it up completely with the best runes? Let's just, for the sake of argument, let's say you can. But then I have 1 rune in my helmet, I have 2 runes in my chest, I have 1 in my boot, and I have 1 in my gloves, right? That is 5 runes. 5 runes, and they give what? Is it 18% resistances? Right? And I need 75 to cap, right? So, like, okay. So 4 runes caps me almost, right? If I don't have anything. Then I have 1 rune left, right? Now, let's say I only need 3 runes to cap my defenses, right? Because I've gotten resistances on the tree. Great. Well, now I only have 2 fucking runes left to increase my base defenses or my HP, right? It's fine that the runes are meant to solve the issues, but I only have 5 slots to work with. Don't think you need 75 in campaign? No, that's a fair point, right? But the point I'm trying to make here is, if runes are meant to solve the issues of I don't have enough defense, I don't have enough HP, and I don't have enough resistances, right? I don't have enough attributes, right? Runes are supposed to solve these issues, right? I only have 5 of them to use. Unless you want to start using your weapon, then you got 7. Right? That's the problem. But then in the weapon, they're supposed to solve damage as well, right? So it's like, if we're looking at what just the armor runes have to solve, resistances, defenses, and we can include life, right? But defenses and life, right? Because there's life runes and they're pretty good if you're a little low on life or whatever, right? Which I guess you shouldn't be, but if life is a better upgrade than say evasion or energy shield or whatever, right? Like, but defenses then, and there are 2 avenues of solving defenses. There's either life or there's increase the what's on your base, right? Either of the 2. And then you go attributes, right? Like, I only have 5 slots. So I put, okay, I need more dexterity, right? Like, that's a problem I have right now. I can't upgrade Wind Dancer because I don't have enough dex. So I use a rune for dex, right? I have 4 runes left. And then I need to solve resistances in a way. How many runes is that going to take? 2? 3? Like, there's not enough for me to solve the things it's meant to solve. I don't mind the runes. I think they're fine. But there is not enough like levers and dials I can pull and screw on in order to fix the issues I'm having. The fact that I have 5 rune slots to fix everything is just not enough. So putting resistances on the tree, putting flat defense on the tree would be really nice when I'm like, okay, dude, I'm a bit squishy. Let me just take these nodes and get a bunch of armor, right? Let me just take these nodes and get a bunch of resistances, right? I understand putting life on the tree problem. Okay, fine. I'm okay with that. But resistances, you are going to want to get rid of. But it is an option that you can use, especially early. Or let's say it's happened to me a couple of times where I've had a massive upgrade, but I can't use it because it'll take away all of my lightning resistance. And it's like, okay, well, I guess if I could then spec into some lightning resist, or spec into both some fire and some lightning resist, and then use the runes on top to fix it, right? And like kind of, you know, having, again, different levers, different dials I can tune, right? Let's say I have my resistances set, they're fixed, right? And I'm using 3 of my runes to fix cold resistant, right? Because cold resistance is poor. And now I get a new ring, and all of a sudden, oh, we have rest. Yeah, we do, but they're not in the campaign, right? And also, I'm not entirely sure how they work, because it says they take fire and cold modifiers and change them to say lightning. Does it, if I then have both fire and cold on my thing, what happens? Do I remove a modifier? Or does it pick a random one? Right? Because that's not entirely unimportant, right? But I still... You have not tested like that? Yeah, I haven't either. I've used it once. I've used one, and it's really good. But I haven't tried one with 2 resistances, and I guess we should try that. We can burn a couple of exalts on it. I don't care. Number of modifiers wouldn't change. You'll have 2 suffixes with cold resist. You can get 2 suffixes with cold resist? So if I have 2 tier 1 resistances, lightning and fire, and I use the one that changes, I'll get 2 tier 1 cold resists? That does, because they're not allowed to roll twice. You did it for science? Oh shit. That sounds so wrong. Okay, cool. That was what I was scared of, what would happen. Because when you read the thing, that is what it says it'll happen. And I just thought that was impossible, but I didn't want to risk it on my item. And there's a flux for chaos also. Okay. So what? It changes resistances into chaos resistances? Wait, so can you get 3 chaos resistances on one item then? That sounds insane. That sounds wild. Just one item to fix chaos resistance, done. But yeah, I mean, I fully agree with not putting life on the tree. I fully agree that it's a noob trap. I fully agree that it's mandatory point spendage, right? I don't mind it, and I think it unlocks life stacking builds. That's cool, right? I don't mind it, but I also don't mind that it's not there. And I'm not dumb enough to say that ES is life, right? I understand that ES is a defense that works in a different way than armor evasion does. So I understand why ES is on the tree and life isn't. I'm not that dumb, right? But I still don't think that there's enough levers and dials I can meddle with in order to get my problem solved. And I don't think that putting resistances on the tree is going to make them mandatory if you make them like little small. Also, like getting max resistances on the tree, it's kind of cool, right? It lets you do stuff, and I think it's kind of neat. And getting some resistance notes is fine, right? And if you have resistance on the tree, you're going to want to not have resistances on the tree, right? You're going to want to solve that with items. So they are naturally going to get phased out of, because that's the goal, right? And if it's a noob trap that you then allocate resistance on the tree, and then you miss out on like, I don't know, 5-6 points, right? Well, then you can get other things on your items, right? So it's not like on life where if you don't allocate it, you just die. If you don't allocate the resistances, you can get them on items. If you allocate the resistances and you don't reallocate them later, you can just get other things on items. I think you can get attack speed, right, on rings, can't you? Or is that just... Well, you can get on gloves, right? you don't need any resistance on your glove modifier, at least, right? You can get crit damage, you can get level of melee skills, you can get attack speed, right? Boom! All of a sudden, okay, well, maybe it's worth for me to like spend a couple of points solving some resistances, right? And the same with flat armor, flat evasion, flat energy shield, right? It's one of those things where maybe you don't want to spec out of them, but maybe you do. Maybe you get enough from your bases. But it's like, if you balance the game around, you are able to get it on the defense, on the bases, right? Then getting that flat there, as long as it's not completely abundant, I don't think having a node where I take like, say, 50 flat energy shield is going to really make or break anything when the chest base comes with like 180, right? Like, but maybe I'm wrong.
If that isn't solving the problem well enough, and I think it does early, very, very early again, maybe the mid-tier and high, maybe the one in between lesser and greater and the greater runes aren't providing enough power there, and I would rather do it there since that tool is already available.
Powering up the runes is definitely something that would do something, but you still only have 5 slots to work with, right? In PoE 1, not only do you have the tree that can give you life, it can give you defenses, it can give you resistances, right? But you also have crafted modifier on each item, right? So you don't just have the 5 you have of runes, right? You also have your amulet and your rings, right? And I get that, okay, so it would be 4 if it was crafted modifiers, right? But then you get 3 more from the amulet and the rings, right? So now you're up. Oh, and the belt. And the belt. So now you're up to 8, right? So whereas in PoE 2, you have 5 things you can meddle with. In PoE 1, for what is supposed to be the exact same number, you have 8 things to meddle with. And then on top of that, in PoE 1, you can have both just mono resistances, but you can also have hybrid resistances, right? In PoE 2, only mono resistances, right? There's no hybrids, at least not available early. There might be a soul core or something, but they're not available early, right? So not only do you have 3 less to meddle with, they're also less flexible, and PoE 1 also has the talent tree, right? There's just way less bobs and dials I can do stuff to, and I think it's a problem.
Like they're 18% resist right now at greater.
Yeah.
Is that enough? Maybe not. You know, like it's kind of hard to say. Or is it a matter of needs to be better ones that are rarer that give more, but then that's the rarity problem, and so. Yeah. But then what I would like it to be is that essences combined with runes is enough to solve most of those holes in your character, like straight up on the gear and the sockets, of course. So if that isn't doing that, I think that needs to change. Otherwise,
then I think we need more sockets, and we definitely need more essences.
What are they doing?
Yeah.
I know they're not doing nothing, but
yeah, 100%. I know we're very short on time, so I want to have one final question.
I mean, we can keep going for a bit. Like, it's okay. You know,
okay, sweet. Yeah, I have a big list of cool things to talk about. The thing that I really want to talk about next was the extra like surprises, like the secrets and stuff. That has been one of the coolest things I've ever seen in a game. Like the martyr thing, I think for me is either a rank 1 or rank 2 coolest thing I've ever seen in a game. I woke up and I saw that and I was like, what the fuck? That is so sick. And there's so much of it this league. There's so many secrets. Yeah, can you just talk a little bit about like how you guys felt like the reception from community has been? Like that's been just so cool.
I would honestly say that stuff and seeing the community discover it is honestly one of the most fun things for us, like to just see. Like there's it's something. It's like It's funny, right? Because the 050 release itself, I get like way less enjoyment out of that than I do just like some random guy like being like exclaiming when he like finds the hidden door that goes to the thing to craft the taming.
Yeah,
like,
that was so
video,
sick.
I'm like, yeah, that's that's so cool. You know, like the stuff. So yeah, we're really enjoying doing that stuff, and I'm sure we will be doing more of it as well. Like it's just really fun. One of the challenges we've had is like making sure it doesn't get too data mined beforehand. So there's like a few things like that we have to worry about.
Yeah, like the tame. Now I can say it because I'm going to not allow that happen in the future. Yeah. But the taming, if you were to data mine or be doing something, you know, slightly less legitimate, the bench for the taming is called Beric's crafting bench or something. And so I was like, no, it's like so obvious they're going to find it like day one by using some tools or something not legal, you know, and then But thankfully it didn't happen.
But I was also really worried that the Martyr thing was going to be spoiled by just various strings that are in the client that relate to the things. Like that dialog box that it says talks about permanently destroying your character. Like that's just in the client somewhere. So I was like really worried someone was going to find that and be like questioning it, but it turns out that no one really did.
Yeah.
So it's just like little things like that we just have to but it is really fun. I really enjoy it.
I just want to pay some respects for the Standard League's first Martyr, who silently offed his character, and everyone got the bonus, and no one saw or mentioned anything, and no one seemed to know. He had a Korean name. Whoever you are, and all the Standard League players, they owe you some level of respect. And he did it very early, and he was like ranked 782 on the ladder, and we were like, okay, I guess no one cared.
Unfortunately, the community team didn't know about it. And so then when it happened in
no,
we lost.
What happened?
What happened?
Okay, at least you guys are still there. I thought it fully disconnected.
Okay. I'm not sure what happened there. Anyway,
I can't see the camera though.
So, no, we're good now. All right. Hopefully you can hear us still.
I can still hear you, just can't see you. Oh, I see you again.
They're trying to fix it.
They're trying to fix it. All right, cool. Anyway, so unfortunately the community team didn't know that there was that percentage on stat, and part of the reason for that is because there's a thing with the ladder where if they don't appear in the top 10, then it only shows it when you go to the full ladder screen. So there's like kind of a bug with that we'll need to fix. So it meant that the community team wasn't aware that someone had actually already done this stat, and no one else seemed to know either. Like it was like that for like at least a day. Like I only noticed it like a day before the other one started happening. So so
I need to get there and get my point, right? I need to go to the top of something and get the point, don't I? Like, I need to progress in the fortress to get my point. There's a Korean guy who sacrificed his life for my character to get a point, and I haven't claimed it.
so some respect to that guy who actually did it first. But then after the cat got out of the bag, there's obviously a huge rush to do it. But yeah, honestly, like that was one of the ideas that I really, really enjoyed.
That's really cool.
We had a few alternatives.
Yeah, we had some other ideas that were way more terrible that other people in our studio were very unhappy with when we suggested them.
The first one was you could effectively do what we had, but you'd get put into a divine league, a divine version of the league.
Yeah.
And then all items would drop with the divine flag. And I think the initial idea was that you get +2 ascendancy points from level. So you have to start again from level 1. You're in your own league with only players who hit 100 and ascended.
Yeah.
And you get +2 ascension points. But everyone was like, no, we can't have it that you have to do this to have the most powerful character in the game.
Yeah, exactly. And, it was there. So the idea we eventually went with was much better than that one. It was much better than that one.
And then the second idea, I was like, this is part of the... I mean, where some of this started was what happens if you try to sacrifice the defenses of Tabula Rasa to add runic ward, and it was like, well, what if it just like, and then I was like, okay, then if you equip it, then you get to send to just like there's nowhere. Like, I don't know. We went on some down some deep hole, but that eventually translated back to it'd be nice if the first edict actually did something.
So there's still one secret I believe that no one's got yet, and I think that might be because there was something broken about it initially. Has that been sorted yet?
All the attainable ones that I'm aware of.
Okay, but I think there was one that's broken.
I forgot about a lot of them, and then the community discovered it. I'm like, oh yeah, we did that. What the heck? So I honestly don't know anymore.
I think there is one that maybe is broken currently that we still need to fix, and maybe that's when
there is one that isn't working properly. Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So still one more, but we won't tell you guys when we patch it in. So
I had a question about secrets. Am I remembering right?
There's one that doesn't work, but you're gonna have to discover when we patch it.
That there was. I can't remember if it was one of you guys or Chris that talked about this back in the day, but was there a lost PoE1 secret that you guys weren't sure if got discovered or not? So I was wondering, have you guys written down all the new secrets just to make sure?
I honestly, we haven't. Like it's possible that we would just forget about something and not know about it anymore. But honestly, there's so much random stuff left in just sitting in our data files that it's like there's a shocking amount of stuff that is incomplete or intended to be resurrected or things that people can't remember anymore and that kind of thing. So, you have enough developers and enough years of development, and you'll get all sorts of stuff like that.
Well, it's cool though. It's honestly some of the most fun. Like every day, I was like /ladder. I was like, someone 100 yet? I want them to discover this. Yeah, hurry up. I was like, wow, why are they not level 100 yet?
That's very cool.
Why are they not level 100
yet? Another thing I was curious about, obviously we're getting to more of a biome feeling now. The world feels a lot more alive. It's a lot more fun to engage with and discover things. How do I phrase this? Do you think you'd ever do randomized events or even events that are temporary? That's not something we've really ever seen before.
We're interested. We've discussed stuff like this. The Atlas certainly being a space like that does open up us up to the idea that we could do kind of more things along those lines.
Get back to grinding.
Maybe.
I should. But
we obviously don't have anything like that yet. But I think that we should probably be doing some things like that in the future. We just
gotta do my arbiter.
I mean, it's an inevitability. Come on, it'll happen. It's just what form it takes and all of that.
Unlock yellow tablets? Oh shit!
And
I have seen them actually. I was wondering how the fuck because I tried to regal one, but it didn't work.
I want to use Abyss here as an example because I thought that looked so cool, with the Quest Abyss thing. And right now when you're putting down the breach thing and the ritual thing, you have to stamp it in a certain location. Do you think you'd ever do something that you just see a huge abyss biome? And you go a streamer will go look at this abyss biome, right? It's 40 maps wide, a little bit of that discovery feeling. Is that something you like the idea of?
Yeah, I mean, I actually had wanted to put abysses there was originally supposed to be more than just the Quest Abyss there. There was supposed to be other ones that you would find just as you're exploring in the Infinite. But we just didn't get time to quite implement that. But that's something that we'll probably will do. It needs, so cool. it should have that because all of the other leagues do have Atlas mechanics, so we do want to do stuff like that.
Yeah, a giant fissure opening up in the world near where you're mapping is quite a cool thing to fantasize. Whoa, what the hell? I want to go there, and so I mean, and it's not that hard, but it just didn't quite make the cut. So. Hopefully next.
Speaking of fissure opening,
but in general though, we do want to make sure that there are Atlas mechanics for all the leagues we do going forward. We just the Atlas is part of the thing. Having things that can happen on the Atlas is definitely a really cool part of leagues. So we'll be doing more of that.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I gotta say, in the start, I was not the biggest fan of the Open Atlas, and now I'm actually not sure what day it is right now because I've been just slamming 18, 19 hours a day. So yeah, it's great. Let's see. How do you feel about the current state of found versus crafted gear? I know we have the tiered loot as well. We don't really have drop only modifiers at the moment. Not much, at least.
I guess the this is always a constant back and forth battle with crafted versus drop because there's one of those things where if drop stuff is better than crafted, then people will say crafting sucks, you need to improve crafting, and then you can go the other way around as well. We're definitely we tilted the balance back a little bit to drop again this one because by nerfing the drop rate of perfect currency, so that was the part of the intention of trying to get that back a little bit, especially in the kind of mid-end game. So the hope is that we've restored some of the balance a bit, but it's a constant battle. I know that it's interesting though because we were talking about this and I was kind of asserting that the tiered mod stuff should be good, and you were kind of doubting that for a while, but then recently you did some experiments and found that maybe they are better than what you'd given them credit for.
The way that some of us are currently playing the league, So we're doing our maps and we're getting, let's say 7 to 10 raw divine per map, right? Per invested map, right? That's like what we're probably about getting. Of just currency drops, right? Of just actual, you know.
This is using your patented juicing strategy,
fungibles
right?
on the ground. Yeah, I mean, sometimes more.
Yep.
Okay.
At least. The thing is, what I wasn't doing at the start, and it kind of became more of a thing, is now you go in with, I don't know, 120 wisdom scrolls. You go in with, you know, a bunch of greater transmute orgs. You know, nothing too extreme. And you honestly, I would say that we pick up and identify, you know, 300 items per map, let's say. And as soon as you get, and I mean, like, I got a pair of gloves yesterday, for example. I ID'd it. It had T1 rarity, T1 energy shield. And then you do like 3 crafting operations on it, which you can just do in the map. You can just do 1 or 2 of them, and if you don't land, you just throw it on the floor. And then it often involves, you know, essencing in some contexts. You have, even if it's just like double exaltations, you have, and then you go and desecrated, and so you don't have to use ancients every time. And then like that pair of gloves is, you know, 45 to 60 divines now, give or take. And it's not like I landed full T1s. It's just that, like, you know, good ES gloves are expensive right now. And so you filter for the right base types and the right tiers. You get a lot of them. You just craft them live in the map. You can go dump tab them and do it all later, but like whatever, we're just doing it as we go. And honestly, I would say you can easily take another like 30 plus divine out of the map just worth of gear, just picking up anything that's T2 to T5 of the right base types of the meta build characters. And so sure, like things like talismans aren't worth a hell of a lot right now, but like spears, quarterstaffs, you know, obliterator bows, you know, all these things, right? You just pick them up, craft them live.
Surprise mark every
it's a bit to get your head around. Like,
is always expensive.
One of the, even a couple of the guys in the office were like, I was like, what would you do to this? And they're like, do this, then this, then this, then this. I'm like, oh Jesus, okay, I didn't even think of that. So like, yeah, you even even then you get your head around it. But like honestly, you can like 10x your value you're taking out of the map by just picking up all the tiered gear if you want. Now, yeah, that takes a bit of time. You could also just pick it all up, stash it. You can just leave and come back as many times as you want, right? Yes. Chuck it all in there and then just do a whole big identifying crafting spree later if you want. But like, I was like, tiered gear sucks. And then now I'm playing and I'm like, holy shit, how is anyone not doing this? And it's honestly crazy. It's, you just get,
there is a thing there for sure where like currency is so easy to know that it's valuable, and so it's just an easier time to just like pick up all the currency and assume that the gear is crap. But there is definitely some value there if you know what to look for, but it is a much more complicated process, and I can certainly see why people are less keen to engage with that. So it's like when you look at it from that perspective, saying that like that crafting is better than picking up gear is like, well, certainly crafting is like picking up gear and understanding what's valuable and so on is just a much more complicated way to go about your life. So like it's just that there's certain, like I think it would take a lot to make it so that the overall perception is that ground loot is better because of the fact that it has such a higher like skill ceiling in order to require to know what actually to find. And so that's like the challenge that you have of like trying to shift that perception.
But I mean, even just finding the right item with the right mod, and like fracturing orbs are quite valuable, affordable this league. Just go and drop a fracture, and if you happen to fracture the right mod, then you know you could 20x your well, more than 20. You could probably 200x the actual value of the item. I've seen a lot of that. I mean, that's something I've actually seen coming from the Breach tree, the Genesis tree as well, as you're getting base types. If you get the right base type with the right T1...
Crafting is wild this league. I think, isn't crafting going to be weaker this league than it was like 2 leagues ago, right? Like, crafting is... That might be the biggest fucking thunder thing I've ever heard. Holy crap.
Affix.
I need to check. Do I need to turn off my PC? No.
And then the rest of the item is terrible. the value of the item, like, I mean, I've seen items in 10 Divine Plus, and it's just a base type with one mod, and not even a rare mod at that, just for fracturing. And then obviously people like you want 3 mods with 1 desecrated mod, and then you have, you know, you try and fracture that, and if it fails, you can probably just throw it on the floor, but like whatever, or just slam it and hope for the best. But like even that gets you so much value. I've actually been like quite impressed how much of the different content with its different axes has different ways of making money. It's been quite like, okay, like Abyss, right? You've got the freaking not that it's enjoyable, and I am improving that mod. That's the darkness light catastrophe.
Oh right.
But you can farm like so the pinnacle boss.
Check the wand. Please don't open something bad. +3. Where does this come from? Is that a no? Where does the +3 up here come from? Spell damage, extra cold, 4 level spell skills, 1 level spell skill. It's life sprig, 1 extracted rune. Oh crap! Okay, cool. How's he? Is it some of it's a rune, or I guess? Seven mod wand with 2 crafted mods. This is wild. That's insane. Yeah.
Cost of Abyss not really worth that much, but the farming those omens is worth a ton. Breach, there's so much from the tree that's worth a lot. The thing in itself is valuable. You know, even through to the right grasping males and whatnot. You have ritual, obviously, right? Infinite shopping for Headhunter Mage Blood. Sorry, not infinite. You have I don't like talking about the temple, but the temple has its good perks. The temple, by the way, I know we nerfed it recently and there was a bit of a like, yay, let's not have that again. The temple ruined Christmas for me. Like, I don't want another. Freaking that temple destroyed me.
I have bad news.
Anyway, that's random.
I think people are broken the temple again.
Oh, okay.
It's good, but
like
that wand is literally twice as strong as the rest last week.
Doesn't seem that out of control.
Okay.
Well, how recent is this news?
I think it's rank. I think it's rank 30 right now of the most. Like the average value of the rewards coming from a temple is 30th on the ranking of of different strategies. So, and yes, we're looking at that.
Okay.
However, it doesn't require any monetary investment, so it being good is okay, but it being the best is definitely not okay.
Yeah,
but like,
I'm not sure how good it is. It's just that's something I've seen a lot in my chat today. Someone was like, at least 10 different people were like, ... the economy is going to be ruined again. People are templing, and it was something new today.
We can look at that again, but I have a feeling it's not nearly on the same level as what we've like, not even in the same universe as what was a thing.
Yeah,
I'll
just wanted to make sure to bring it up.
We now, because of this bloody temple, have way more active stats for checking how many items of whatnot are dropping in certain instances and all of this. And I swear, if the temple's number 1 on that list again, I've already had one Christmas ruined by this. I don't want.
But yeah, like one of the explicit goals we had at the start of 050 was make it so that all leagues have stuff that is valuable, that like is a reason to farm them and like to actually keep going. Because I feel like the state we're in before, there just wasn't that sort of compelling reason to do all the leagues. So getting to the point where that's like the case is definitely something that we really wanted, and I think that we have mostly kind of gotten there. Like it's pretty good now.
Yeah.
What is that a temple? Zoom in on that. Well, sorry, we're being shown a
from chat.
Okay, so
all right. This is the okay. We have been told that there's a T1 issue with the temple.
Temple shenanigans. T1 issue after interview.
So apparently, yeah, we've been whispered in the
capital
air.
letters.
Yeah.
The message we just.
Right. Okay. Cool. So, yeah. We'll look into that right after.
It was just when you brought up that your Christmas was ruined. I was like, "There's something you should know."
I have no more. No, that's not. That's got a bit crazy. I have the amount of joy I can get out of just going and obliterating the temple right now. Trust me, and I don't care if it's a mid-league nerf. I've lost all sympathy for that bloody temple and everyone running it for now. I'm being extreme. Like, obviously, I'm not. I don't want to actually just make it bad, but you know, it's left some trauma.
Okay. All right.
Bubgun is begging.
Cool.
But yeah.
Early on, when it was the strategy, like recently, I was like, honestly, if that temple's the strategy again, I'm not playing this league. I was just like, I'm done. We have to solve this. And I think a lot of people share that. I think that just spending an entire another league doing the exact same kind of temple thing as last league is a thing that would immediately turn off so many people from wanting to actually play. And it's that thing where it's like, oh, well, just don't do it if you don't enjoy it. Well, you know how it is. If something is economically that advantageous, you kind of have to, right? Like, so yes, it is not a good thing if the temple just ends up being supreme. But like, anyway, it sounds like it's something I'm immediately going to. As soon as this ends, I'm gonna run, jog, walk fast, and we'll go figure it out. So
awesome.
If there is something, don't get too attached to it.
Awesome. Good to hear it. Another thing that was new with PO2 in general, we're seeing more and more cinematics. Is one of my favorite things. I love it. Even like the start of the bosses with the new Arbiter of Divinity and stuff. We're seeing more cinematics there. Yeah, is that just it's going to be a trend moving forward? With like, should we expect more cinematics?
Yes.
We're definitely going to do some more. Like 1.0 in particular, there are some cool things. But I don't know that it's going to be like, I wouldn't expect like every pinnacle boss going forward is going to always have one in this kind of thing. Like it's not going to be like that common, but yeah, like, I mean, it's definitely like 1.0 needs to have some cool shit. So, you know, there'll be some stuff.
Well, I certainly want to add more before we first implement the capability to also like skip them, like, you know, things like that. So
right.
It'll probably get pretty tiresome pretty quickly if all of a sudden everything's doing that. You know, especially when you lose control of your character entirely.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the start of the Tangmazu fight is, you know, has a bit of a story moment, but I wouldn't say it's a cinematic, whereas like the Arbiter of Divinity actually like seizes control of your, you know, you can't move, your cameras gets hijacked. So that kind of thing where we actually seize control and hijack your camera, we'd want to implement a level of skippability for sure. But yeah, it's, you know, and then there's the actual like player video style thing, like the Fortress Rising, which is currently skippable, but that's actual cinematic, where then we have in-game cinematic, where then we have also just narrative moments. I would want to make sure that the in-game cinematic parts get skippable before we're doing too many more of those, and it starts to get annoying.
Speaking of skippable, I was curious about this. For those of us that are going to be playing for thousands and thousands of hours, would you ever do like a UI option button, which is basically roleplay skip? Because these are like really cool the first 20, 50, 200 times, but after thousands of hours, like there are a few things like throwing an abyss item down the well and stuff like that. Like they do get very long eventually, and they will start adding up, I think.
Yeah.
They're very cool. I do like them a lot. I can see after 1,000 hours.
I'd need to think very carefully about how to do something like that. I do appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah.
But it's like, so here's my worry, right? Let's say you added an option in the options menu of just skip all of that stuff. You're going to turn that on and you're never going to turn it off. And so then when we make a new league,
I'd just definitely turn it off for new stuff.
What I mean? Sure, but I think a lot of people just wouldn't, and like, you know, they wouldn't think about it and that kind of thing. And that's just one of those things. And so it's like, why? Like, I'd like to solve this problem in a way where it's not.
Could it always work the first time?
Compromise that first time experience. Well, maybe it's like, but I mean, I just have to think about that like a little bit. Like, there's slightly more to it. Yeah, because I think just one time is also maybe not quite right either. Like, there's something.
Even resetting it once a league. like every new league, you have to see all them again.
I know, I get what you're saying. Like, I just need to have a think about it. Like, it's not something I've thought about in that way exactly before. I mean,
couldn't you just add a little thing that you, whenever you get to the point, you do the thing, and then there's a next time you go there, there's like a little check mark where it's like skip animation, and you do it for all of the little ones. Skip animation, so you have to like do it individually, and then it's just there and you turn it on every time, rather than have some overarching menu thing that you're gonna forget about. Wouldn't that be the answer?
There were some things we were even discussing earlier about, like, so I mean, you know, the I was looking at some various lists that people had of like various issues, and then someone pointed out the mermaid boss, like the immunity phases during that particular boss are very annoying, and I'm like, yeah, actually you're right, they are pretty annoying. And so it's like this, and like that's one of those things where, yeah, the first few times it's kind of fine, and then like, you know, you get that stuff, and like I don't want anyone to hear that and be like, oh, we're going to remove immunity phases, because I don't.
What do you mean? The immunity phases on the mermaid are pretty good. It's boob show. It's titty show. People pay good money for that IRL.
Generally going to do that, but like there are just certain things that do get annoying the more and more times that you do them, and so we have to think like a little bit carefully how we can try and resolve some of that stuff. There's probably something.
Yeah, I mean, throwing the item into the well as an example, where it was like, well, let's see if it's a problem and then we'll address it. And the idea was that if you're doing multiple crafts in one instance, you don't have to keep playing the animation, and but then it was like generally you do go back and forth to it, and it is true. I agree. It was like, it's kind of funny watching. I quite enjoy it. I like the item of the idea of throwing your item in the well. But then, yeah, I get it. After many times, you're just kind of like, oh, just hurry up, you know? So,
yeah.
But yeah, it is that there definitely isn't an easy way
to buy an insane set. I won't buy,
you know,
I'll craft it.
Like, you wouldn't want to add a specific don't play Abyss option. Like, that's kind of silly. And then, yeah, if you do a global option, it's like, what does and doesn't it turn off? What categorizes in this field or not is a little bit subjective. Like, there's certain, you know, everyone, I suspect, has different opinions on what should and shouldn't be skippable or ignorable in this regard. But that isn't to
what
say,
if hitting escape skips it?
You could do that. I mean, that's what we currently have for the conversations, right? You can escape to skip through to those, and that's something we did kind of recently. We wanted that to be a different analog for doing it, and we might still change that, because I don't think most people even know you can press escape to skip through it.
Yeah.
Even though I just told them. But yeah, maybe. I mean, whatever it ends up being, it could be the same thing. It's just honestly, even just implementing that isn't entirely trivial, but it is very possible. It's just not trivial. And it's like, is there a way to do it? There's always a thing. You get caught up on, like, is there a way to do it globally? Is there a way to do it for everything or not? And, like, things we opt into or not, but everything's just implemented very bespokely and in their own custom way. And so there isn't really, like, a universal solution necessarily on our end. Even though there probably is a universal solution for, you know, what the player would do to achieve them. That's fine. So, I don't know. I'm sure something will change eventually.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it probably will.
We'll have a think about it, basically. We'll have a think about it.
But yeah.
And speaking of cutscenes and stuff, the Bodak, wow, what a cool fight! That, I think, it's my new favorite PoE fight in general right now. And like the music is harrowing.
That was the one beforehand when people were asking me in interviews what my favorite pinnacle in the expansion was. That was that one. It's just really, really cool.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of the.
It's very different. So like
I love it.
It's kind of hard to appreciate, but like obviously you have the goddesses Viridi, Solaris, and Lunaris coming in with their powers to help you, and you have you know, you can freeze him and do a bunch of damage to him without even necessarily damaging him. And there's it's got a lot of unique elements.
The Bodak, I'm looking forward to it.
Obviously the darkness, but yeah, it's pretty cool. What is the? I was just trying to think. Like, I mean, holy, that was not an easy fight to make.
I bet.
I think that might have been the fight that
scary?
has now taken the longest.
I'm looking forward to doing the bosses.
History,
wow.
There were a lot of false starts with things, like because there were a lot of mechanics we really wanted to work, but then it took it took a while for us to realize that we couldn't really do them the way we wanted.
I spent 4 hours on it.
Yeah, there was just like there was just quite a bit of of things, but the end result is really cool.
Yeah, I like the aesthetic. I like the kind of effects with moths on them, like the dark fluttering moths and the skin of the thing. And I mean, even the first phase where you're not damaging life, you're damaging darkness is kind of like an
very cool.
Thing that's different. And
like
technically the boss is on full life the whole time. So if you get a bunch of like against full life bonuses, it's like, it's like weird little niche things.
So like Jonathan was saying earlier, like I'm on hardcore, right? So I am researching the bosses first before doing it. So I was watching Steel Mage do it. And thankfully for me, Steel Mage's Spark, no walls in that fight. He did no damage. So I got to like really see everything. Like it was a long fight for him. And I got very lucky with my League starter. The Monkey, very strong. Monkey just fucking one-shot that thing. But it was just, I was just sitting there the entire time. I was like, wow. I'm so happy my friend has no damage, because this is like a fight you really want to appreciate.
Right.
It's cool. Even when you go into the fight, I love the cool ways to initiate fights as well. It's just a cool moment where like Did
you know that you can be low life and full life at the same time? No, I had no idea. I know that there's something you can. I got a belt yesterday that you count as low life at 75, below 75%. I assume that you can then count as full life at 70 then. If 75% of life is reserved. Okay.
The prison, that kind of glass obsidian prison underneath you shatters and you just fall into his domain is like a kind of cool thing as well. I love that stuff a lot.
Same. It was very, very cool. One thing I promised to bring up about the Atlas screen. Obviously the Atlas is like, for some lower end PCs, like very graphically intensive. Would you ever consider a more barebone Atlas screen or something like quite a lot of lower end PCs asked for?
I honestly prefer to optimize the Atlas that we already have. Like there are things about it that can definitely be optimized, and there's no reason it should necessarily need to be this slow as what it is. It's interesting as a thing to optimize specifically because it's quite different than all the rest of our engine, like the stuff that things our engineers normally deal with, because there's so many different objects. So we effectively we have some ideas in mind on how to do that, and like there's several things like that I want to fix. So one of them is obviously just its frame rate, but the other one that I think is just the time to open it. And there are things about that we definitely can improve. We have specific optimizations in mind, and we should be able to get that to be down to 300 milliseconds or something like that or less. Like it should. There's no reason it needs to be longer than that. There's just a few quirks to it that'll get us there. So yeah, I do appreciate this a little bit annoying though. So yeah, we'll just optimize it. And that shouldn't take too long to do to get that to a better state.
When new quests get added to the game, when new mechanics are added to the game, like new leagues and stuff, will they get their own in-game quests? Like I'm a huge fan of the quest system.
Leagues will, yeah. So basically every league we make.
Just a support gem to make spirit gems preserve life instead of spirit, and if he reserved 100% of his life and played with ward. He did the low and full life tech, very weird. Oh, that's really cool.
Going forward, there'll be like an in-game quest that lined for that. I think it helps a huge amount. One issue we do have to solve right now, though, is that there's like a giant list of quests on the right-hand side of the screen. Like we do need to solve that problem. There's like an issue that we brought up even before we released 050.
Yeah.
So I'll need to do something about that and work out what to do there. But we're definitely going to do that for the Questify, all of that stuff.
Just give me a little arrow that I can click, and then it goes, broop, and I can then click it again to go, broop, like they do in World of Warcraft. That can't be hard.
Now, I personally love it, but I'm also somebody that has a lot of time. Do you ever think it'll be too many quests?
Well, I guess the theory there is that they're all kind of optional. So yeah, so long as we can get across the idea that you don't have to do all of these, they're just like different options you have for in-game, then I think that that'll be fine. I certainly don't want to do something where we're like removing content just so there's less of it in the game. Like obviously you had Destiny 2 that was doing stuff like that, and I don't think any of the players really appreciated that at all.
No.
So you know, that's one of those things where like I think that's a really bad idea. So yeah, at the end of the day, there's just gonna over time there's just gonna be more and more things like that, and just the hope is effectively make it so that it's not kind of bothering anyone for it to exist, and like, you know, you just effectively you move it so that the point where the intro to the quest line just like maybe moves out a little bit so it happens a little bit later, and then you know, but that's the kind of thing that we can do to kind of streamline that. But
I'm very curious to see what people are going to do on sequential leagues for sure, as to whether or not, or how many people embrace that I want to complete everything, you know, psychology versus the nah, I'm going to do this league, and I'm just, that's it. They do those, you do the fortress, you do, say, Delirium, you do the temple, we'll see. And then, you know, you just move on. I don't know why they picked those two. I'm just being arbitrary. But it'll be interesting to see if, as more leagues go by, if more seasoned players in particular just pick at the start, like, here's the leagues I'm going to farm. You know, solely once they've figured it out based on patch notes as well. They're like, this is my in-game strat. And then they just do that. And I guess if they change their mind mid-league, they can always just do that, right? They can go and do the quest line, finish it, and then do a new strategy. But instead of having to do everything all at once, they just pick their battle and go and just farm that as long as they want, and then go and change strategy. That is the hope of what people do, instead of, I have to do everything every league and it's getting tiresome. Because that is the worry, right? Is that if, you know, if it gets perceived as, in order to even start the end game, you know how these things go, I have to first, as in the peak rewards end game, I have to first go and do all of these quests and all of these maps, and it's hundreds of hours or dozens of hours, and then I can start the end game. If that becomes the wider perception, that is going to get more and more tiresome per league, and it then means the longevity of this
he is talking about me,
might not be as, you know, good as we hoped. So now there are ways to adapt to that. And, you know, we've done some of that already. The whole just killing pinnacles gives you points for them, and so on and so forth. Nice. But you still got to do the quest in order to then get to do that. And then maybe there are more changes, but like it's honestly hard to know. A thing being played once, twice, 3 times is very different to it being played 15 times. And we're obviously going to do leagues for as long as we can. You know what I mean? So we'll have to just see. But I can see this. It's one of those like, it's probably going to be a problem after 2.5 years or something, you know? But so hopefully we don't have to worry about it for a while. But you'll probably get a growing number of players per league reset who are like, there's too much to do now. And it's an interesting problem to have. But I don't know. I'm hoping the optionality of it will salvage that for as long as possible.
Yeah. That's fair. Awesome. No, I mean, I love it. I'd say it really takes care of the whole like feeling lost problem for me to have. So it's really enjoyed it. There's also like, we're seeing more and more items, like unique items with skills being added. What are some of the obstacles on your end when adding something, but still like trying to make sure that it has a place in the game, that it like fits in?
Well, so the skills on uniques thing is certainly something that like we now see is pretty important for like unique design going forward, and I guess it's sort of filling in the sort of similar design space as what we were like previously. I think a lot of the stuff that we would previously do with what the heck were they called in PoE1? Is it transfigured, right?
Transfigured, James.
Transfigured skills, yes, I can always forget the names. The transfigured skills. So it's kind of a similar thing like that. Like we'll probably do a lot more uniques that have like effectively just variants on existing ones and things like that, and going like that. So like I guess the thing there is just like all of this new unique stuff that we're doing there is kind of happening at the end of the game, but we need to get more of that stuff into the earlier part of the game. That's kind of like the really our current our current goal is like try to have that more. And then when transfigured,
this is Quinn's question, by the way,
like, you know, and that balance are kind of more available earlier, it'll mean then that more people will be able to build things around those uniques like earlier in the character's lifetime. Like if you can get it, like
this is literally what Quinn asked them to do, right? He said that he's getting a unique, but he can't re-roll to it until like the later stages of the game, and it would be nice if you could get the unique and then roll into it, because the fun part, and I completely agree with this in PoE, is you take the skill, you take your build, and you start working towards it, and you start adding on to it, iterating it through the campaign, and actually you are playing your build the entire time, building onto it, adding on to it, changing it. It's one of those things that was why I really didn't want to change to hollow form, and I wanted to make a new character, because I wanted to fully go that route and not lose out on the, you know, like leaning into learning, getting there, right? Like, it's also one of the issues I have with some of the skills being available so late. And this is the same thing with the unique skills, right? If you get a unique item that has a skill, say face breakers or whatever, right, and you want to use it, but the skill is level 18, so you can't, right? Stuff like that. Instead of having you, okay, I'm gonna level my character, I'm gonna play glacial whatever with frozen locust, right? And then when I get level fucking 60 or whatever, I'm gonna just roll into my build, and there we go, boom, off we go, right? I don't like that. I like to have it be like, okay, I'm level like 8, and now I'm doing my build. Now I'm getting, okay, what do I add? How do I interact with this skill, and what do I have available? And then slowly watch it like become a character. That's the fun part to me. Essentially, league starters, right? It's the everything league start, whatever you're doing.
Level 40, like a thing that might define your build, like, you know, like you make a build around it at that kind of level. That's the kind of thing that's going to improve, you know, like make that stuff fit in a little bit better. So that's kind of what we're hoping to achieve, is like something more like that feel with regard to the uniques and the skills on them.
Yeah.
Well,
I was just gonna selfishly. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna selfishly ask real quick. Would you ever consider letting us right-click a dim? Like, for example, I really want to. I always forget the name of it. It's almost like Peridify. It's the new wisp bow. From it has like the wisps that like.
I know the bow. I don't remember the name.
Yeah,
it had internally it was called like
Periphery.
Or something.
It's called Periphery.
Periphery.
I can't use that until 84, and I was sitting there thinking, I wish I could right-click a level 7 gem or 10 gem and make it at least temporarily lower level, so that I could use it while early. Like you were saying.
I definitely understand that. I definitely understand the desire for that, but I guess there's a worry that you like. It's like what you're almost asking for the reverse of what we just did, like down.
Yeah, which by the way, that was great too. I love that part too.
Yeah, but yeah, like no, like it is a concern. But I think part of the reason why you feel that way is just because there aren't enough uniques like that earlier in the game. It's like if there was like a suite of uniques that all had like interesting skills and stuff all through the game, then the desire to down level the coolest ones that are all currently at the end would like be less large, and it's like that's just a matter of just fixing all of those mid-tier ones and getting them.
No, because if you want to, no, I don't agree with that. Like, because if you want to build around it, right, in order to get this coolest unique, you have to be in the end game, right? So it's a new character. It's not going to influence the leveling experience of your first character, right? Because you're going to have to get it anyways, right? It's your second, third, fourth, fifth character, whatever. Like, having the unique, when you equip it at a lower level, actually level up with you so you can build around it, I think would be insanely cool, right? Like, having it just be that if you apply, I think the skill gem idea was actually pretty good, right? Like, and then if it's a level 20 whatever skill, well, then you just have to spend a level 20 skill gem to get it back up. I think that would be really fun. I think that would be really good. And it would allow you to start your build up as how you want it, and then build into it and iterate on it and all of that throughout the entire campaign, which is where PoE 2 to me really shines right now. And you don't need to have any concerns about the campaign feel or whatever, because it will never be a first character that does it.
Getting them better, and it's like that is going to be a huge focus now, is like improving that kind of thing.
I don't think I'm inherently against being able to lower the level of those as well, though. Personally, it's just finding the right analog to do so. We had actually intended for something like that when we had one of the crafting bench systems that we dropped in Runes of Eldur. It initially had secret end-game recipes you could discover to be able to set the level of inherent skills on items to be lower levels. But that whole crafting bench got obliterated because it was kind of bad in the end. It was just like doing. It's like the essences and runes and stuff were already kind of doing the same thing, and it was like just a third way of doing that, and it wasn't really necessary. So
I suppose there'd be nothing technically stopping us make it so the existing unique crafting bench could actually, on high level uniques, could make them go lower in damage with lower base levels.
That fixed life spray again.
Theoretically do that. It'd be kind of funny, but it's a bit unintuitive if you're a player that you would do something like that.
I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is it was very close to being a thing, so it's probably not gonna not be a thing forever. So we'll just see. I don't want to. It definitely needs to be a thing where we don't then go and add, like it's either a custom recipe or on a bench. It's not like we add. It's actually a little bit hard through the uncut, but it's not. I guess it wouldn't be impossible. But you know, we were going to we have the one that can upgrade the level.
The fluxes.
Whatever it's called. We were like, we don't want to do one that also. We don't want to have like 20 currency items where it's just like a bunch of item bloat for like being able to set it to a bunch of lower levels necessarily, and so. But either way,
just use the gems, bro. Like there shouldn't be that big of an investment in order to lower a unique down so you can play with it. Like that is you're essentially losing power. That shouldn't come at a massive cost. That should just be something you're kind of allowed to do. Right? Like, there's no need to be like, oh, it needs to have a cost. Just use the gems, bro. Just let me take the first tier 1 gem I get, right? And let me apply it to my unique. And that way, that unique now has a level 1 skill gem. When I then get a level 2 skill gem, I apply that one to that level 2 to my unique, and now it has a level 2 skill. And then just the numbers of the unique just levels up with it. There you go. Easy clap. You just gotta make 20 stages for a unique. Or whatever, just fucking make tier 1 and then make tier 20 and just have it be a percent in between, right? And then if it's not good enough, well then it's not good enough and you don't level with it, right? Like I don't see an issue here. I don't think you need any like high tier crafting menu or anything to do this, because again, it's not, you need to get the unique item, right? You don't need additional cost for it, and you're already covering the cost of leveling it back up. There's no economic incentive to lower the shit down, right? Because it's like, okay, yeah, but you could lower it down and then sell the lowered down version. Yeah, but you could just buy the not lowered and then, like, whatever. Like, yeah.
It will come. Like, I'm almost certain of it. I just don't want it to be ultra common as well. Like, it's obviously more of a re-rolling thing.
Yeah.
And so, but it's kind of fine.
Nice. As a final question, you guys talked a little bit about I believe you talked about a reset league at some point, right? Like some sort of event. Anything more you can tease about that?
Not really. I mean, we'll probably say it as much as we can say for now, but yeah, it will happen. We don't have an exact timeline, but yeah, it'll definitely be happening. And yeah, there'll be a lot of other just like balance changes and other things going on there as well as I'm sure we'll manage to sneak in some content as well. So, you know, we'll see how we go. But yeah, it's we definitely need to be able to do a couple more resets before we get to 1.0, just to you know, to do more balance iteration. And like in the background, the balance iteration I think is going pretty well. I mean, you pasted me that list of like what the DPS on all of the highest level characters was compared to the kind of ridiculous outliers we had before. And I think a lot of the outliers are getting sorted. Like the balance is slowly improving as a thing going on in the background. So that's been helping a lot too.
Yeah, we are getting there. It's just like there's this kind of uphill battle to it where it's like one step forwards. I wouldn't say 2 steps back. It's like
that's like 3 steps forward, 1 step back.
Yeah, or 3, 2. You know, it's like we do all these things, and then we add all this new content, and then that creates another. You know, we like fix 20 problems, and then we add all the new content, and that adds like 10 to 15 problems, and we have to fix those problems, and it's like this. You know, it feels like a unwinnable battle sometimes, but it is. We are making progress. Like I did look at things, and I was like, you know, we are getting there. We just have to keep going, and we'll eventually minimize the amount of, you know, problems and bring up the bottom. You know, like I've made sure to take, I know there are snapshots on Ninja, but I've also made sure to take a bunch of screenshots of like very early in the league, what people are playing and not. And obviously that's the, top 120,000 characters or whatever. So it doesn't represent everyone, but then we also get stats on our side and we kind of match them up. And so I'm always keep an eye on like what's not being played. And, it comes back to Acolyte being consistently low. This league, you've got Pathfinder, you've got, what else is down there? There's all the 1% or less classes that people just aren't playing, and even Chronomancer, even though we just did some changes to it.
Oh, Chronomancer's not? Okay.
And, there are builds with those classes, but there are then just clear and evident problems, and we'll just keep chipping away at them and see how far we get. The uniques is another one. Obviously, I've mentioned that as well too. I can't remember if it was a DM and Gazzy or Ziggy, but we're going to look at the uniques. We're going to just look at a bunch of different content that's not good, i.e. the logbooks that's not in a reset, but it's this league. We'll just do some improvements. So, but yeah,
wow. So, dude, this is the Runes of Eldor, right? Like 25% of characters are fucking martial artist, 19% are spirit walker, 13% Deadeye, and then it's 5, 4, 4, 3, 3. Discipline of what? Discipline of what? What is this one called? Which one is this? Is it the Disciple of what? Oh, it's the sand one, right? It's the genie one. Yeah, I just didn't recognize it, right? But like, Warbringer and Smith of Kitava is not doing too great, huh? I guess Pathfinder, Acolyte, Ritualist, Amazon, Shaman. Yeah, not too great. Which one's in the worst spot right now? Because obviously the Oracle's doing okay, but the Shaman is really low. Like the Monk's in the best spot, obviously, but like Invoker and Acolyte, oof, right? No bueno. But Monk overall doing great. And then you got Mercenary, right? Like Mercenary Tactician is all right. Gemling Legionnaire is up there, and Witch Hunter, right? Like, so Mercenary accounts for 10%, right? Obviously, Huntress is still fine because 19% Spirit Walker, right? It doesn't matter that these two are 1%. Obviously, they need help, right? I don't think this percent are a lot of people wanted to try a new Ascendancy. For sure, Muha, but it's still you look at it, right, and invoke. Yeah, sure. If you want to play Monk, right, most people are gonna go Martial Artist, obviously, for sure, right. So Acolyte and Invoker are probably going to be lower, right? But the fact that only 0.3% are playing Invoker also definitely means it's a little undertuned, right? Because if Invoker was actually one of the best or up there, you'd have meta builds playing it. You see Deadeye's doing fine, right? And Deadeye didn't get anything new. Deadeye's fine. Oracle didn't get anything new and people are playing it, right? Like, now I get Oracle's a newer, right? But obviously it's new ascendancy, right? So they are completely overrepresented, right? So you got to be careful with how you look at those. But if something is underrepresented, there is reason for it, right? Like the fact that 3% of people play Titan and only 0.8 and 0.8 plays Warbringer and Smith of Kitava, right? There are issues. There are issues with Pathfinder. There are issues with Invoker and Acolyte. There's probably issues with Amazon and Ritualist as well. But again, as you do with the Invoker and the Acolyte, you do gotta worry a little bit, right? Because if you want to go Huntress, right, there will be a lot of people that would have liked to do an Amazon or like to do a Ritualist that are doing a Spirit Walker now, right? Like there will be some. Also, Spirit Walker has some minion stuff, right? So if you look at something like, is it the Lich or the Infernalist? Both of them, maybe? If you look at those that has some minion nodes, right? Like the Amazon, I think, has something as well, right? You gotta remember that maybe the minion guys are interested in the Spirit Walker, right? That, obviously, you can't just one-to-one say, oh, that's a problem. I think you can for Shaman. And Chronomancer, they just did a rework of it, and it's down to 2% still. There's an issue, right? Like, clearly, right? But yeah, Ascension itself may be okay, but there's no auto synergy for it. It may be good with daggers, but no dagger. Well, I mean, that's an issue, right? You can't balance it around what could be in the game. You have to balance it around what is in the game, right? If the Ascendancy needs daggers, if the Ascendancy is not Shadow based, right, and it needs daggers to work, then it's not strong enough right now because it only has fucking, I don't know, wands and quarterstaffs and shit, right? But these are fun to look at, honestly. I enjoy them.
We definitely have more resources towards just trying to like improve and fix the live game, be it bugs or balance. You know, since now we're, you know, effectively hoping to be on the home stretch of going all the way to release and getting that all sorted. We've got you know, a good chunk of people focusing on the live realm right now, hoping to improve a lot of things, and we should be able to achieve quite a lot. Like,
awesome.
It's just whether or not we patch them in ASAP or we patch them in with a reset, and it kind of that ultimately comes down to whether or not it's going to break people's characters and economy.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to try and minimize that as much as possible to invalidate people's characters. Obviously, we're trying to minimize. So
yeah.
Content fixes probably will come as they're ready. Character stuff will come a bit later because, you know,
with the reset league.
Yeah, with an event / reset league. Yeah.
Oh, well, huge thank you, and thanks so much for going overtime as well. Like, just thank you so much. I know you guys are crazy busy, and yeah, huge thank you. League's amazing. I'm having a blast. So yeah,
excellent.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you as well, and I guess we're off to look at the temple. I suppose.
Yeah, I guess that's what we're doing now. But yeah, great interview.
Right.
So yeah, thanks very much.
He got 2 hours, bro. That was cool. He got 2 hours. I think he was only supposed to have 1. They've been really, really good about giving people extra time when they need it. I respect that. I respect the shit out of that, man. Like, that is not something you can just... I took my thing off just I wanted to see how stupid it looked because I got a new... I think I got the new helmet yesterday off stream. Where was it? Yeah. Bunch of life, good flat energy shields, right? Like, it's pretty good. No resistances though, but it's pretty good. And then I swapped Ghost Dance in again because it seemed like my energy shield just wasn't really recharging. Oh my god, it looks so stupid. Okay, we look like an idiot. I also got a... I got a Barrier, actually. So I have a 76 Barrier. And we've saved the... We've saved the ones that give us them guaranteed. I was thinking about doing them. This one, the ravine and the assembly. We got to here, so I want to do that, the precursor tower, to get 4 points. There is a bit of me that's thinking whether or not I should complete these by doing arbiter stuff, but I kind of want to see what I need to do, but because by the looks of it, there's something here I need to get, right? Like, it's glowing. But yeah, I got to here. So we have a few maps to get to here, but we're getting there. We're getting there. I was thinking about trying to ascend today. I'm 81. I think I should be okay. And I have a guaranteed way of getting it. So maybe we just say fuck it and we give it a go. Should we try that? What am I ascending to? Probably Runic Meridians. I would like to get the Hollow Resonance technique back, but I don't think it's feasible. There is also... 15% more damage. But it's only on immobilizing an enemy. So I don't really know. It's that, or like there's 3 options, right? Hollow Resonance, Runic Meridians, or Way of the Mountain, and I'm not quite sure what I want to do. Getting the bell back would be nice because it'll allow me to do a bunch of cool shit with it. But then again, I'm never really close to them, and I need to be in order to use that. I found I looked a little bit into what I could do with Pounce because I didn't feel like it was really doing much work for me. So I qualityed up so it does a little bit more damage, and I put Mark for Death on, which is insane. Like really good. I was struggling with armor break, giga damn. And then obviously prolonged duration and cooldown recovery. So Pounce is doing great work for me right now. It also means that I can probably take armor break out of here and put something else in. Maybe Maim or something. But the bells don't seem to be doing all that much for me right now, so I don't really care. But yeah. Should we try and ascend? It will fix my cold breath. Doing the trial with this amount of cold res is scaring me a little bit, if I'm being honest. I think we just play. Like it takes so long to do the trial of the Sekimas. Let's get 4 points. We'll do the precursor tower, and there might be a cool boss up there as well. There was last time. Oh, I changed something on my passive tree as well. So I leveled up, right? So I got this point here. So what I did was I took this jewel slot, right? And it gives me mana, which is a problem. Skill speed while shapeshift is gonna help do the skill, like those things a little faster. It's not really. And then some energy shield recharge, which is nice because I was struggling a little bit with it. My gems are not good, but I took these points out. Physical damage, crit, right? Like I took those out of the general weapon slots and put it in, and then I got skill effect, skill effect, skill effect. So now my rent lasts a great long time. Is that there's a delirium in here? That sounds like it's gonna be fucking awkward. Isn't this usually with like stairs and bullshit? This is gonna be really awkward. Okay. Okay. This map seems very easy. I shouldn't have really gotten any damage. Liquid Envy, let's go. I leveled? Oh crap, I'm not even paying. I think we should be... I'm not even paying attention to my XP. I think we should probably be going up in tier, actually, if I'm being honest. Mana is definitely a lot easier to deal with, which is super nice. You don't have enough mana. Cunt. Oh, is this one evasive or? So yeah, obviously mana is better, but it's not fixed. But the duel is definitely helping. Okay, I'm being giga slow here. Okay, we've reached the point where Delirium is really starting to kick in, so their monsters are tanky now. Damage definitely lowering. I guess we could put the point in, but I don't really know what I'm gonna do with it. So there is armor break. We can get 8% physical damage and we can get 15% effect of fully broken armor. So that would probably be good. There's the crit nodes up here. Getting more critical hit chance would be nice. I don't know how much it's actually gonna do. There's some notes here that we want to get eventually. Penetration is good, I guess. We could get the... Nah. It's one of those things where... Maybe we just get this. Skills have 10% chance to count as not... Do we go with the duration? The duration isn't really a problem at the moment. Only when I start running a bit too far. I was thinking about going CI just because it's so good, and I have problems right now because if I want to run Hollow Palm, then I can't have resistances in my gear or in my rune sockets, which I probably don't want at the end game anyways, but I need to get all my resistances off rolls then, and eliminating the need for chaos resistance would be really good. I definitely am gonna get this eventually. I'm just a little bit worried about getting it now. I wonder how good this is. I mean, it's a lot of dex, and I do need dex. Should we just do that? There's also... I was kind of thinking about maybe taking these 2 points and then getting this. 50% increased maximum energy shield just sounds really big. It's something I'd have to look into a little bit. This is just int, right? Yeah. So I'm not sure. This one might be good. How much do you get per int again? Intensity provides an inherent bonus of +2 to maximum mana per 1. So this would be 50 mana. Is it only mana? Doesn't it give you... It's just mana. I don't care about it then. I thought it gave you energy shield as well. This here seems pretty good as well. And there's this node as well. Physical damage, physical damage, physical damage, and then broken armor and 20% physical damage. What was this one down here? Yeah, 8% is extra physical. There's also some deflection here. Deflection could be, or faster start of energy shield recharge, right? Wouldn't be too bad. And also just getting a multiplier to your deflection rating. Not bad. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to do here. Not quite sure what to do. There's also this. Faster start, deflection, faster start. And we get here, deflection, faster start. Mana cost. Cost efficiency would also be nice. Attack speed, however, not so much. CI would be nice. It also means I don't need life on my shit. I think I'd have to look into it a little bit more, what I need. We're at that point now where it isn't as straightforward to figure out what I want to do. Ooh! Critical hit chance against blinded enemies? 5% chance to blind on hit? Ooh, that might not be bad. I should be blinding them all the time with the bell. Oh yeah, we're going here. We're taking that. That seems really good. Ah! Ooh! Dude, is it just me or are these snakes just insanely dangerous?
Dissipate.
I need you to make them a little bit more real, bro. Ooh, new bracers we gotta look at. Let's go. That's a lot of chaos things coming at me. I need to move faster. Then again, I don't think I'll be able to fight the boss with this delirium shit on. At least not if the boss is as hard as it was last time. But I guess we should just try and go faster. Oh, not that fast, Fence. Wait, so now I ascend? Then what? I thought this would be the boss. Well, that's fucking scary. I'm just fucking ambushed.
Let's see if you are as strong as you pretend.
This is the boss again. Oh crap. Oh crap. So I need to fight it up here to stay in delirium.
From the grips of battle.
Nah, it's over. I'm not getting Oh no, oh no. Oh crap. Dude. I'm really scared of this thing. Murder it! Murder! Ah! Why is it that it's more dangerous when it's stunned than when it's not? Fucking set DPS, bro. Hoo-wee. Unpleasant experience, I can assure you. Fucking hell. We got there though. We got there. And we got a new pair of gloves, which is exciting. Oh wow, we also got a new unique charm. Used when you take cold damage. Grants a power charge on use. I mean... I'm probably not gonna need it. I did need it this time though. But monsters were evasive. Okay, what does this do? Evasion rating, accuracy, intelligence, increased attack speed while on full mana. You count as full mana while at 90% maximum mana or above. Okay, what does it do? Global attack damage while on low mana, blind, recovery, cooldown recovery rate, and consider low mana while at 50%? Instead of full mana at 90. Okay, cool. So it completely changes what it does. From low mana stuff, or from full mana stuff to low mana stuff.
From the grips of madness. For now.
Okay, I feel like we have a bunch of things to deal with. And we were trying to go for the irradiated tablets here. What is this one? Increased pack size. We'll probably get that afterwards, but getting the tablets is probably not bad. I think I picked up everything of interest while I was going through. It did feel a little unfair where the boss was and where like the delirium fog and stuff. But yeah, I probably... It also seemed like it didn't lose the DR, even though I was out of it, if I'm being honest. But also, yeah, I didn't use the pounds until late, and I didn't use the very good pounds either. I just don't know the boss, and I know it kills me. I've sort of figured out what it does, but some of the things just... Brother, man. Like the big circle guy? He's just very hard to get close to. Unless you can tank the big blast thing, which you probably can. Oh, it's nice. We got a waystone. Okay. Pretty happy with that. Pretty happy with that. Also, I don't think I need to be carrying this thing around, given as I can't use it. Let's see what we get here. Monsters are evasive again, and they get giga crit, so that is all terrible. So I'm excited about that. Yeah, we love that stuff. Definitely not sad. Definitely not sad that we have to deal with a shit map, but here we go. So the question is, do I just clean house in here? Or do I start moving towards the next place? I probably start moving towards the next place, right? And then I can clean house off stream. I should get the assembly done and get the thing, but let's try and see. Should we do the shrine? Let's do the shrine. We go. I wonder what Waystone Doriani has for me now. How do you upgrade them? Because I thought it was just kill a powerful boss on that tier, but that doesn't quite seem to be it. I think maybe the 10% chance to not spend charges would be good. I don't really want to slot it in as a support gem. I just caught myself thinking that I need to make sure I find the extra tattoos here for resistances. I'm really happy they're looking to change the permanent decisions from the campaign. I'm really not for permanent decisions in the campaign. It's like at that point, you don't really know. If you're following a build guide, obviously you know because somebody's researched it for you. But if you're making your own, right, you don't really know. Obviously, there's some things where you just know what the right answer is gonna be, right? Like but then again, like you can't. If the right answer then changes, right, because you end up doing something different, then you have to make a new character. Also, I'm going to be honest, I would like to see them be a little bit more impactful. Like getting 5% resistances, it's nice and all, but it doesn't really blow my socks off, right? Like I wonder if we can manage to actually combo this guy.
Not yet.
Did a little bit. Was that a perfect essence of battle I saw? Let's go, brother. I will say the range of Devour is a little short in comparison to the range of Killing Palm. I was supposed to say, huh? Fuck, I need cold resistance so bad. It is an issue I could fix with runic meridians. Am I interested in doing that though? If I go CI, I wonder if this is gonna cause my DPS to go up. How far away are we? So with something like this, right? How far away are we from this being an upgrade? Not that far off, actually. Surprisingly close, actually. I don't have a command for it, Blitz. Where are we? Here. See. Does that work? Did I just Dude, I just completely forgot what I was doing. Holy shit.
Fallen feed the earth.
I'm out of scrap. Go, my clones. I really need to fix my cold resist. But it's like, these have pretty good resistances, right? And it's not even... It's just, I don't have any on chest. I have decent on the belt. I don't have... It's because I don't have any on 3 of my pieces. And then I'm not using runes either.
Loathsome creature.
The hat worked? You mean that? I should make a Discord command. It's just I'm not done with it. It's one of those things where I started setting it up and then I just never went anywhere with it afterwards. Too many things competing for my attention. I'm also halfway through making the schedule thing. And again, halfway through. Too many things competing. Hello, Yama. Goodbye, Yama. Let's go. That's a lot of resistances. Give Yama nuts. Okay, let's see. We'll do a greater. That's not terrible. So what do you have now? I'm doing... Okay, so tier 11s, okay. What did we get here, by the way? Monsters are armored and they deal extra fire damage. What is this? Contains 2 additional shrines. They release an Asmeri spirit, okay. Bum 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 bum. Dum 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 dum. Da da dum da da dum da da dum 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 da 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 dum. Where is that from? You guys know? Okay. Have they done something? No. I feel a little bit nerfed in terms of my... But maybe I'm just unlucky. My chance is pretty low to generate, so it shouldn't be too surprising that I run out every once in a while. It's just... Whenever I did this the first time, I had a worse build, and I never ran out of power charges. And now it happens moderately frequently. Guess maybe it's because things are dying so quick, so I don't get all the hits off. That could be the reason, right? Like, unironically, that is probably the reason.
Blinded by...
First world problems, I guess. What the fuck are the rares in here? Oh, here they are. I would like to go in there, but they just have so much lightning effect that is... Okay, so this will release... No, this is not the one that will release. This is not the right map. Wait. It looks so different. We got an Expedizione. Well, that's a decent sized one. So get a level 19 uncut skill gem, brother. Yes, to the please. We do that. Yoink. Are there only 2? There's only 2. Okay, this is pretty big. I don't know if we can use it yet, but it's massive. I don't really care about the rest here, but we will try it anyways.
What is buried will be revealed.
I didn't use the point before I did this. Oh, there's one up there, or... Oh, we did it! Why is that thing so much tougher? Jumped right into it like a good boy. Man, 24 seconds on Ren, so nice, man. I'm kind of curious as to whether I can even use it. That's a level 17. 84, level 84 required. Okay, bro. I want to see what's down here. Also, we should probably put this point in. Yoink. Dum dum dum. Dude, it's first world problem, right? Like, there's so many things I want to do in PoE, but I just kind of can't, because then I don't get the stuff done I need to do. And I'm kind of neglecting a bunch of shit I should be doing to grind a bit in PoE. But then again, grinding in PoE is also a good idea, because I'm behind, obviously, in comparison to where a lot of you guys are and where I should be. And it would be... Oh, he has proximal intangibility, or... It would be more interesting to watch me if I was at the end game. There's not enough hours in the day, bro. Said the guy trying to play video games more. Who plays video games all day. Charging rune, ward rune, stone rune, iron. We can do iron, always iron. Oh, there's one here. Okay. I also need to go through my loot filter, man. I do have a stricter one set up, but I didn't go through it. I just took the baseline one. And I want to make sure that I know what I'm highlighting and what I'm hiding and what does. It's over now, Queenie. Oh, she actually managed to live through that, huh? A Koyan spear? Interesting. Well, map complete. Okay, so we're 2 levels off being able to... Oh, great. Crit on maps. I love that. Having the monsters crit me is great, right? Like, super awesome. For Doriani. We are probably ready for a higher waystone tier. I would like for it to not crit the shit out of me. Regal it? Would you? Oh, that's not good. I do try and crit a lot. We'll see how this goes. I think 13 is doable. Our damage seems okay. We need more, obviously, especially if we're going to deal with Delirium, but it's not too bad. Getting a big quarterstaff would be massive. Oh, that was early. I wonder. They count as dangerous, don't they? Or only if I use the tablet, maybe. This is like a garden. I really like this. This is super cool. I wonder if I'm supposed to see that the plants have taken over the area, or if... No, it seems like they were always meant to be here, right? Like, what is this if not a fucking giant place for plants? This is really cool. I like this. This map is cool, aesthetically. It might be a shit map, but... Oh, I forgot to put the point in. We go there. I didn't even read, really. Checkpoint. Oh, this kind of moves us forward, huh? I want to paint most of the map because obviously we got a summoning circle here, and so the summoning circle can get extra charges on there. We could go do the summoning circle. Oops. Or we could sprint into fire explosion that's been there for like a decade. That's also a thing we could do. Did we go do? Let's do the summoning circle, I guess. Why not? And I know why not, because it might kill me. What's gonna come out of there? Oh, crap. So the stones broke. I wonder if that means there's no additional ones. It does seem like it. I guess good thing I didn't go charging around for them. This looks like the area for the... Oh, I'm getting a lot of the small gem things now. Unique belt. YOLO. We will go for it. Give me Mage Blood game. Surely that's not too much to ask, right? Like, that could solve our cold resistance. Fuck. The undying mana donut, man. What's the mana belts? Oh, we got an iron ring. Oh, we got a lot of shit, huh? I can't even fit a sapphire. No, it's full up then. Holy shit. You got a speed shrine and instantly killed yourself? What? Why? Ha? What? Okay. Yeah, this was the one I got yesterday. 75 maximum life or below instead. 40 mana, 5 resistances. No. You cast warps per second. The speed shrine you guess was 6. You held it down too long. Okay. That sounds like a pretty significant flaw in your build. Sounds like you need to fix your regen engine a little bit. Falconeer. Okay, so this is where the boss is. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what this shrine does. Oh, it's the extra lightning one. We'll do that for the boss. I don't think we need it, but no reason not to, right? I just want to make sure.
Fortune favors the prepared.
Okay, we'll call that good enough. Okay, make sure we got charges and we keep them up. What's this one? I can't see what's mine and what's his. Well, there we go.
I carry few possessions. I don't have room for that.
Carry few possessions, and you do have room for this. Got it. Rada. Oh, Sinister tier 2, please. Please. I can't actually fit the other one even though I have the things. I can't move the things around enough to work. Come on, tier 2. Physical damage, cold damage, lightning damage. Damn. It was a spell damage, mana regen, flammability, offerings. Yeah. 40%. They seem okay. For a fracture or something? They are boots though, and boots without movement speed. No bueno, but with 2 tier 1 modifiers on there, could be a nice little Could be a nice little fracture. Yeah, figured it would be nothing. Does this do 1 maximum modifier? I think we'll go for that one. The question is if I should go for strong boxes now, because I've kind of filled out all of the stuff. There is this for more rares. That's probably a good idea. There's essences in the desert, but I'm not really going to the desert. How do you cleanse things now? Is that still a thing that you have to go for the corrupted thing and then... Okay. Well. What did this one do again? Yeah, I didn't really want to take that one. Because I didn't want to pick. This one is pretty free so far. Do we regal it? It's very free so far. Do we do a boss map with it? I want to go here, so yeah, we'll do this one. Maybe Doriani will then have tier 13s or something. Let's try this. We'll see how tier 13 goes. Hopefully it'll go good. Oh, it's the one with crabs. Crabs are dangerous. We just saw in the interview today.
Riverborn.
77. Hum, little wisp. Let's go this way. Got it. I don't like to be in there. Hit the wisp and it did. That was very not worth it, huh? Unironically, the freaking chest was better value than the wisp top. Is that her? I got 2 wolves. Okay. Where the fuck are these monsters coming from? Okay, neat. We got 2 unique things. I like uniques, they're fun. What do we get? We got Bitter Bloom, I've seen that, right? Yeah, it's energy shield starts when you use a mana flask, which is neat. Visage of Aya. Energy shield, rarity, crit, lightning, Eldritch Battery. That's the one that turns your energy shield into mana, right? Converts 100% of maximum energy shield to maximum mana. Double mana cost. Okay, yeah. But yeah, that was what it did. Not good. Don't care. No. 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 What do you got here? Meh. 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 If it wasn't level 75 required, it would be okay. Fotoriani.
This wretch.
Okay. Level up. Where were we? We were taking these. Okay, so we're either going critical hit chance or we're doing they have reduced. We're going critical hit chance. Okay. Damn. Did he say Fort Tokuhama? Oh, this is where the shark is. Let's go here. And then we go clear. I still think it's a bit of a shame that I don't get more bonus for more charges. I should probably see if I can get more of the if you've consumed a frenzy charge recently nodes. Unique body armor, boots. We're always doing gloves because I'm a martial artist, I think. You could get face breakers. Break my phasers. Ah. I wonder how rare face breakers actually are. I mean, surely I'm getting charges here, or what the hell? Oh. Nom, 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 nom. $17 spirit gem is no reason to use because they don't get anything at level 17. Just a higher requirement. Perfect essence of the infinite, huh? Oh. That didn't do anything. Did I get it so that all of the essences have a perfect now? No way, right? 18 monsters remaining, but there's still a rare somewhere. It's not just the boss, is it? I guess it is just the boss. Okay, I had hoped I would get a checkpoint so that I could just go directly to the boss, but that seems to not be the case, so I guess we'll run for home base.
Do not
break his armor. Murder. Murder. Woohoo. Oh, okay. Oh wait, I didn't even pay attention. Current build is in the Discord, no rush though. Cool, I will look at it. Are you in trade? Is the serve? East of Mass Pod, you didn't get to do gear since it's still just export. Have you not? Is the gear and the gems not in there yet, or? I get a perfect essence of ruin. Let's fucking go. Level to all minion skills. That might be useful if I'm gonna do the whole damn. Okay. You have the hands of an Oompa Loompa, even though you're 6 foot. You have small hands? Rip. Is it now I should bring up what they say about a man with small hands? We'll go atop the world. A little bit more waystone would be nice. Okay, let's see here. It's in the Discord. Put it in here. Let me open up the building. Just gonna take it over here just to make sure I don't leak anything or fuck something up. Oh, it says invalid. Am I doing it wrong? Am I doing it wrong? Oh, it opens up the planner here. Okay, so we're in the PoE planner. Is there no way? Okay. I'm pretty unfamiliar with this exact what's it called? Is this new? Where are the gems? Do you not have any of the gems in here? And it can't... Okay. All right, we'll look at this then for real quick. I don't know if I can. They're big, just sausage finger. No, and I thought Oompa Loompas were small, weren't they? Where are there no gems in this? You only got one gem slot available at the moment. Okay, but I can't see what gems you're using, can I? What does this do? No. But this is just a passive tree, right? Like, there's no... Okay. So you are Slam Boy with Rage. Okay. Slam Boy with Rage. Intimidating? Not bad, I guess. Intimidated for how long again? 6 seconds. That's not a lot of time. Okay, where you go here? You got skills. 5% extra damage. Went through increased spell damage. Yep. Okay. Increased attack damage, enable more organization build up. You have gone heavy into stun, haven't you? Every 10 rage. Okay, gain 1 rage. When you shapeshift to human form, gain 10% increased spell per second you will shapeshift up to. Do you use this? Shaman is tough. I would strongly suggest the adaptation route. It works very nice with armor. Adaptation is reactive growth, and avatar evolution is really good. You were about to spec out of it. Yeah, if you don't use the spell damage here, you can get 3 points, right? What do you got here? Increased damage while shapeshifted. So this is what you're going right now, I'm assuming. And you got... Obviously, you need to put a gem in this one, right? You gotta find a gem. Just get something with 2 stats that does something for you, right? If you can't... What do you got here? Okay, so basically... Rage, gain rage, gain rage, gain rage. Okay, so... So you're a Slam Boy. The only issue I see kinda is that a lot of your damage increases, or a lot of your points is going into immobilization, right? Like you got here 20% increase melee damage against heavy stunned enemies, right? And then stun build up, stun build up, stun build up, right? These are fine. Intimidate is good, but again, it's only when you heavy stun them. There's a blue mana regen in there. Okay. If you... So right now, a lot of your points are going into when they're stunned, right? And they're stunned for a set amount of time, and then you need to be really bursty in that amount of time, right? So if you wanna do that, that's cool. I think that's a vibe, right? It's the thing is, with regular mobs, you're probably gonna be able to just stun them and you'll be good, right? They'll just get stunned by a little getting tickled, and then you can do the big burst really quickly. For bosses, if you are going to focus on stunning them, then you need to do mega damage in the stun, because it takes longer afterwards to stun them again, right? What I would suggest is, I don't know what you're going for here. Are you going up to this one, the shapeshift stuff? Or are you going for the rage here? Like, where is this going? Because you got this here, right? Which is fine, right? They're good nodes, but you are spending 3 travel nodes to get there. And then the question is whether or not there'd be things you could get down here rather than start traveling. I guess they're a bit off. There's physical damage and skill speed here. There's a rage node here, right? Like, you don't need this inherent rage starts. No. 12 maximum rage, right? Like, this would be pretty big, yeah? 3, 6, 18 maximum rage, right? You are a rage boy. Rage node is next agenda. Yeah, okay. So, but not this one, right? Because this one doesn't do anything for you if you're not going to do spells. If you're going to do the spell damage, then this one's fine, right? If you're going to do spell damage with this, every 2 rage also grant 1% more spell damage. That is absolutely a thing, right? Because honestly, here you get increased spell damage, and that one is spell damage. That one is multiplier, so that would be wild. You're getting a random element here, and then you were getting a gain somewhere. Was it up here? It was fire, right? Yeah, it's fire. And you're doing slams. Walking Calamity can be cast in beast form. Is that a spell? Trying to stack shapeshifter spell damage, but you don't have to swap for Walking Calamity. Okay. Is Walking Calamity a spell? Walking Calamity is attack. So yeah, there's no... So if you want to do spells, that's cool and alright, but then it's something like Tornado. Which... Tornado works really well with the swap into form and then send it. Tornado also kinda works well with you needing to do the burst damage when they're stunned, but a bunch of the things you have increases to is attack damage, right? And also I'm pretty sure Intimidate is attack based. It used to be in PoE 1. I'm not entirely sure what it does in PoE 2. So if we're just looking at gems right now, Pounce, something I use, right? Now you won't get too much use out of it, but there's a little bit. Predator's Mark, right? It makes you do 3% increased damage. And then you can sock it in like I have. You can sock it in the Mark for Death, so you get armor break from all your physical damage, because I'm assuming you're doing physical damage. It doesn't convert to fire, right? Does it? You're doing Furious Slam, which is full-on fizz, and you're thinking about doing Rampage, which I think is also full-on fizz. Right? Yes. So they're all fizz. You could also do Shapeshift into a bear and Roar and Defiance, right? You gain rage, blah, blah, blah. And you empower subsequent attacks to break armor. So that's also a way to break armor if you're using Ferocious Roar. I think it's easier to use the I think it's easier to use the mark for armor break, but then it's also only one target, right? And you could swap in another roar into it, which is where Seismic Cry, right? You perform a war cry, knocking back nearby enemies and heavy stunning enemies that are primed for stun. So when you get that little brown glow effect on them, right? Or if you hit a stunned enemy, right? Then you empower subsequent slams to perform an additional aftershock, which is essentially just they go again, right? And you're using Furious Slam, which is a slam, right? So you will bam, and then after a little bit, it'll go off again. So I'm not sure if aftershocks do full damage, or if they do a little bit of a less damage. Aftershock, a burst of area damage that occur after the initial impact skill. If not all the strength, the aftershock will deal. So it's double damage, right? So if you use Seismic Cry, you're just doubling your damage. As long as you hit a stun target or stun a target with it, double damage, right? So this would work with your bursts in the stun area, the stun window on bosses, right? Because not only are you getting all of your buffs, you're also getting double damage. Another thing that I found to be useful on single target is something like Forge Hammer, but then you'd need to have a mace offhand, right? You throw it down and then you do your war cry, then it opens up and like makes fissures on the ground. Whenever you then slam the fissures are gonna burst for damage, right? So what that means is you have a guy that's about to, he's primed for stun, right? Or you throw down the hammer and that primes him for stun, ideally, right? You do that, throw the hammer, he's ready to get stunned. Seismic Cry, right? That breaks the hammer and does a bit of damage as far as I'm aware. And then you slam the ground with your bear slams and you just keep slamming. And then every time you slam and every time the aftershock slam goes off, it produces the fissure. I think I have a short of it. I did it last season or the season before that. But that does require you to combine maces. I don't know what you're doing for your offhand. Oh, sorry, not your offhand. Your weapon set 2. Let me see. It'll have to have been a while, and I don't remember what I called it. Maybe I can find it in my own little file here. Here we are. Where are we? Okay, so this here's the effect, right? You throw these down. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like the bam, 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 bam. But it's probably more efficient and then to just go like this and then go. You start doing the slams and everything burns like this. That's the effect, right? Wow, okay, where we go? And you get to do stuff like this where you prep for it, right? Like I know that these are going to be active. Hit the thing, now they get active. And then the fire just go. That was just Herald of Ash, I think, but but yeah, that combination was Volcanic Fissures with Earth Shatter, but you can do it with Fury of the Mountain. That makes little fissures, right? You could do it with Fury of the Mountain, as well as Furious Slam. Those two together can do it. So this thing, you'd want to make extra fissures, right? Bigger fissures, extra fissures, more fissures, right? And then Furious Slam, you'd want to get some Aftershock on. Aftershock is really good, and it works on Rampage as well. So when you run through with Rampage, every step you do is a slam, right? So those will also trigger Aftershocks as far as I'm aware. So you can go a lot of activation on these things, which again, getting the Seismic Cry, I really think would be good for you. Now you can either slot it into Ferocious Roar, or you can just have a mace, right? But Seismic Cry, you're focusing on stunning and you're using a slam. Seismic Cry is a godsend for you, and it will literally double your damage, right? I'm not being what's it called? I'm not exaggerating or anything. It is literally double damage, right? So it empowers 1 slam per 10 enemy power. A boss has 20, so it'll be empower 2 slams for you, right? So it's double damage on your next 2 slams. And it'll stun the guy with a heavy stun when he's primed. So if you use it at the right time, also you can socket in different support gems into this that might help you, right? And it'll work on rares and as well, right? Like, it's really good. And then there is also... Can you search on this thing? Is there a search bar? Yeah. There's Aftershock nodes down here. But only 5%. But this also give you AoE, right? It's not too far off from what you're doing, right? Because you'd want to go here if you're going to be a Rage Boy, right? And these nodes are really good. It's skill speed and physical damage. And you're doing physical damage, right? These nodes are pretty good. There's some armor break here. With defense chance. Maybe that's not too good. You get close to this node, which I like for armor. I'm not sure how valuable it is, right? But there's turning rage into defenses, right? And if you're going here, you're gonna want to go here for the jewel socket, because jewel sockets are the shit, right? There's a thing here with fissures, right? 20% chance to create another fissure, as well as AoE. Not bad if you're going to go down the fissure route. And then, yeah, there's the Aftershock here with a bit of AoE. I'm not sure if this one's worth it. But it's not terrible. That one's very specific. And this requires a mace. Doesn't it? Mace slam skills, yeah. That won't work. But yeah, yeah. Again, dual nodes are really good. Yo, CMD, welcome. I think if you're going here, which is fine, don't get me wrong. You're probably gonna, if you're taking this node, definitely take this as well, right? And if you're going this way, don't take this because it won't do anything for you unless you do spells. If you want to do spells, that's definitely an avenue you can do. I think some of these nodes are okay. The extra lightning damage is always good because then you can shock, right? But yeah, I would focus my attention here. These especially. That's minion damage. You don't care about that. But yeah, get this one if you're going here. And then I like this. Getting armor to apply, but it's a lot of points, right? There's 15 points here. There's 2 points here, 2 points here, 2 points here to get it even. And then so It's freaking 7 points, right? But it is nice defensively. I like this one. So you get 1% increased armor with rage if you're stacking rage, right? And again, if you're going close to here, you get this. You get the jewel socket abso-fucking-lutely. You're not doing strikes, so that ain't gonna do shit for you. There is this one, right? You're focusing on stunning them. This is just 25% more damage. There's also this one, which is 4 maximum. That's probably not worth the travel. Just some Warcry stuff. I think in terms of damage bonus or upgrade or whatever, I think speccing out of those spell nodes and into maybe the skill speed. I'm not sure your attack speed, how much it's gonna matter, and then either decide if you want to go fissures and do the slam stuff. That will work with both the what is it, fat bear, trample bear, whatever it's called, I can't remember, or furious slam. And I still think I think the biggest takeaway is going to be seismic cry. That'll give you a lot of damage right now, if you aren't using it already, which I don't think you are, right? And you can put it into the Furious Roar, or you can just natty send it. And then obviously, right, think about the support gems you put into stuff, right? Because my main stuff is Hollow Form, right? So Hollow Form is getting pure damage, right? But then I have Devour, right? And I can put stuff like this into Devour. Attacks gain 25% of damage as lightning damage for 8 seconds on calling an enemy, right? So that buff will apply to the damage from Hollow Form. Same with this, right? Hollow Focus. I'm putting in Armor Break. It's not needed. And I'm putting in Blind, so that whenever they get hit by the belts, they get blinded. And then I'm taking... I'm moving into these, right? So I get more crit against blinded, more crit against blinded, and more crit against blinded, right? And I'm doing the same for days, right? Where I have chance to hit on... I have chance to daze on hit right here. And I got it here. And then I got it here. I think I got it somewhere here as well. Yeah, here and here, right? That just adds damage whenever things are dazed, right? And then obviously put in this one, Blindside, for blinded, right? And I don't know if the dazing is worth it anymore, because I used to use Vaulting Impact for it, because it has this versus dazed. It gets broken stance, right? So I might need to reevaluate that. But then I got Pounce, and I got Armor Mark for Death in that for Armor Break, right? So it's not just the things you put in here. It's not just the skills you take next to it, like this one, right? Where buff grants 50% of damage gained as lightning, right? So this buff also applies to Hollow Form, right? So it's what skills you synergize with it, and the support gems you put in order to make it work. That is something to make sure you pay attention to whenever you're doing stuff, because it's fine and dandy to just take your skill, make it do as much damage, take all the points on the passive tree that's gonna make it do more damage, as well as putting all the nodes in that makes it do damage, right? But once you start adding more skills to it that then can also buff it up, oh, this is bad. That's when you're gonna get real damage gains for not much investment, right? Okay, we'll try. We'll see. If I fail, I fail, and it's fine. They do extra chaos damage, and they get Giga Crit. So this is gonna be rip. It's also a naked map, so it's fine. Like, you look this Thrill to Kill, right? It's just active in everything, and then we rend, and we got that, and now I do Giga Dam. And I can then refresh this in 10 seconds. If I remember. Or if I can be bothered. I can also thrill the kill. I can refresh whenever I want. The other one has to time out. Yeah, I'm kind of curious as to how much they're blinded. How does blind look? Because so far I haven't seen a single blinding. Wonder if I'm wasting points here. I mean, the boss will blind for sure. Because this is days. Where's the blind? Can they not be both? Have I fucked up here? No. Because this thing here is days. I'm gonna bait one of them into my belt and just see. Here. Oh, this one. Oh, there. Okay, I see. Oh, yeah, it's definitely happening. There we go. Neat. I haven't seen it happen much from just the chance, though. But again, I already only have 5%. I wonder if I can get a few more blind nodes. It would be nice. Maybe I swap days out for it now. It is nice to get all the free gain damage, but I am gaining a lot of damage from just rend, actually. It would get rid of most of my cold damage. But I'm not even chilling them, so I guess it doesn't matter. Yoink. Also, by the way, Blitz, the thing I showed you with all the fire, that was in campaign. So you can make it really crazy at the end game. And you are further in the campaign. No, wait, that was from... That was from Act 3, wasn't it? No, Act 2 even. Yeah, that was from Act 2. And you're in Act 4. So you can get it really crazy if you want. Adaptive alloy? Protective alloy? Expand. I don't know if I have protective. You need to use all of them for the challenge league. So I just want to try and make sure I got all of them. I don't know what's worth anything. I doubt they're worth anything because they come from such a low level thing. Oh, yoink. I haven't even used pounds in this map yet. To be fair, I don't use it on bosses because I can't be fucked. Ah. Well, right. Oh, boss. Are we ready for that? I guess we are. Yeah, let's go. Okay, yoink that one. Ah, thrill to kills a little bit. Which boss is this? Oh, is it that spear woman? Yeah. Oi, 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 she hurts. Oi, 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 she hurts. I thought she would get stunned already. I didn't use pounds, I'm stupid. But... well, it worked out. Despite the crit. Did I not get a waystone? I did. Let's go. Tier 14. I'm getting a decent amount of perfect essences. I'm a little bit not happy that I'm not getting the other ones. That is not terrible. Okay. Let's put in a point here. Okay, should we go get these? Just more stuff? Or should we go get some strong boxes? Or should we get us Merry Wisp? I don't really like following the wisps, if I'm being honest. We could also just prep for going further. Can you drop tablets? Yeah, I can. You sneeze. Jesus. What are we actually in right now in terms of biome? We're in forest. And what is in here? Grass, water. I guess it's a little bit of everything. Should we just get the biome nodes? We could also just get the rare nodes. %1 more maximum monster modifier on rare mobs. There's a hard block. Yeah, I was just more so preparing to go there, right? Quantity of waystones is probably nice. Oh, I can go here actually. Okay. I think I'll go here. I didn't even realize that I completed this. We'll go. What did I do here actually? 78, so that's a tier 14, I guess. Let's try and send a I think we should do this actually. Let's try and send a tablet. Do we send a powerful boss as well? Where are we going? Oh crap, we're going here. Based on tier 5, has a deadly boss in it. I guess we go YOLO. Oh, we can't. We can't, have 10% increased attack, cast, and movement speed? That sounds really bad, but fuck it. We go.
I must stay the course.
Ascend. What's up here then? Big whole boatload of nothing. This is the first gate on the other side? Yes. Not sure I made a good decision to go a tier 14 here, but pull the lever. What the fuck is that? Is that the boss? Okay. Why did they just stop? I didn't run out of mana. I wasn't stunned. Nothing.
Foul creature.
Foul creature. Say hello to my little friends. Dude, I can't believe that they got so much shit for putting in the lever, or for having the map with the levers, and then they make new content and they put in levers. It's like, dude. Game developers, man. Blizzard does the exact same. I don't know what he's doing. I don't like it. Oh, blue. Blue chest. Oh, white chest. Oh, shit. Got it. I just used... What is this? Oh, 27 gold. I was about to say, is this a dead end? Pull the lever. Okay. I don't want to be in that. Neat. Little alchemy orb. No. Get that bubble away from me. Is that a mob? Why is there a mob here? They're gonna shoot me mid-fight, aren't they? What? Well, fuck you. They are absolutely shooting me mid-fight. Good thing my damage is good. Look, I got a wolf. Arr. I think there's the support gems that make them invulnerable, right? I should get that.
We are. Activate this tower.
Number of trials 10. Deadly. Okay. What does that mean? Oh, does that say which one it drops? Oh, that's cool.
The final gate is open. We should be able to find a fragment here.
So it's no longer you can tell by which boss it is? Yeah, exactly. Because before, I could tell which one I was going to get based on the first two bosses I fought, because then I knew which boss was left, and that would dictate which one it dropped. What do I want? This seems really good. If there's a 5% chance to summon a deadly map boss, that means that there's a chance we get the Citadel things, right? They drop them, don't they? Do we go for the summoning circle? An extra essence would be nice, but we can always swap. We're going for the summoning circle. And then we'll go for this. How the hell did I get a tier 6? I guess that's guaranteed drop from there. Extra chaos and they're... Oh, that one's bad. And that one's okay. YOLO. Oh, not bad. Huh. No. Let's go to here. Okay, I think we will do the bad one. And we will take this and we will take this, I think. And let's give this a go. Oh, crap. Okay. Show me the thing, I guess. Righto. I want to go here. It's 4 points, so... Yeah. We will try this. Biggest diggest. I hope. Let's see how it goes.
What fresh nightmare is this?
This looks like the Valley of the Titans. So this one's kind of rippy. They do extra chaos damage. Although, I think I have more chaos resist than I got cold resist, so... Do with that information what you will.
Your time.
Oh, don't stand in shit. Oh, I did. Oh, that's the time things from Sarok. That was nasty. Did not like. Did not like. Okay, we got a... We got an expedition here. As much as we're probably okay here, it doesn't exactly feel super... It doesn't feel super good what we're doing right now. Unique jewelry? Yeah. Even though it's likely not worth 3 exalts, we'll go for it. It could be a belt. As weird as that sounds. A belt being jewelry, but it is. Ooh. Damage could use a bit of work. I need to POV my character and figure out what my crit chance actually is at the moment. And then I guess we go... We do that, that's fine. Okay, don't stand in that shit. Jesus. What are those? Why are they chasing me? Okay. Not good. Well, character's pretty good, he says, and I'm about to die. Fuck your little sun attack. Ooh, 18! That must be an upgrade right now, yeah? I should not have eaten that to the face. These things following me are really annoying. Okay, how many of them are they gonna spawn? What is slowing me? Oh, Verisium, nice. Oi! I think I just evaded that. Oh. Where are we at? Yeah. 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 Definitely. It's a little bit annoying that I gotta take Whirly Boy out to level it up because it's in hollow form, but what do we get? Birthright Buckle. Armor, flash charges, insta recovery. Okay, yeah. Not good. I didn't even check this. 25 movement speed, rest is shit. Got it. We go.
It is done.
Okay, we go. Sinister. I need to. That is the thing I need to do. That is to-do list after stream. Fix my fix my goddamn what it called loot filter. Because I'm doing okay right now without the quarterstaff, but I think I will need it. Especially with all the crit increases I'm still getting. And attack speed not really being a factor for me. I am a little bit curious to see how it's going to feel when I spec out of it, but we'll see. Maybe I'll roll attack speed on the weapon then, but doubt it. Oh, I don't like this place for ritual, man. Like, it looks all fine and dandy, right? Because it's a lot of quote-unquote open area, but there is that wall that just goes all the way in between that basically makes it impossible to run around in there. I wonder if there's more blind things. So there's obviously these. And I'm not really gonna get... There's these here. Blind enemy. What do we get here? Cannot be blinded. 12% chance. The blind effect. Ooh, I might take these. The question is if we go out of daze then. But daze is so good with this. What are other blind things? Blind effect. Chance to blind. What are these? I wonder, the bells are definitely enough for single target. There's no issue there. I'm stuck. That's not good. I think I'm in trouble. Okay, we got there. Ooh! Rings. Omen of Chaos. Oh, these I already saw, and I... Feathered Fortress. No movement speed penalty while the shield is raised. I get this all the time. No belts though, which... Not surprised, but... I was about to say, why did this one not blow up? Unique belt. I mean, the off chance it drops a little mage blood, right? Oi. Yo, Ronick, 5 stream streak. I appreciate it, man. I've been tryharding a little bit this past half hour or so, haven't I? Oi, I didn't even pay attention. Okay, fuck that guy. Get rid of that. Ooh-wee. It's that build every time, huh? Divine. What did, we got something else that was good, didn't we? We got a chance shot orb. Big. Big. Soon I'll be rich. Surely. No. Oh, it has spirit on it. That's nice, but... Level 80 to use it, though. Wow, that's really bad. That's a lot of life. Tier 1 life and Tier 2 cold resist. We will hold on to that one. %30 movement speed with Tier 2 armor energy shield. Bad cold. That one might be usable as well. I think I know a certain someone who would who would enjoy that one. And this is a maybe crafted, and then this is an extra belt. They roll pretty well, so this is the belt we're gonna have. I should sell all of the unique items for chance shards, but I'm just not sure what you can do with them. But yeah. Ooh, I wonder if the ritual is actually at the boss. I should have waited with the ritual. There's the ritual here. I think we'll just wait and see where the last ritual pops up. Yoink. Let's get the strong box here. That's the first crash today. Well, I haven't been playing almost all day, so I guess that makes sense. I almost shut down OBS. That was not what I wanted to do, game. Did that use a... No, I'm gonna spawn inside the map, am I not? Did I die? I'm in the hideout. I wonder if I died. I must have died, right? Otherwise I would have spawned in here, wouldn't I? So there's a ritual over there. We got a shrine. Using the shrine for the boss would be nice, I think. Or the remaining rituals. Oh yeah, here it is. Let's go.
I've no room for that.
Okay, so the plan is go get shrine, go here, start ritual, get a little bit of an easier time for the ritual. And then we'll figure out how we deal with the next one. Also, apparently, I picked up a bunch of bullshit as usual. Anvil Mall, huh? What does chaos resistance do when we put it in here? You get max chaos resist? You do! Interesting. That has to be a really rare stat, no? They require level 70. They're not terrible. Wait, why did you time out? Minus. What happened? What did I miss? How do you... Where is it? Does that work? Are you back now? What did he do? Okay, there we go. Oh, I have it. You're not even on your phone? Please, what did you do? Wait, did the... Where's the checkpoint? There. So it was up here. We get the shrine. Yoink. Go. Bam. Click. Activate. Send the damage! It's over, bitch. Are we gonna make it? No, we're not. We're not gonna make it. We'll get maybe some of the meteors are gonna land on something, but that's about it. Something here hurt. What the fuck? Oh, what the f... Okay. Rip. That sucked. You have a grasping ring. Mana, allies in your presence gain 25% of damage as extra chaos. Enemies in your presence gain 8% of damage as extra chaos. Dude, that would work with what I'm doing. It would be 25% damage as chaos, but I don't know if I want to do it. Gamble sprint? Gamble sprint is fun. I guess we defer. Can we just defer all the things? What is this one? You take 34% of damage from blocked hit. Enemies are cold on block. That's kind of cool. It rolled pretty bad in the armor department. What happened to Goldhand? You timed him out. Increase for... what does it cost now? We can defer again, right? If you tell them... I don't really care about this one. Oh, I wanted to defer the gamble sprint, but it's whatever. Nah, I did it already, Blizz. I think, at least. I timed him out for a second. That should undo it. I hope. Okay. Yeah, I think... Hello? I think we got some... Must have happened in your pocket. Ass timing out. Ass banning. Okay, so this is going to be it for today. I am seeing as the precursor tower is the same. Where maybe I just do that. Shrine duration's 1000%. Jesus, okay. I've cleared a lot of the maps here, so I'm thinking maybe I should just do that. And then I've cleared a lot here, so maybe I should just also do that. And then beeline for... I'm not sure exactly what to do here. I want to get the points, obviously. We're up to... We should be able to do tier 15s now. We did get one, right? Yeah, we have 3 tier 15s, so... Is tier 16 the highest, or does that require... Let me just check. If I go here... Yeah, I don't want to do that. Is tier 16... I thought actually it was tier 15 that was the highest. And you could only get to tier 16 with, like, corrupted things, but maybe that's still the case. But yeah, we're into tier 15. We did a tier 14 with the tablet, so yeah, everything should be good. I'll probably try and grind a little bit. And then I think tomorrow... Oh, we got a level 84, which means we can use our 19 gem, right? Good thing. I just upgraded Whirling Assault to 18 just like a map ago, right? Great idea, fans. Big dick, though. And then... Yeah, I'm gonna try and see. Maybe I'll have time tonight to do a bit of grinding. I do have some work to do, so probably not too much. But then tomorrow we will give Ascension a try. I will have a think about what to do. I'm thinking the easy choice is Runic Meridians. I really want to do Hollow Resonance technique. But there is a bit of me that's thinking about this. But now that I don't have the boots on anymore, immobilization is only really freezing or stunning, which doesn't happen that often. So I'm kind of wondering if I'll even be able to keep this up. Because I don't think I will be able to keep it up this way. If I put on the boots again, the pin boots, then I will, obviously. But I'm just not entirely sure if that is worth it. It is 15% more damage. And obviously also get the 40% reduction, but that doesn't really play that well with evasion. So yeah, I don't think that's the play. So I also don't think I'll be going into the combo route, because then I need 2, and then what is bells go over, and yeah. So I'm thinking it's either Hollow Resonance, which I really like the skill. It's super cool. Critical hits with other skills, right, will cause the bell to ring out. It's really cool. The safe option obviously is the Runic Meridians. The Runic Meridians would also allow me to fix my cold resistance instantly, which would be nice. It also probably could let me use... it won't let me use anything other than runes, right? I could get ward from there. Because it should let me use these, right? Whichever one it is that gives you flat ward or whatever. With this one, gain life per enemy hit with attacks, or mana per enemy hit with attack might be nice to have as well. we will figure it out. I'm leaning towards Runic Meridian. I think Runic Meridian is the right choice. Oh, we could also go this. Rune of Foundations. Just get some more flat stuff. Ooh, I'm thinking Runic Meridian is looking real good right about meow. So yeah, we will figure it out. But that is for tomorrow. Have a good one, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.